visitors' batting lineup. These two have been rock solid.
Yes, 63 for no wicket. We've had 13 overs bowled, and Alzarri Joseph will start over number 14, and will leave the members' end and bowls to Young. Young is standing up straight, and then plays the ball into the onside and gets a very quick single. He just sped away, a walking drive basically, gets another single. Young is 34 from 46. The score has gone up to 64 for no wicket. But it just shows, Ravindra, how quick running, excellent running can break the momentum of the fielders.
So I think the fundamental was there by these two batsmen. Immediately took off for the single, realizing, yes, that the wideish mid-on, relatively short. So he had to go quick, sprint across, good running, good communication by these two batsmen.
Excellent work. So the left-hander, that's Nichols, comes into strike, 22 from 34. And as I said, New Zealand recently lost the series to Bangladesh. They would want to make amends here. He taps away, he's left-handed. Here is Joseph, passes the umpire, bowls to, that's Nichols. Nichols might have been struck on the pad. We'll await the signal here by umpire Alex Wharf, and the signal goes in now. So that's a leg by signal. One more to the total. They're not getting the boundaries, but the running is very good between this New Zealand pair, Ravindra.
Yes, as I said, they're taking their time. They're trying to build a good partnership. They're laying a good foundation here for New Zealand. Not too risky. I think it's a good approach here by these two batsmen. West Indies, again, no doubt on the other side of the coin, will want to break through. They're looking a bit more desperate now. They have that same spin-pace combination. It's still not proving good for them. Let's see how Shai Hope, the captain, going to take up his responsibility and rotate his bowlers.
Young taps away, is 34. The current rate of 4.88. Here is Joseph up and bowls to Young. Young is just tucking the ball in the onside. Down past the field, a diving figure of Khary, and the ball will go into the boundary for 4. Down towards a wide mid-wicket area. 4 more to New Zealand. They go up to 69 for no wicket. And Alzarri Joseph in his 4th over, none for 16. That ball was nonchalantly played in the onside.
Was not a bad delivery. Just the placement by the batsman was excellent here. I think it was a diving effort from Khary. He could not have gotten hold onto it, and it went for 4. But Alzarri Joseph a little bit disappointed because I think he needs that 100% commitment from his fielders if he's going to be a little more frugal with his spell here.
So they're scoring at just over 5.11. Nichols is 22 from 35. Young is 38 from 47. You're listening to the very first ODI here at Providence in this series. First of 5. Here is Joseph. He's up there, bowls to Young. Young is again flicking the ball on the onside. Down towards backward square. The fielder comes off there. That might be Lawes who comes off the boundary. And the field is cleanly. So 1 more to New Zealand. 70 for no wicket. The West Indies haven't yet picked up their first wicket.
Yeah, they're looking for a breakthrough, obviously, here. They're trying all sort of things. They started off with that pace-spin combination. It didn't work. We have got 3 left-arm spinners in the team. So I think the plan is there, but the execution is not there for Shai Hope. Alzarri Joseph, one of his frontline bowlers, looking to spark here, looking to trigger collapse here for New Zealand. But on the other side of the fence, I think they can't ask for better. They've got a solid foundation here. New Zealand, as I say, good afternoon. Welcome back to my friend from Bridgetown,
I
Barbados.
didn't know that I was your friend.
Yeah, I'm
Oh,
your base and
indeed.
everlasting friend.
Everlasting friend. So how do you read it now? Of 75 without lost, 15 overs gone. You think New Zealand will be happy?
Yeah, definitely happy with the progress they have made so far. Even Andrew, this is the first of 5 one-day internationals. You want to get things right. You want to bring everything. You're not practicing, yes, but you want to show to West Indies that we have got batting from the top that are capable of making big score. They may be thinking now at 75 after 15 overs, somewhere in the vicinity of 250, 280, 300 possible.
Well, Lawes is going to bowl, the youngster from Jamaica. Jamaica waits as here he comes and bowls. First ball is short and pulled away. That's going to go down towards the boundary. That's backward square. It was a long hop. He bowls a Chinaman. He bowls a googly. And they've decided to go with this young man, Lawes, who went with the under-19 team and did pretty well. Would you have played him?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay,
Give him
fair
a try.
enough.
He's a youngster. He's very promising, very talented. And he's bringing variety into this attack here today. Yes, some butterflies bowling his first ball. He went for a long up. I can understand. Good luck, Lawes.
Yeah, well, it was Young swinging the ball down to that backward square. It's gone to 76 out lost. He comes up now, he's in. And both to Nichols, and Nichols is off the back foot and strokes the ball away out towards cover. We'll get one. Ball was thrown up on the land of the off stump. And with that, the score goes to 77 without loss. Of course, the Providence pitch is one that you don't worry too much at this stage. I mean, you know you're not going to get maybe 300, but you would want to work on a slow pitch to try to get maybe 230, 240, 250. And as they say, work with that. Here's Lawes in bowls to Young, and to this delivery, Young is on the back foot to short ball and swings it out towards that mid-wicket area. More backward square will get a single. So he's not gotten it right so far. I suppose the butterflies. The man from Jamaica. He's got a smile as broad as Kingston. Have you been to Jamaica?
No, I never went to
Never
Jamaica.
been to Jamaica?
Yeah. Planning
I thought you
so
had
many
land
trips,
there. And
So
the
many
place-
trips have cancelled.
Yeah, there's a place in Jamaica called Halfway Tree. Hello to our friends in Halfway Tree in Ligony. Here's the delivery, given lots of air. Bowled by Lawes, played away down towards the position of mid-on. They'll get a single. Motie came forward, the man from Berbice. And with that, it was a tight single. The score goes to 79 without loss. Nichols is on 27. Young is 43. Over number 16 being bowled. Darren Sammy, I understand, likes the young man. I certainly like him as well. He bowls his Chinamans. He bowls his googlies. Hasn't gotten it right as yet. You'd expect that. This is his first over. He's conceded 4 readies. He comes in to bowl to Young, and to this delivery, Young is onto the front foot. That's a much better delivery on the line of the off stump, played away into the offside, down towards that squarish cover. Ball is picked up by, is that Rutherford out there? Yes. And we've got the green stand open and the orange stand open. What do you think about the crowd so far? Ravinji, you think we got about, what, 1,000, 2,000 here? Think about it. 80 without loss. Here is Lawes in bowl short and pulled away, and he caught. Yes, he is! The man from Jamaica in his first match for the West Indies gets a wicket. It was a long hop. He wouldn't worry about that at all. The ball was hit away down towards the wicket area. The catch taken, and Vitel Lawes gets a vital breakthrough in over number 16. New Zealand 80 for 1. This is the latest score at Providence.
Yeah,
Ravindra.
jubilation there for the Jamaican. Very force over, very force wicket in international cricket. Welcome the Lawes. Yes, it was a short ball. I think Young looking to go somewhere in that mid-wicket region. Didn't connect it properly. It was nicely taken there, but a good breakthrough here. Hopefully this can bring back some momentum for the West Indians.
Yeah, well, he bowled a long up, and there was the batsman swinging Nichols, caught by Pierre. And when he caught it, he threw it in the air. He'd won gold at the Olympics, and 80 for 1. So, Lawes in his first ball for the West Indies. He hasn't played at the senior level for Jamaica. And certainly, he's playing for the West Indies purely on potential. Picked up a wicket, 80 for 1. Well done to the young man.
Definitely wonderful introduction to international cricket. As he said, he hasn't played many first-class cricket, but they believe in his ability, and definitely he's coming to the party.
All right, so it's 80 for 1, and Young certainly there on 44. Nichols, 27 from 43 balls. You start over number 17. This kind of pitch here, Ravinja, your Guyanese, of course, you might have played at border. Tell me, what kind of score you think New Zealand will be looking for here? Though, let me remind you, the West Indies won the toss. They chose to bowl. And that's Shai Hope for you, tends to want to chase. What kind of score? 16 overs gone. What kind of score you think New Zealand will be looking for here? Can you tell me?
Yeah, somewhere in the neighborhood of 280 because of this foundation.
Right.
80 for 1. Now they have lost their fourth wicket. Yes, it's a solid foundation in the context of things. So 280 they might be thinking still because they've got plenty of batting to come.
All right. Well, we got a youngster. Of course, it's always important to introduce young commentators. And, of course, we just got to get that mic going. Delwyn Neblett is his name. Cricket is his game. I was told that this young man has got a lot of ability. And no doubt it will be good to hear from him. Hello, Delwyn. How are you, my friend?
Good afternoon to you, Andrew. It is quite a pleasure to be here with you guys in the Combox, making my debut. Seems to be the day of the debutants as Vitel Lawes just got the important breakthrough for the West Indies.
Well, you sound like a broadcaster, first of all. Yes, you do. Do you work in the broadcast industry here in Guyana?
I actually do. I'm actually the sportscaster on HGP TV. And of course, I'm also a radio broadcaster on 97.5 FM, 3 hours daily.
Oh, really? What time are you on?
I'm on Monday to Friday from 15 hours to 18 hours.
15 hours. But you know in the Caribbean, you have to tell us exactly what that is.
Yeah.
It's interesting in the Caribbean that the only Caribbean country that I know they say 15 hours. You know, in Barbados, people say, what? Is it 3 o'clock? Is that 3 o'clock?
Yeah, just about 3 p.m. to 6 p.m.
Yeah, indeed. So it's a popular show, is it? Very popular?
I'd like to say so.
So the answer is yes.
Correct.
Okay, well then say so. So there we have Delwyn Neblett. I've seen you on what's it again? HGP
TV.
Nightly News. Is that the one that Travis Chase works for?
Absolutely correct.
Yes. You see, I think the slogan is "This is what you should know," or something like that.
It's stay in the game.
Stay in the game. Wonderful. All right, here we go. So the action continues, and 80 for 1. So what part of Guyana are you from, Delvin? You're Georgetown man?
I was actually born and raised in Central Georgetown.
Central Georgetown. All right.
Essentially on Durban Street, lived in South Rhineville, but now I'm actually living on the east coast of Demerara. I've been living there for quite some time.
Okay, east coast of Demerara. Is that Eccles?
It's Enterprise Gardens.
Enterprise Gardens, that's where the big ups live. 80 for 1. Here is the delivery, which is on the line of the leg stump bowled by Motie, who doesn't live in Enterprise. I think he's a Berbetian, isn't he?
Absolutely, and one of the finest cricketers Berbice has ever produced.
Oh, wonderful. Left arm spinner. To continue, it's 80 for 1 over number 17 being bowled. Bowling to Young, who's got 44. Chapman has come to the crease. Round the wicket, he's in and bowls to Young, and Young is forward and drives up towards that extra cover area. The field at extra cover doesn't pick it up. The West Indies field could be a lot sharper. And they went down towards the extra cover position. The fielder there, looking to work out who that fielder is there, short extra cover, but he didn't stop it. And that's one of the things about West Indies cricket. I'd like to see them sharp. I'm not sure that the side generally is as sharp as it should be. 81 for 1. When you see other, even with the women, you see teams like England and Australia and India. Fitness is vitally important, and I just would like to see the West Indies team sharp in the field. Here is Motie round the wicket, bowls to Chapman, and Chapman is off the back foot. That ball hurries on to him, plays it down towards that mid-off area. There's no run. 81 for 1. So why do you like commentaries? Why do you want to do broadcasting? What would have influenced you to be a ball-by-ball commentator after this delivery? In he comes and bowls, and that's pushed up towards that mid-off area. The return comes in. Field up at mid-off, but that was given knots. Chapman drove it down to, but didn't time it very well. Just get the feeling that Shamar Joseph there maybe a tad asleep down at mid-off, and they got the run. So the over comes to an end. 17 gone, 82 for 1. That is in fact where it is scored Providence. We've got Delwyn Neblett, a young man who no doubt is very much a part of the action with us. And why is it that you want to do ball-by-ball commentary?
Well, cricket, it has always been a passion of mine. I didn't really have the opportunity to play as much as I would like, having been a part of other sports. Nonetheless,
basketball,
a bit of athletics. I was quite the sprinter in my day.
A sprinter?
Majoring in the 400 meters of
400? I thought you were a 100-meter man. like Usain Bolt?
Well, not since the age of under 13s.
All right.
I actually visited your country, Barbados, to be a part of the Barbados Relay Fair way back in 2007 as a part
really?
of the Queen's College 4x4 relay team.
Oh, wonderful. So Lawes to continue. Good to see the young man into the attack. We're going to allow you to do a couple of some balls pretty soon. 82 for the loss of one. There's no sweat in his brow, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. He's a broadcaster, has a good broadcast voice. I've actually seen you there reading the sports news. Right, polish in his reading. Here's Lawes in both shot. Pulled away! That's going to go towards the boundary. It was a long hop. Like those juicy mangoes you get in Border Market. And it was swung lustily over mid-wicket. That's gone for 6. It was a short ball, and Revenge, it was punished.
Yeah, definitely. Was asked for the 18 layer from the batsman. Truly informed. Came on the back foot. The connection was there. The timing was there. An absolutely fantastic piece of batting.
Yeah, it was a rank long hop and was pulled down by the green stand. And now John Campbell, fellow Jamaican, comes across to talk to him. Maybe saying, Jamaica land we love. Stir sponsor duties call. That's part of the national anthem. In he comes. This is Lawes and Bowles. A much better delivery. Beautifully bowled. Given some air. And there was the batsman Chapman coming forward. Pushed up the pitch. There's no run. So Vitel Lawes making his debut. And in his first over, the left-arm Chinaman and googly bowler got a wicket. Tosses the ball from hand to hand. 88 for 1. 17 overs and 3 balls gone. To bowl to Chapman. He's in. Both to Chapman. Chapman is coming forward to one of the line and legs and pushes up towards that mid-on area. Gets a run again. Kane not as tight in the field as I would like to see. There was a that's Motie coming across, lumbering across the outfield. It was hit firmly. I don't think it would take a run to an Australian there, I can assure you. 89 for 1. 2 balls left in over number 18. Chapman goes to 8. Young has got 45. And Lawes, understand he's a fun man, I'm told. 89 for 1. Thanks to Maggie's for providing some wonderful stuff for us. I've had a piece of the some of the chicken there, and I've got some plantains. I'm sure she bought them from Border Market. In comes Lawes and Bowles. Ball pitched on the line of the off, some played square in the offside for a single with an open blade by Young to get 1 to go to 46. And it's up to 90 for the loss of 1. Certainly, Delvin, in terms of what has happened so far, you reckon that New Zealand will be happy with what has happened so far?
I really do believe that New Zealand would be the happiest side, given that they are on 90 for 1. I think that having won the toss and electing to field first, the West Indies would have been looking for a bit more wickets at this stage.
Here's Lawes, comes in, both to Chapman. Chapman's got a short ball, and the ball bursts through the fingers of the fielder at mid-wicket, goes out towards the boundary, down at mid-wicket. There is Rutherford coming across to his right to pick it up. Another long hop. Of course, I remember David Holford, the late, great David Holford from Barbados, in a test match in Barbados, bowling lots of long hops and got 5 wickets. So the long hop can get a wicket. So 18 gone, 92 for 1. That is, in fact, the latest score at Providence, and no doubt Revenger. It's interesting. How have you assessed Lawes so far? He's bowled 2.
Yes, I think he conceded 13 runs in his very first 2 overs in international cricket. As you said, the butterflies are wrong. But that taking that wicket will definitely do a world of good for his motivation now. As he bring a lot of variation into the attack, he's bowling in the 5th change here for West Indies. You want to capitalize on the opportunity. You're bowling to 2 well-set batsmen at the crease. Yes, what am I going to do here? I got to put the ball in the right areas, but too many long ups, not going to do much for him. As he grows, I'm sure that he will get that correct.
Motie will bowl his 5th over. Ball which is given some air on the line of the leg. Some of there's the batsman coming across, looking to work the ball over the onside. That's Young. Doesn't get bad onto it. And the bowler thought of going up with the appeal, but then decided against it. A couple of pigeons flying across the ground. As this is one given some air. There is the batsman coming forward. Beaten, went through the gloves of the keeper. The bowler was just about to go up. As there was Young going for that big drive. And beaten outside the land. I have a chance to see it on the monitor. Was there an edge there? Talk to me, Ravinder. Was there an edge?
Yes, from Howard, definitely an edge there. Inside edge, a ball that came back very sharply. The edge was taken, and Shai Hope maybe just misread that one.
Okay, well, you're very kind as normal when you speak. The ball goes down towards that long one there. Yes, it would have been a fantastic catch. And Motie threw his hands up. And in the end, it went through to the keeper, and the catch was not taken. So you got to take those. Of course, he's no Jeffrey Dujon or Derek Murray. Here is Motie, comes in, bowls to Young, 94 for 1. Ball pitched up, hit away. Down towards the long on there. Will the catch be taken? No! The fielder coming off the boundary at long on that. Shamar Joseph made a desperate attempt. Had that been taken, it would have been a stupendous catch. The ball was in the air for a long time, and he came forward and could not poach it. It was a great effort from an athletic fielder. Have a look at that. Give him some air. Having a chance to see the telly. There is Joseph coming. Got his fingers to it, but just couldn't hold on. But you really can't blame him for that. It would have been a tremendous catch had he taken that. Here's Motie. Comes in, bowls to Young. Young is forward. And is bowled. Beautifully bowled indeed. And the man from Berbice strikes here. Beautiful weather. And he deserves the wicket. There was a batsman coming onto the front foot. His defense has been breached. The West Indies get a second wicket. And over number 19, been asked to bat. New Zealand on 96 for 2, which is the latest score at Providence. Well done to Motie.
Yes, finally got a wicket. He was working extremely hard. The previous delivery, a catch we can say put on. In fact, he was caught and bowled.
Yep.
Another flighted delivery. He's not afraid to give the ball flight. That's the thing about Motie. He's an experienced campaigner. But this man, Will Young, was looking absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, I think he was beating the flight there with that delivery.
Yeah,
Caught
approaching
and
a
bowled.
half century. And he was taken nicely, caught and bowled by Motie.
Yeah. So, Delvin, a good wicket to get from Motie. Have you ever interviewed Motie?
Not quite, but looking forward to doing so in the future. I appreciate the fact that he would have backed himself to continue to flight the delivery, and he wasn't fazed by the fact that these batters are looking to get on top of him, and of course, that paying dividends on this occasion.
Yeah, indeed. Well, we got one ball left in the over. Mitchell comes to the crease. How do you read it now, Ravindra? 96 for 2, 18 overs and 5 balls gone.
Well, Darryl Mitchell, the number one batsman currently in the rankings. He comes
Very
to the
good
crease
player.
here.
Very good player.
You know, he comes to the crease when his team in a relatively good position.
Very
You know,
cool and calm.
let's see how you're going to unfold things here. You know, a veteran of one-day cricket. He's a specialist in T20 cricket. He played all 3 formats for New Zealand. So a lot is expected from him.
Yeah, indeed. So it's at 96 for a loss of 2. Of course, we got World Cup football on pretty soon. Are you going to be watching a little bit later on? Which team are you supporting, Ravindra?
Well, my team is already eliminated, Brazil.
Okay. I thought it was. Well, really? I thought it was. I thought it was Haiti. Here is Motie comes in and bowls, and Mitchell whips it down towards that wide mid on air to get a run. Over number 19 comes to an end. Chapman has got 11. Mitchell is on 1. 97 for 2 is the latest score at Providence.
Yes, immediately off the mark, Darren Mitchell, as I said, he looking to come out here and capitalize on the foundation laid by the 2 openers. You know, 92 for 2. You have got the spinners on. You have got 2 spinners in operation.
Right.
And Mitchell, based on what we observed from him in a illustrious cricketing career so far for New Zealand, he likes to use his feet. He's not reluctant to go forward and that sort of things. And he's going to put away the bad balls. Any long up here from the debutant, definitely going to be dispatched.
Well, it's a situation now where the captain's decided, look, I just had a little taste, and he's decided, look, I'm going to look to get wicket. I think they haven't gotten the wicket just moments ago. Good move on the part of the captain to bring one of your strike bowlers back into the attack now to try to get some wickets. And of course, we're going to start over number 20, and it's certainly my pleasure to take it over to Delwyn Neblett, who will certainly describe this delivery. Here we go, young man. I'm your judge.
In comes Shamar Joseph. He starts with a full delivery, searching for that Yorkie immediately. And this is what he does. Once he sees an opening, he smells blood, and he's going to look to strike some more gold here for the West Indies.
Yeah, well, so far so good. So what I'm going to do then, my friend, is I'm going to allow you to describe the over. I'm not the chief judge. The chief judge, of course, is Matthew Kassoon. So this is a young man who wants to be a commentator, and we're going to have him do the commentary. Here we go, youngster. Talk to us.
In comes Shamar Joseph once again. This one is a short delivery, just turned away onto the onside by Mitchell. They're going to pick up 1. Nicely fielded by Amir Jangu on that occasion.
Yeah, 98 for 2. Certainly it's a good situation. Chapman has got 11, Mitchell is on 2. So you love cricket, and that's why you want to become do you do any other sports in terms of commentary? Do you do football? Do you do basketball? Or you?
Well, I do a bit of athletics. I want to
Okay.
say good afternoon to my good friend Carlwyn Collins. I recently covered the National Junior, Youth and Seniors Track and Field Championships in Lenore a few weeks ago.
Okay, here we go.
2 deliveries into over number 20. And the batter Chapman just taking his guard once again. Shamar Joseph doing a bit of work on the ball, shining it and show that it is in pristine condition. Looking to strike once again for the West Indies. In he comes past the umpire. And a full-length delivery. And a bit of sloppy feeling at mid-off. It's going to concede a boundary. Well, I really do believe the mid-off fielder could have done a lot better on that occasion. Shamar Joseph won't be happy. I think the suspect right there, the culprit even, it's John Campbell. And Shamar Joseph not impressed.
Yeah, it was one pitch. I mean, I made the comment earlier that, I'm not sure that the West Indian fielders are as sharp as they should be generally. And here we go, a drive down towards the mid-off area. Oh, that's Alzarri Joseph who came across. Should have stopped that. He's a naughty man, isn't he?
Absolutely naughty. Joseph once again, this one angling into the legs of the batter. And no run available as Chapman pushes that one into the onside. The score 102 for 2. 2 deliveries to come in over number 20. The vibes building here at the National Stadium in Providence. It's all about the first ODI of this eagerly anticipated series between the West Indies and New Zealand. Shamar Joseph, of course, ever since he bursted onto the international scene, he's been a wicket-taking option for the West Indies in any format. And then he comes once again, looking for some more wickets. This time, it's a full-length delivery. Chapman once again on the front foot, pushed towards mid-off, and they're going to come through for a single. Pace is up there, 139.1 Ks, and he's known for exactly that. Quite the feisty character and quite handy as it relates to a captain.
Yeah, he's certainly done well. Very sharp. Comes from Baracara. That's in Berbice, is it? Have you ever been to Baracara?
I've been to Baracara in Essequibo. There's an island called Baracara, one of the many islands in the Essequibo River.
So Baracara is in Essequibo.
There are 2 Baracaras.
Okay.
A lot of villages and communities have names in Berbice and Essequibo. This one, it's a back of a length delivery and defended quite nicely by Daryl Mitchell to end over number 20. It's 103 for 2, and that's the latest score here at Providence.
Well done indeed. Well, they certainly allow you to continue for another over 2. So tell me about Baracara. So it's Baracara in Berbice and in Essequibo. Is that correct?
Absolutely. The Baracara that I visited in Essequibo was actually a resort.
Okay.
That
A
I
resort.
visited way back. I think it was in 2004.
Okay.
We spent an entire weekend there. One of those weekends that Mashramani actually fell on a Friday.
What's Mashramani?
It is the celebration after hard work. It's the equivalent of Carnival here in Guyana. And we definitely look forward to it every February 23rd.
Okay, February the 23rd. And of course, May the 26th is?
That's Independence Day.
And that's my birthday as well. Yes,
Wow.
May 26th. So I should come and buy some land in Guyana.
Born in 1966 as well.
Oh, my golly. Oh, you wish. All right. We just do a couple more overs. I know that my very good friend Matthew Kasoon, the man who's going to pray for us tomorrow, wouldn't mind. Here is Motie comes in and bowls the ball, pitch to the line, leg stump, stroked away by Chapman down towards that long on area. 104 for the loss of 2. Jemima has joined us. Have you ever met her before? Have you met Jemima before?
Absolutely. We did a bit of work together when she was behind the cameras and not behind the mic.
Oh, she used to be a camera lady. Wonderful indeed. Of course, works for the Guyana Times, doing a wonderful job. 104 for the loss of 2.
And Motie comes in once again. It's a short delivery. Fortunately, that wasn't punished as much as it could have been by Chapman. He's only going to pick up 1 protection out there on the outside boundary. We are into over number 21, Gudakesh Motie, looking to make some more inroads here for the West Indies. He's got 1 for 28 so far. And really varying his pace quite nicely. Did pick up the wicket with a flighted delivery. He's now bowling to the left-handed Chapman, and he comes. Full-length delivery, and Chapman is turning this one into the onside. It's going to be picked up by the man on the deep backward square boundary. It's Casey Carty. Of course, looking forward to seeing him with the bat today. A little bit later on. 106 for 2. 3 deliveries into over number 21. Again, we'd like to encourage you guys to join us here at the National Stadium in Providence if you've got the opportunity to do so. It's guaranteed to be a squashbuckling end to this contest. In comes Motie once again, and Daryl Mitchell is reverse sweeping this one straight to Amir Django, however, no opportunity for a single, and the score remains on 106 for 2 in the 21st over. 2 to come from Gudakesh Motie. Figures of 1 for 29. Really has been remarkable so far for the West Indies, and out comes the reverse sweep once again for Daryl Mitchell. 2 times and 2 times unsuccessful, straight to Amir Django. What is he going to do this time? Is it going to be a hat trick of reverse sweeps, or is Motie going to try something different as it relates to his length to induce a different stroke? Let's see. In comes Motie once again to finish over number 21. It's a full length delivery, and it is a hat trick of reverse sweeps. Oh, however, this one has been missed, and it's going to be a dot ball to end the over. It's 21 gone, 106 for 2. That's the score, and that's the latest here at Providence.
Indeed. Well, it's not often that you see that happen. The reverse sweep once, twice, 3 times, and he got away with it. It's a shot that is pregnant with danger, but of course it's used so much in the white ball format. West Indies been able to prize 2 batsmen out. 21 overs gone, 106 for the loss of 2. Jemima joins us again, but of course here at Providence, I think they would have set their stalls out, knowing that you may not get 300, but you would want to try very much to see if you can maybe pick up those vital runs in the middle, maybe get to 260, 270, and try and work with that. The pitch so far, I think Jemima's played pretty okay.
Yeah, it has been actually. I think New Zealand have taken a cautious approach to their batting here. At the back of their minds, I believe that 75 in the 2024 T20 World Cup still lingers. So there probably might be some caution in the way they approach this innings. So I guess that's why we're seeing them slowly, but they're picking it up as we go along.
Yeah, well, here's Joseph to continue. This is Shamar Joseph, full of energy. I like his fitness, ball on the leg stump. Chapman works the ball away into the onside, down to mid-wicket, and there is no run. So you've no doubt done interviews with Shamar Joseph, and what a story Shamar Joseph burst onto the scene.
Really is a remarkable story. A man who would have really committed to his cricket, and it just is testimony to the fact that when you really believe in yourself and you go all in towards something, the sky is the limit. So happy to see Shamar Joseph continue to be as successful as he has been at the highest level. In he comes once again. He's bowling to Mark Chapman, and it's a short delivery, turned away into the onside. No chance for a single. Nicely fielded by John Campbell. 2 deliveries into over number 22. The score, 106 for 2. New Zealand having been sent into bat, they're going to feel quite happy. But having lost a bit of quick wickets, well, 2 wickets in quick succession, they're going to be looking to do a bit of rebuilding at this stage, Andrew.
Yeah, you're right about that. Chapman, 18 from 15 balls. Mitchell has just come to crease. He's just faced 8. He's got 3. And he's the man that they tend to bat around. So I agree with you. A very, very important player, very important cog in New Zealand's wheel is Mitchell.
This partnership also very important. And Shamar Joseph, he's known as a partnership breaker. In he comes. It's a back of a length delivery. Once again, this one pulled into the onside, and John Campbell doing the fielding. Chapman not able to pick the gap on that occasion. He remains on 18. Mitchell is also unbeaten on 3 from 8. And the score, it is 106 for 2. 3 deliveries to come in over number 22. Shai Hope winning the toss earlier. Boy, does he love to chase.
He does, yes. I mean, when you look at his record, he tends to want to chase. He wants to see, look, I got to get 170. I don't want to defend 170.
In comes Shamar Joseph once again. Short delivery. This one is sliding down the leg side. Batter not making excellent contact with it. So it's just going to be a single trickling down to Vitel Lawes in the fine leg area.
Yeah, I think he was undone slightly by a bit of extra pace generated there by Shamar Joseph. Pretty sharp and hustled on to him. What about the crowd, Delvid? What do you think we got here? Let's look at the grandstand. How many do you think we got there?
Maybe 1,000 to 1,500 at this point. I do believe that it's going to continue to get bigger as the afternoon progresses.
And the other stand?
Can't quite see exactly what's going on in the other stand at this point, but
yeah, I think got about 15. In fact, I was speaking to the operations manager, and he said to me they expect about 2,000 or so people to come and watch the game today, which you think is a reasonable crowd? or you expected more?
I think the organizers would be a bit disappointed if only 2,000 patrons actually supported this event. It's a weekend.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, the tickets are not that expensive when we take into consideration ticket prices for other events.
Yeah. I think $10 US dollars to get in, I'm told.
Yeah,
Is the party stand going today? Is it
should be going.
today?
It's usually up and running whenever there's cricket at the National
It's
Stadium.
$40,000 to $40,000 kind of dollars to get into the party stand. So that should be pumping.
Short delivery by Joseph, pulled away. This time, Mitchell picks the gap, and it's going to be 4 runs. So Daryl Mitchell known for pouncing on anything loose. Shamar Joseph just a bit too short on that occasion and being punished. 22 overs gone. It's Nelson 1-1-1 for 2. That's the latest score here at Providence.
How often we get a situation where the last ball is a poor one? And it'd be interesting perhaps for the statisticians to look at that, because, I've done commentaries for such a long time. You bowl a good over, 1, 2, 3, 4, but that last ball, you just seem to have a situation where something goes wrong. And many last deliveries have been punished. And that was a bad delivery, short. And all Mitchell had to do was to find the gap and played it away for 4 runs. Apart from that, it was a pretty decent over. I think here New Zealand, they've recognized, look, I'm going to set my stalls out here to maybe make 260, 270. The pitches, I think, has played pretty okay. 1 or 2 deliveries have kept a bit slow, but generally it's been a good batting pitch. And Mitchell is such an important factor in the New Zealand side.
Absolutely. The West Indies are going to be looking to see the back of Daryl Mitchell as expeditiously as they possibly can.
Yeah, indeed. Well, looks as if your favorite bowler is back, Lawes.
Absolutely. The young man rising to the occasion. 2 overs, 1 for 15 so far. He hasn't played list A cricket for Jamaica, but he is known as a wicket taker in the cricket that he has played. Looking to add to his tally of 1 for 15 from 2 overs. Tosses the ball from hand to hand. He's going to be bowling to the left-handed Chapman. In he comes, left-arm Chinaman. Flight to deliver. It's a full toss. And he's gotten away with it. Straight back to the bowler from Mark Chapman. And Vitel Lawes commences his 3rd over with a dot ball into over number 23. It's still 111 for 2. New Zealand batting first in this, the first of 5 ODIs to be played between the West Indies and New Zealand in this 2026 home series. Of course, the last time West Indies defeated New Zealand in a home series, it was way back in 2012. A bit of a short one from Vitel Lawes, and this one is stroked down towards long on. It's just going to be 1.
Yeah, I'm told that the first game in Barbados, I'm sure that Jamal will carry that story. On the 19th, that's the World Cup finals day, and the game is scheduled for 2:30, but I'm told the game is not going to be starting at 10 a.m. in the morning. I'll certainly repeat that. I'm sure that the Guyana Times will carry that tomorrow as a scoop. 112 for loss. Your TV station may carry it as well. This is what I'm told after this delivery.
Oh, yeah. Short delivery once again. Pitching on the leg stump and turning further down the leg side into Daryl Mitchell. Fortunately for Vitel Lawes, it was another dot ball.
Well, you see, the finals scheduled for the 19th of this month should start at 3 o'clock Sunday, and the ODI was to have started in Barbados at 2:30.
In comes Vitel Lawes. Another short delivery. Has been a bit short in this particular over. Too many long hops for the captain's liking, I might think, but he's still got a smile on his face. A boundary wasn't conceded. He's got 2 to come, just losing his grip a bit in this his 3rd over.
Yeah. You see, he's got to get adjusted to the Providence pitch. It's a bit slower here. Not going to fizz on to as it would at Savannah Park or in Barbados.
Yeah, but this is usually a challenge for wrist spinners, inconsistent length. A lot better this time. Full length delivery, stroke down towards long on for a single by Daryl Mitchell.
Yeah. So I'm told that the game is going to be at 10 o'clock instead of 2:30. And that is going to be on July the 19th. So a bit of a debate, really, as to whether you should want to play the game, the finals. That's going to be a big, big event. Finals of the World Cup.
In comes Vitel Lawes once again. Full length delivery. And that is well bowled to end over number 23. New Zealand, they're now 114 for 2. And that's the score here at Providence. Chapman, he's unbeaten on 21 from 20. And Daryl Mitchell on 8 from 13.
Right. So 114 for 2. Lawes in his 3rd over has picked up 1 for 18. A bit short, but of course he'll try eventually get his length right. So in terms of the projection of the scores, 4.96247 at 6.276 and at 8.330. So I don't think they'll get to 330. I think they're more looking between that 247 and 276. And the West Indies won the toss, and they in fact chose to bowl first.
Absolutely. Well, given the start that the Kiwis would have gotten off to, they will be disappointed if they don't get up to as many as 276. Of course, this is indicative of what breaking partnerships can do. The West Indies, they've interrupted the flow of runs, and there seems to be a bit of halt about the batting at this stage. So hopefully they can continue to suck the life out of the New Zealand batters and induce a few more chances as Shamar Joseph continues into his 6th over. No wicket for 29 runs so far. In he comes. He's bowling to Chapman. And this one is going to be a full-length delivery, a bit of a lofted shot just past Shamar Joseph. Wasn't close enough for it to be an opportunity of a catch, but it's a single to begin over number 24.
Yeah, the thing about it is that they know who's up at that mid-off area. They took him on, and he actually woke up really when they took the single there. Alzarri Joseph, he got it much sharper than that, and they played it straight to him and went for the run. The team, they would not even entertain the thought. And as we know in the last over, the ball went straight through him. So Darren Sammy, you're seeing him on television. You got some work to do, my brother.
Absolutely. Darren Sammy is not going to be amused. And of course, you know, when you're having a bad day in the field, the ball does tend to follow you. In comes Shamar Joseph once again. This time bowling to Mitchell is a full-length delivery. And Mitchell is pushing this one down towards mid-on. They're going to steal a single. Good running between the wickets on that occasion. The score moves up to 116 for 2. Inside over number 24, Shamar Joseph. He's no wickets for 31 runs so far. Chapman unbeaten on 22 from 21. Mitchell unbeaten on 9 from 14.
How do I get to Barracara? I leave here. I'm at Providence. I want to go to Barracara, not in Essequibo, but in Berbice. How will I get to Barracara from here?
Well, you can either take a car or a bus, and you're going to have to head eastward. And you may have to cross the Berbice Bridge. I've never actually went there before.
Oh, the Berbice Bridge. Okay.
Correct.
Never actually. Is that going to take me 5 minutes?
It's going to take you a few hours. A full-length delivery from Shamar Joseph on this occasion. Crisply driven down towards mid-off. No opportunity for a
tell
single.
me about Barracara. You went to one in Essequibo. Jemima, have you gone to the Barracara in where Shamar Joseph is from?
I haven't actually gone to Barracara, but I know a bit more than Neblet about
Yeah,
the
please.
route.
So tell us.
So
Please
he is
inform
right.
us.
You take a bus or a car to go to Berbice. You cross the bridge
Right.
about New Amsterdam thereabouts, and then you take a boat.
Oh, you take a boat?
Yes, you have to go into the river. You're going into
really?
the Berbice River. You take a boat to get you up to Barracara. It's an island.
How long would that? How long would that boat ride be?
I'm not sure, but I think anywhere upwards of 5 hours for your entire
You're not
journey.
serious.
I'm so serious.
So if you're taking a car to go to Barracara, then it's going to take about 5 hours.
Well, you can't take a car literally to go
Okay.
to Barracara. A car is going to only take you so far.
Yes.
But yeah, the drive from Georgetown, depending on who's driving, how fast you're going, you're going to take about 2 to 2.5 hours to get to Berbice. And then you got that other journey with the boat.
I'm going to
and everything
Lethem
else.
tomorrow. Will that take me about two or so
Oh,
minutes?
Lethem will take you a day.
Yeah, can you imagine? 12 hours, 117 for 2.
Joseph once again. It's a full delivery outside the line of the off stump, driven towards mid-off. No chance of a single by Darryl Mitchell. The score remains on 117 for 2. Still inside over number 24.
Well, we're going to leave you pretty soon, of course. We got Matthew Kassoon who's going to come according to 20 overs and 5 balls. But let them. I mean, that's where is that? Is that close to Brazil?
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Have you been there?
Haven't been to Lethem, but it's not actually an entire day. More like 12 hours
Oh, more
for
than
you to
12
get
hours.
there.
Have you been there, Jemima?
Yes, I've actually been to Lethem for work, covered some football there.
How did you get there?
By plane. I took the
Oh,
easy
by
way out.
plane.
I took
So
the
how long
easy
would the
way out.
plane ride be?
The plane ride is just about an hour.
An hour.
Yeah, it doesn't
Imagine
take
that.
long.
I thought
Beautiful,
I
beautiful
thought
place.
Barbados was bigger than Guyana.
Oh no.
And that being said, ball pitched up and stroked away over the top of that long on there. It's going to drop inside the boundary and it heads out towards the. And again, in the last over, Shamar Joseph, last ball considered the boundary. They was pitching the ball up, hit over the top of that long on area. That's gone away for 4 runs. He's got to get that last ball right. So 24 was gone. 121 for 2 is the latest score at Providence.
Yeah, New Zealand batters now trying to get their rhythm after those 2 wickets kind of destabilized them. Both set batters leaving the crease, and now we have 2 fresh batters coming in. So it was a bit of a tricky situation here for New Zealand. They're finding their way at the expense of Shamar Joseph, who just can't seem to get that last
No.
ball right. I
No.
want to chalk it up to indiscipline.
Okay,
Andrew.
yeah, you got to get it right. Is he still living in Barakara?
I doubt whether.
I
Come
understand
on.
he's-
An IPL contract,
Yeah,
hundreds of
okay,
millions.
yeah.
You've got a
And-
house somewhere in Georgetown,
I
about
heard
5
that.
cars.
Yeah, Lawes so comes in, bowls a ball, pulled away up towards that wicket area. It's going to go to the boundary. That's a poor delivery by Lawes. And that good old Ackeem saltfish there in Jamaica. Sure you enjoyed that. Or the curry goat. They love curry goat in Jamaica. That was a full toss and just helped really to make it. That's gone away. That's gone up towards the boundary. Sean Devers is coming to the box. Have you ever met Sean Devers?
Oh, Sean is a good friend of mine. Anytime I need to know anything about cricket, I call
Okay, Sean.
Sean is my guy.
But we used to call him Sean Devers, and then one day he came in and said he's Sean DeVere. 122. Here is Lawes comes in and bowls the ball and lands the off stump and strokes away by Chapman, who's got 27 on towards cover. There's no run. He said, Andrew, my name is not Sean Devers, it's Sean DeVere. Oh my golly.
He probably just discovered his European
Yeah,
ancestry.
I think so. Yeah,
Has
yes.
to be.
He has to be as well. Lawes comes up now. He's in and bowls. Ball picks up. Oh, beautiful work. And the young man from Jamaica strikes again. As the bills are removed, that will make a good picture on primetime sports tonight. He was completely undone by the ball that went the other way. And there was the batsman coming forward. The bills are removed. And Lawes strikes again. And over number 25, listen to this. It's 124 for a loss of 3. Have a look at that. Beautiful.
Yes, Andrew. It's such expert work. And Shai Hope at the stumps. Of course, he's the most experienced West Indian keeper we have now. This seems to be a setup for the batsman. And you can see it on Lawes' face. The celebration, the hand pump. 2 balls ago, you're swept around, you're beaten up for a boundary, and then you feel like this is my debut. I'm a young player and I'm not getting it right. I'm doing all the wrong things, and then you just go back to your basics. This is what we expect from Lawes for this debut.
Yeah.
We expect him to have this tricky bowling, work with the keeper in order to get this kind of result. And I'm so happy for him because I like that he kept his composure. He didn't let this boundary get the best of him. 2 balls after, you get your revenge. That's beautiful
Yeah,
stuff.
I agree with that assessment. 125 for the loss of 3. And we don't see these around. In fact, I'm sure that Sean DeVere will remind me of some of them that would have played for the West Indies and played in regional cricket. The Chinaman and googly bowlers. Maybe you can send us a WhatsApp and tell us about. Have a look at this. Here we go. The batsman comes forward. Ooh, there. Look at that. That would make a good picture on your sports news tonight. And the ball spun across him. I think he was completely deceived, bamboozled by that. And he's celebrating as if he's won gold at the Olympics. Of course, he's a Jamaican, so he knows about gold. And he is a very happy man.
The kid just can't stop
Yeah, just
smiling.
can't,
I can't remember a time in this innings where he didn't have a pleasant smile on his face.
Yeah, and he's in. And bowls, one which is on the line of the middle stump. No batsman coming to the crease. Is let them, and the ball is pushed up towards the mid-off area. There's no run. Beautifully bowled indeed. Ball that was given to me. 125 for the loss of 3. And this represents some very, very good bowling by Lawes. He's picked up 2 for 22.
Absolutely. In he comes, bowling to the new batter, Tom Latham, firmly pushed into the offside. And it's going to be a dot ball to Shamar Joseph. But this is one of the gambles you get when you include a left-arm Chinaman in your side. He's been a bit inconsistent with his length, a bit too short on the previous over, a bit too full early in this over. However, he had all of the talent and ability to produce a pitch of a delivery to befuddle Chapman, one that he ran past. This one, Latham is pushing into the offside, and they're going to run a quick single to end over number 25. The score moves up to 126 for 3. Mitchell on 13, Latham on 1. That's the latest here at Providence.
Right. Okay, well, we're going to take a break. Of course, we've taken a lot of Jemima's time. I don't think she minds that. She's actually writing a story for the Sunday paper in the Guyana Times. They're going to buy the Guyana Times tomorrow to see what she's written about Lawes. So, Nichols gone for 27, Young 49, Chapman 27. It's 126 for 3, 25 overs gone. And this is good bowling by the young man of the Jamaica Kingston. Another word from Miss Jemima. We're going to have a change of commentator. The Reverend, I always like to introduce him. Yes, he's going to pray for us tomorrow. Of course, we're talking about Matthew Soon. He comes a calling.
We talked about a lot about Lawes' debut today, and so far, so good. Beautiful stuff. A few moments where he looked like a debutant. He looked like somebody that just came out of an under-19 team. And, he's learning. No games under his belt, but a lot of pressure and a lot of expectation on his shoulders this afternoon. And the young man has certainly risen to the occasion. Hello, Matthew. We have Alzarri Joseph returning from the South End, or the Players Pavilion end at the Guyana National Stadium. It's getting cooler out there, and we're getting a lot more fans. What I like about the Guyanese fans this afternoon, they're all decked out in their West Indian colors.
Joseph bowls to Latham, and he is playing the ball into the offside for a single. Gets his second run. The West Indies are back in this game now, 125 for 3. And no one better than a young 19-year-old from Jamaica, with Nikita Miller working with him. Nikita Miller, who would have played for the West Indies as well, and Jamaica. At one time, he was the leading wicket-taking regional 4-day cricket until Veersamy Permaul took over that record. But working with this young man, just out of an under-19 World Cup where he picked up 10 wickets, and here we go, 2 wickets on his belt. Mitchell is on strike, 13 from 16, 127 for 3, and over number 26 now. So the West Indies are back in this game. Nichols caught Pierre bowl lost for 27, 1-4 for the 3 balls he faced. It was 80 for 1 at that stage in the 16th over. Then Young Cotton bowl Motie for 49. He didn't get that 50. 63 balls, 5 fours, 96 for 2 in the 19th over. And then just out by a beauty, lovely Chinaman delivery, the back of the hand that turns away from the left-hander. Here is, in fact, turns into him. Here is a ball that he's up on his toes and runs it down into the leg side out towards mid-wicket for a single. Latham. And that run rate 5.05. So you talk about the Chinaman bowlers, and we talked earlier about that, Jemima, where we want to see the West Indies produce a lot of Chinaman bowlers. If you can have them in action in West Indies cricket, I think West Indies cricket can do well, because when you looked at how Lawes started, he actually started with a number of long hops, and you said, yes, this is a guy on debut, yes, he's going to be nervous. But all of a sudden, he picked up 2 wickets, Nichols and Chapman, 2 big scalps to get, because Chapman's average in ODI cricket is 58. Shai Hope's average is 50. When you look at that, he's a good player. The left-hander, he's back in the pavilion. Here's a ball that gets the outside edge along the ground and will come away down to third man for 4. That's Latham for you. And he's got a lot of experience as well, Tom Latham, the wicketkeeper for New Zealand. He gets the boundary, moves to 6, and the total now move up to, 128 for 3.
Shai Hope, they're sort of statuesque in his position. He seems to be faulting the bowler more than himself for that ball trickling down to the boundary there. But Alzarri Joseph, let's talk about him. The strike bowler for the West Indies men right now when it comes to the pace department. And he's keeping things tidy. No wicket as yet, 24 from 4.3 overs. Replacing Shamar Joseph at that end, Alzarri has been working hard over the last few years. Well, a lot of years now. He seems to be a staple in this team.
He bowls around the wicket. That's in the air, a bit aerial through the cover area. Chase here for Auguste. And he'll get close to the boundary and just knocks it back inside. And he will pick up some 2 runs?
Yes.
I make that. So 135 for 3.
Apparently.
In fact, that's right. Mitchell has gone up to 14. Latham is 9. So that's Latham there. From 6 deliveries, that run rate is over 5. And again, you're having a look. Look at the back of the hand delivery there. That's a beauty. When you can bowl that, man, you've got something ahead of you in terms of a career. He's got a good start. That's what you want.
I don't know if you remember, Matthew, a few years ago, Darren Sammy got a lot of flack because he made a comment saying we're looking for a spinner. I think this is when he had started as the West Indies head coach in the white ball format. He said we're looking for a spinner. And a lot of people had a lot to say about, all the spinners around. I find that Sammy may have finally found his spinner in Vitel Lawes. He was looking for a Chinaman all along.
Yes, here is a ball that's played down towards Pierre, no chance of a run. But you don't underestimate the New Zealand batters. Darryl Mitchell in his 60th match, he's averaging 58. In fact, these are one I was talking about, 912 50s. And the strike rate at this level in this format is 95.72. He's also played 39 tests for New Zealand. So you look at experience out there, and you look at Thomas Latham, 167th match for him now. 145 not out his highest score. His average is 33 with 826 50s. The two most experienced men out there you'd want to think at this stage. As forward he comes and plays back to Alzarri Joseph. That's Mitchell. No chance of a run. 5.19 that current run rate. But yes, I like the look of Lawes as he overcomes and then 26 overs gone, 135 for 3 is the latest score here from Providence.
You know, you mentioned the New Zealand team and all the experienced batters that they have, the two at the crease being another two experienced batters. And I find that amusing, Matthew, because the last time West Indies played New Zealand in 2025, their squad looked a lot different. We had Kade Williamson there, we had Finn Allen there, we had Glenn Phillips there, who's injured. And these are all experienced players. So when you take out 3 experienced players and you still have another 4 experienced players, that's a good squad. And I think that is the reason why New Zealand is probably the second-ranked ODI team in the world right now. So West Indies do have a tall task ahead of them in this series, but so far they're doing very, very well, and that's at the behest of this young Chinaman spinner, Vitel Lawes.
He continues from the commentary box in the media center end, and that's on the leg stump, turned away to the square leg area for a single by the left-hander. That's Thomas Latham. Tom Latham, good player for New Zealand, bats at the top of the order in Test match cricket for them as well.
Yes.
And when you look at this New Zealand squad, and they've got some players who will probably get a chance later. And no, Jake, you've got Matthew Fisher and guys like Benjamin Liston, Benjamin Sears, who are looking to probably get a game. It's 5 matches in the tournament in this series. Here is Lawes, left hand, Chinaman bowler. Wraps him on the pad, ball turning into the right hander. That's the Chinaman delivery. Allow the plea, run into to John Campbell, in fact, at mid-wicket. With that appeal, and not out says the umpire.
He was almost ready to celebrate the wicket, actually.
Yes, certainly.
Very spirited appeal. Got some backup from his captain, who seems to not be so motivated now, leaving the timer to run out for the review, actually.
And it was actually pitched on the middle stump and turning down the leg side. Here was Lawes bowls. Mitchell is looking to sweep, wraps him on the pad now. And not out says the umpire again, shaking his head. And that's Titan Butt with the man from St. Vincent, who would have played a couple of one-days as well for the West Indies in his time. And he's got a lot of experience now on this belt as an umpire. And you're talking about the name Lawes. Do you know that in October of this year, a number of the laws of cricket would be amended up, probably about 80 new amendments to the laws of the game. I haven't read any one as yet. But when you're an umpire, you've got to really study the game well, because every year you tend to have lots of amendments made to the laws of the game. Here is Lawes now. He bowls that's outside the leg stump. But that big Shai Hope is going to come down towards the fine leg area. Chase here for, is it Alzarri Joseph? Yes. And it, what? Did he knock it back in? Oh, that's 4 runs.
Seems to have run away for 4, yes.
So 4-run signal now by umpire Titan Butler. And Mitchell has gone up to 80 now. So he got a little bit of tickle onto that. Let's see. Yes, it turned into him from outside the leg stump. The genuine left-hand orthodox bowling. But he's a Chinaman bowler. And this is what the West Indies have been looking for a long time now. You really want such young bowlers to come on, and he's from Jamaica, and they're following him very carefully. Here was Lawes, comes up, he's in Bolsa Mitchell. That's tossed up nicely, and he's driving into the offside. Nice tumbling save by Khary Pierre coming across his right from mid-off. They get a run for that. Latham comes back into strike, and you've got to admire this young man. No international experience. Straight into West Indies on a 19 World Cup this year. Picked up 10 wickets, looked at carefully, and here he is. The rest is history.
His overall demeanor.
He bowls, and that short outside the leg stump, worked away towards backward square for a single. The fielder comes off the boundary, looks like Django, I make it.
Casey Carty, actually. That is coming off the
That's
boundary.
right. Actually, one of them has 95 on the back, and one has 96. That's between Carty and Django.
They're
I
making
think
it
Django's
difficult
got
for us.
95 and Carty 96, I make it, the number. So extras 9. And 62 singles, 2 sevens, 3 ones, and 12 boundaries with 1-6 in this knock so far, 142 for the loss of 3 after 27 overs.
62 singles from New Zealand is quite impressive as a fan of the West Indies. We know we have a problem in the region with dot balls and just letting balls go to waste instead of finding the gaps and finding those areas where you could tuck a single in. And New Zealand is using this very, very well this afternoon. 62 singles has got them up to 142. If not for that many singles and if not for rotating the strike, it would have been a completely different game here at Providence.
Lawes has picked up 2 wickets for 30 runs from 5 overs. Joseph starts now and bowls on the off stump. And Latham is defending into the offside for no run. And Mitchell is 19 from 23. Latham 11 from 9. And in the 28th over, New Zealand pacing their innings nicely. I think they've understood clearly what the pitch is like out there. And we're talking about 275, 280. If they get more, you'll have to call that a bonus or bonus runs for them, basically. But you look at the rankings, New Zealand ranked number 2, West Indies down at the bottom with what? From 29 matches, the rating 73, New Zealand 113. That rating, that's how they do it, the ICC level. Australia is at number 3, India at number 1, of course. There is Joseph Bowles that he's looking behind him as he tucks the ball into the offside, and the ball came off the inner portion of the bat and rolled behind him towards the backward square leg area. And there is no run. 11 from 10 is Latham, Tom Latham, wicketkeeper. And the New Zealand squad is pretty good. You've still got the captain to come. There's Michael Bracewell, who comes from a very strong line of the cricketing family, is very strong with the Bracewells. Then you've got Nathan Smith, the all-rounder, Matthew Fisher Duffy, who was a thorn in West Indies' flesh when they toured New Zealand, the tall man, and he bowls from that height. And with that angle, really troubled the West Indian batters in New Zealand. Here he comes forward now. That's Latham, nudges it into the offside for Khary Pierre to pick up. And there is no run. So Alzarri Joseph hasn't picked up a wicket as yet. But when you look at Lawes picking up Nichols and Chapman, you've got to look at this young man carefully and realize that there's something in him. There's something good that can come out of him. He's got to be managed well.
Yes.
Control is important. He's got to keep working on himself personally and work with the right people. The right people must be around him in his atmosphere to ensure that he becomes that type of player that the West Indies are looking for. Here is Joseph, none for 27 and 6 over, bowling over the wicket, comes up now, bowls loose shot, looking to pull into the mid-wicket area. Latham misses the shot taken by Shai Hope. No chance of a run. A naughty shot there from Latham, Jemima.
Very, very naughty. He was expecting so much more. I think he was looking at the ropes with that shot. A lot of effort put into it. A really, really big heave, but nothing to come from that. A dot ball. 5.4 overs now for Alzarri Joseph. Just 27 runs, but no wicket. I'm sure he's probably thinking, where can I find this wicket? What length do I need? What pace do I need? He's the strike bowler in this team. He has to come away with something, Matthew.
That's right. Latham is on strike, the left-hander. Joseph comes up also. Latham on the middle stump. He's back and gets it out into the offside for Khary Pierre to come in quickly, to sprint in quickly to field. 1-1 to the total. You look at these two teams, what they've played. 71 matches, I believe, before this. I hope I'm correct here. New Zealand with that slight edge of 33 wins. And the West Indies 31 wins with 7 no results. And you look at that, nothing much in it. Really, New Zealand just slightly ahead in terms of ODI cricket versus the West Indies. Lara Gale, they've been the leading run scorers in ODI cricket for the West Indies against New Zealand. Nathan Hassel would have done well as well. They've got all 3 have scored over 1,000 runs. Then you have Stephen Fleming, who would have scored 919 runs. What a man, Stephen Fleming.
Yes. I think one of my mother's favorites, the Black Caps, were favorites of hers when I was younger, if I remember correctly.
Here is Joseph over the wicket, comes up to Mitchell, the right-hander. He's turning it into the onside for no run as the over comes to an end. So 28 overs gone here in this first ODI West Indies versus New Zealand here. Their 8th tour of the West Indies. 143 for the loss of 3 is the latest score. from Providence.
That stat you shared, Matthew, about the amount of games West Indies have won as opposed to New Zealand when they faced each other. And people might say, oh, it's so close. How come West Indies, have won so many matches against New Zealand? I think because of recent form of the West Indies team, especially in the ODI format, we tend to forget that West Indies were once a great team.
Correct.
World beaters. So I don't want our listeners to get too, confused about hearing that stat that West Indies have so many wins against such a well put together and strong team. West Indies themselves are well put together and strong, going through a bit of a rough patch now, but they can come back from anything.
And the thing is, they've been on top in ODI cricket in the 80s, this late 70s, 80s, 90s, but now they've fallen away. Here is Lawes, comes up, he's in balls. That's nicely flighted and driven. He got it on the full there, the left-handed Latham is driven nicely to the onside. Good bit of work by Khary Pierre. I think they'll go for a check on that. But a little bit of an applause there from his teammates. Pulling the ball back inside the boundary. They picked up 3 for that. Mitchell is on strike now. He's on 19, 15 to Thomas Latham. Yes, but they would have won a lot of those matches in the early days when they dominated 50-over cricket, the West Indies. And so when you're talking about those stats, you're absolutely correct, because in recent years, let's say over the past 5-6 years, the West Indies have lost a lot of ODI matches. They've struggled to win series, actually, ODI series. And look what's happening with them in terms of making it to play in the World Cup.
Yeah, they find themselves once again in a tricky situation. If we remember the 2023 World Cup, they had to play that qualifying tournament with the Associate Nations and were knocked out, I believe, by Scotland. So it's a difficult moment now, being 10th in the rankings and having to win a series against such a tough opposition in order to put yourself in a better position.
Lawes balls to Mitchell. He's coming forward and placed back to the bowler. No chance of a run. 19 from 25 is Mitchell. Latham is 15 from 14, and in the 29th over, 146 for 3. So New Zealand are fighting here. Nice partnership. 80 runs for the first wicket. They didn't add much for the second, 16. And then the third wicket, so Lawes picking up wickets number 1 and 3. That's on the leg stump. That's worked away through the forward square area. The fielder comes around. That's Sharfin Rutherford, who we said has gained some weight. The Guyanese, maybe wanting to continue to perform. He's done well, actually, in ODI cricket for the West Indies. Not played a lot of matches as yet, but he's there. He's in good touch. And the West Indies are looking for him in the middle order to continue to perform well. Latham is into strike now. He's on 15 from 14, 147 for 3 in the 29th over. So Lawes has picked up 2 for 34 thus far. And you've still got Shamar Joseph to bowl some overs, Gudakesh Motie as well. Here he is, bowls on the leg stump, that turned across. The left-hander taken by Shai Hope, a beautiful Chinaman delivery bowl there. And that's what you want to see this young man doing. And the fact that he's been snapped up to play in this series at age 19 with no first-class experience, it says a lot about how much the think tank, what thoughts they've put into this young man. That's on the leg stump. That's on driven. Too long on for a single. Khary Pierre is down there. So hello to everyone right across the world following the game. Very first match here at Providence. Nice crowd on hand, Jemima. When you look at the fact that the orange stand is not being used,
Yes.
you've got the green and the red stands. And a nice crowd building up here. This game is going to go into the evening. It's a day-night game. And the floodlights will come on at some point in time. It's just around 4:39 now in the afternoon here in Guyana. Here is Lawes. A short and banged away. Can't get it past the field at short cover. That's Casey Carty. No chance of a run there. Mitchell maybe just saying to himself, wow, I could have put that away. He missed out on that. He's 20 from 27, 16 to Latham, and after 29 overs, 148 for the loss of 3.
Yeah, I think this contest is now evenly balanced. New Zealand now recovering from losing a few wickets quickly. And of course, West Indies getting those first 3 wickets that they needed. Breaking that first partnership actually was the first hurdle they crossed. 80 runs for that partnership. Breaking that and then getting 2 other quick wickets after puts them in a good position. But if they want to be chasing anything below 250 this evening, then they need to continue picking New Zealand apart. They have good batters to come. You mentioned Michael Bracewell. We still have the captain, Mitchell Santner, who we know can hit a long shot. So West Indies have to be on their guard here this afternoon.
And Rutherford will have a ball now. Would you believe it? Sharp in Rutherford. I remember him bowling in first class cricket.
Yes.
Played in the regional 4-day tournament for Guyana some years back, and then he just shifted out of that format of the game. Then became a hard hitting batter, grew in stature, but he can bowl. So he's just testing himself there, doing his little warm up. Sheriff in Rutherford, not bad at all. Gets the ball to skid onto you. He's very accurate, and I think that Shai Hope has put a lot of confidence in him. And you've got to remember that when these tours started, New Zealand versus the West Indies in 1971-72, that was the first time they played together. And then 1984, 1985, they came here. Here's the ball that's turned away into the leg side for a run. 1984-85, I remember I went to watch my very first test match at Border, the famous Border cricket ground. It was West Indies versus New Zealand. And you had good players in that side then. I enjoyed watching that game. I was in the Clive Lloyd stand, actually, the famous Clive Lloyd stand. You don't have those stands anymore. Border's a different sort of ground now. Still a good ground, I believe. They still play first division, second division cricket there. A lot of club cricket is played there. But Jeff Howard was the New Zealand captain then. And you had, of course, John Wright. I think he got 100 in that test match. That's undriven down to long on for a single by Latham. Jeremy Cooney, all round as well. Interesting players they had then. And of course, the premier fast bowler then, so Richard Hadley. I watched him bowl in that test match as well. I think Clyde Butts, the late Clyde Butts, would have made his debut for the West Indies then. Don't think he may have picked up a test wicket. And it was told that he got married on the rest day. In those days, you had a rest day. It was about a slapped away down through cover for a run. There's a field on the boundary. He got married on the rest day, actually. Those days, it was 6 days.
Well, I mean, if you have all your friends in the same country, you might as well marry your lady if everything comes together so well matched.
Yeah, you're correct.
I think that's perfect.
Well, it's a good time to remember Clyde. We lost him about 3 years ago.
Yes.
And it's a good opportunity to just remember him. He's contributed so much to West Indies cricket. And as one of the administrators of West Indies cricket in his time, that's down the leg side, taken by Shai Hope. Wide signal by the umpire. The 150 coming up in this over, the 30th over, 152 for 3 now. And you want Rutherford to be dead accurate. He's been given an opportunity to bowl a couple of overs here. I would make it. And he's got the ability, good all-round cricketer. More known for his big hitting as a left-hander. Started in the T10 tournament, you remember, in Canada. And that's where it all started for Rutherford. Bowling over the wicket, right hand comes up. Walking into the shot is Mitchell, and on driving down to long on wide where Joseph fields, they get a run for that. And later moves up to 18 from 18, a runner ball for him. Mitchell is 22 from 29, 153 for 3 in the 30th over. Good containing over thus far from Rutherford.
Yes, this is not actually bad from Sharfin Rutherford. Some may be surprised, but Sharfin Rutherford is at home. He knows these conditions. He's played a lot of list A cricket here. So I think it was a trick up Shai Hope's sleeve to have Sharfin Rutherford turn out a few overs this afternoon.
Next delivery played out to cover where John Campbell fields. And there is none. In fact, played out to mid wicket by the left-hander. Beg your pardon. So Anthony Kemraj will take up the commentary after this final delivery. Here is Rutherford comes up. He's in, bowls around the wicket, and he's back. Gets it between the gap there. That's Stacey Carty and the backward point for a run. In fact, they come back for 2. I make it.
2 runs.
So 2 runs to the total. 155 for the loss of 3 at the end of 30. Latham is 20. Mitchell is 22. More from Jemima. And then it will be Anthony Kemraj.
Tom Latham and Daryl Mitchell here slowly making the rebuild for New Zealand after those very, very crucial wickets from the West Indian debutant. We see the towers here, and this last over, New Zealand are probing. They're probing. They're trying to get there. Still going at about 5 runs per over. 155 in the third over. So not too bad as yet. West Indies, of course, have been tidy with the extras, just 10 conceded in 30 overs. So all around, not bad, a well-balanced contest. And we're seeing Vitel Lawes again with the ball. A dream debut so far for the West Indian teenager.
Hello, Jemima. I'm happy to be back here with you again, and the action continues. 155 for the loss of 3 wickets. We've had 30 overs bowled in this encounter, and the toss, of course, was won by the West Indies. They decided to field first, and this young man, Vitel Lawes, continues 2 for 36, 35 from 6. Starts his 7th over and bowls to Mitchell. Mitchell is flicking the ball into the onside, straight towards mid-wicket. That's Shamar Joseph who comes off the boundary, and he fields, and they get what? Another double there. So the score continues to tick away. This is over number 31. We've lost the sunshine a little bit. We haven't lost play though. Tom Latham settles. He's 20. Here is Lawes. Comes up, bowls to Latham. He's coming forward, pushes the ball into the onside. There is no run. 156 for the loss of 3 wickets. And as we heading towards the evening, of course, we're anticipating the lights being switched off. Those are the artificial lights. Here is Lawes, continues and bowls to Latham. Latham is getting one that spins away from him, and he was going back and then plays the ball out down towards the backward point position where Campbell fields, and there's no run. Good bowling here, 156 for 3. I welcome back Ravendra Madala.
Yeah, thank you very much, Anthony Kemraj. Good afternoon again to each and everyone. So a delightful start here for Lawes in this one-day cricket. Already accounted for one of the 3 wickets, well bowled.
Here is Lawes, continues and bowls to Latham. Latham is working the ball on the onside nicely. We'll get another single. That's Khary. Pierre comes off the boundary. He fields. They get one more, 157 for 3. We've got something very interesting for you, listeners. And so many people talk about tickets coming to cricket. You never have a chance if you don't have a ticket, Ravendra. Is that so?
No chance, no ticket. As
no chance.
So they have opportunity.
Land of opportunities as well. Here is Lawes. Goes in, bowls to Mitchell. Mitchell is looking to flick this ball on the onside. Misses taken by the keeper. Wide signal by umpire Butler. 158 for a loss of 3 wickets. So let me just tell you the rules for this quiz segment. I'll give you the question in a bit, and I'll tell you exactly what you need to do so you can have yourself 2 tickets to Monday's second ODI here at Providence. Here is Lawes, goes in, bowls to Mitchell. Mitchell is coming forward, ripping the ball on the onside, gets a single, down towards long on. Motie fields. So here's what you need to do. You need to answer our question correctly and send it to this WhatsApp number. I'll give you the number first. That's 246-253-4679. 246-253-4679. That's the WhatsApp number. And here is the mighty question for you. Also, you can send it to 733-6134. This is Lawes, bowls to Latham. Latham is pulling the ball on the onside. We'll get a single. 164-3. So 2 WhatsApp numbers, 733-6134 and 246-253-4679. The question is, when was the first day and night one-day international here at Providence? When was the first day and night one-day international here at Providence? Ravendra, you'd like to add to that?
Yes, definitely. As you said, you have opportunity to come and witness the action in the second one-day internationals on Monday. So you can win yourself 2 tickets. I guess someone sponsored that ticket. Anthony will tell us, but they have an opportunity to come in on Monday. It's going to be the second one international between West Indies and New Zealand.
Of course, this has been sponsored by Tower Suites, Georgetown, or Hotel Tower, 7475 Main Street, Georgetown. What a place to be, Ravendra. And of course, Maggie's Catering, all the way in Alberton, Georgetown.
What a food to eat.
What a food. I just had some Ravendra, my word. I was thinking, you know what? Leave the cricket and go to Maggie's.
Can I have the location?
Alberton.
Alberton in Georgetown.
Wow, in Georgetown. Beautiful Georgetown. Just a drive away. Good. So the question again, when was the first day and night one-day international here at Providence? Here is Rutherford. Continues and starts over number 32 and bowls to Latham. Latham is standing up straight, punches the ball into the offside. There is no run, 164-3. Some are saying that Rutherford, I might have put on a pong or two. None for 7 from 1.1 over. But we all want cricketers to be extremely fit as a fiddle. That's why I always admire Virat Kohli out of India. Here is Shofin Rutherford, bowls to the left hand. He's coming forward, pushes the ball into the offside. There was one particular moment in the World Cup that Virat Kohli, the ball was played on the onside. He was on the boundary and he dived to save a boundary. And then the commentator said, he's only 37 years old. Ravindra?
Displaying that skills there. I wanted to know if Shofin Rutherford is eating a Maggie.
Here is Rutherford. He's up there, bowls to Latham. He's coming forward, opens the face, runs it down towards third man. Backward point. The fielder comes off very quickly and rifles the return in. 161 for 3 and over number 32. Latham has 23 and Mitchell has 24. They're scoring at 5.11. And the question again, Ravindra, when was the first day-night one-day international here at Providence? And once your answer is correct, you will have 2 tickets, compliments of Tower Suites or Tower Hotel in Georgetown and Maggie's Catering. So send your answers quickly. If you don't have a ticket, you don't have a chance. Here is Rutherford, bowls to Mitchell. This is heaved and heaved nicely down towards the orange stand for 6. So Mitchell, with all the world of form, heaves that away. He goes up to 30. These are ominous signs for the West Indies. 167 for 3.
Yeah, definitely was asked for the hitting there. Effortless there from Darryl Mitchell. As you said, he's a man richly informed. You know, he's number 1 on the rankings. So he's showcasing his skills, his batting talent, his form. And no doubt any batsman would have capitalized on that long off.
So there's a backward point. There's a short third man. Cover mid off on the offside. There's a man sweeping. Here is Rutherford, bowls to that's Mitchell. This is nicely knocked down by the fielder there at cover. Had to dive to his left. That's John Campbell, who fields 167 for 3. They're scoring at 5.25 now. So they're going up, not at a very brisk rate, but a very steady rate, Ravindra.
Yeah, they have been impressive since the arrival of Darryl Mitchell. He's typical of him, coming out, be patient, very watchful, and he can make solid defense with occasional aggression.
This is Rutherford, bowls to, that's Mitchell. Mitchell is opening the face down towards point. He feels another over completed, 32 gone, 167 for 3. That's the latest score here from Providence.
Yeah, steady stuff here from New Zealand. They, looking to build big on this here, especially with the application of Darryl Mitchell, showing good sign with the bat. He has been in superb form. He's one of the big batters in this team. He's been asked to take up the responsibility. And the way he's presenting himself in the middle so far, this has been impressive. This has been admirable. And he's got the support of another vastly experienced batsman in the New Zealand team, Tom Latham. He's providing that support. He has been very cautious as well and picking up the odd boundaries. But West Indies, yes, a delightful start there for the young left-arm spinners. But Shai Hope continues with the spin-pace combination. They definitely need more wickets if they're going to limit this New Zealand below 250.
Nichols 27, Young 49, Chapman 27. Mitchell is there 30 from 34 and Latham is 23 from 27. 167 for 3 after 32 overs. And again, I want to give you this opportunity to come to Providence. If you have never visited, it's a beautiful stadium which came into being in 2007, primarily for the hosting of Cricket World Cup 2007. Super 8 games here. I remember being in that green stand and watching Lassit Malinga getting 4 wickets of 4 balls.
Yeah, no, I don't think anyone who would have attended to watch that World Cup match will forget that bowling performance from the great Sri Lankan. Lassit Malinga created history, was the opening of this venue. It turned out to be a wonderful facility. So many memories here for cricketers who would have done well, both West Indies and overseas players. So I can remember it. I recall the effort there from Lassit Malinga, 4 wickets from 4 balls, a helmet trick. As I said, memorable bowling display. But this has so far been an impressive batting performance by New Zealand. They have been asked to take 4 strike at the invitation of West Indies. Maybe a little bit lucky not to pick up early wickets with the tidy bowling of that pace spin combination.
I wanted to ask you as well, Ravindra, coming from Canada, I know you've spent almost most of your life in North America. What's going on in terms of white ball cricket, at least?
Well, let me just correct you. Not my whole life, most of my life there in Canada. I spent most of my time in Essequibo.
In Essequibo,
Yeah, one of the best places on earth.
on Earth.
Yes, Essequibo.
And then you migrated to Canada.
Like the new Spunky Stadium, Anna Regina. I'm right in the vicinity of Anna Regina. I think I'm gonna do a lot of cricket stuff there. Really impressed with the facility as well. But coming back to Canada, North American cricket has been on the back burner for a very, very long time. Yes, they played in the T20 World Cup, but in terms of making that transition from limited over to the longer portion, that has been a setback for them. I think they need to work on every aspect of their game if they really want to compete internationally. But generally speaking, based on my observation, I've done some commentary there. I've done some reporting on Canada cricket as well, both locally and internationally. We have to put more finance into our cricket if we want to rise or to match our skills with big teams on the international scenes.
Good. 32 overs gone, 167 for 3. Tom Latham is 23, and Darryl Mitchell is 30 from 34. And to start, over number 33 is going to be Khary Pierre, who has none for 15 from 5 overs. And again, I gave you that question. When was the first day-night one-day international here at Providence? And text your answer to 733-6134. That's the local Guyanese WhatsApp number. And of course, there's another WhatsApp number, 246-253-4679. Send your answers now, and let's have a winner for Monday. Monday, of course, being the second match of 3 matches here in beautiful Guyana. What a place to be, Guyana. Land of many waters and wonderful people. Here is Pierre, bowls to Latham. He might have been beaten outside the awesome. He was coming forward. 167 for 3?
Yeah, comprehensively beaten there, Tom. I think he was coming forward looking for that spin, but the ball didn't nip back, just straightened one there from Khary. Pierre, reintroduced into the attack. He conceded 50 runs in his very first 5 overs, so he has got confidence, looking for motivation now if he can able to take a wicket.
Here's Khary Pierre. Continues, passes the umpire and bowls to Latham. Latham is reverse sweeping. The ball will go down towards a third-man position. And that's Alzarri Joseph who cleans it up. They get 2 more. So 169 for 3. Latham goes up to 29. Not in total control, Ravindra, but nevertheless, the runs continue to pile on. Again, the question, when was the first day-night one-day international here at Providence? And if your answer is correct, you'll be on your way to getting 2 tickets to Monday's second ODI. This is Latham. He's stuck in the pad. There's an appeal. He's out like before. And Titan Butler raises the dreaded index finger, but he sends his review. He makes the T signal and goes upstairs. And let's see what San Raza will do. And what's going to be the take here, Ravindra?
Yeah, well bowled there from Pierre, just getting the ball to nip back a little. Not too sharply, but again, Tom was beaten comprehensively. And I think maybe on the leg stump, because, as I said, he hasn't got that enormous turn. But something definitely a good challenge here from the Pierre. Hopefully he can able to take a wicket from a West Indian point of view.
So he's looking at the review and he's struck on the pad. I doubted that he has an edge there. But of course, they'll have to do ultra edge to check. So we go through the protocol as we look at the monitor. He's going back and struck. So there's no edge in the bat. There's a flat line there. He's struck on the pad. He's going back. And I want to believe that the decision will stay. Let's see.
Yes, especially on the back foot. Look at that there now. Yeah, right and back. He's showing that middle stump, looking to hit it. That may be accurate.
That's the middle of middle. Have you ever heard that?
Yeah,
the middle of
already
middle.
reaching back to the public. He knows it from the review.
169 for 4. And the Dighton Butler confirms that, look, you have to go back. Tom Latham, 25 from 30. LBW up the bowling of Khary Pierre, 169 now for the loss of 4. Where does New Zealand sit now, Ravindra?
Yeah, 169 for 4, over number 33 in progress. They've lost a key batsman here, Tom Latham. He was in good form before this innings here at Providence, but a good breakthrough for West Indies here. There was New Zealand looking to build on that partnership. It was looking very threatening at the moment. You have that left and right combination with the star batsman at the crease, Mitchell. But hopefully the West Indies can bring back some impetus to the bowling now. I like the move by Shai Hope. Yes, the spinners in operation, they're doing an admirable job. Like the debutant Vitel Lawes, now Pierre. He's an experienced campaigner in this version of game. He's a T20 specialist. Yes, I got to do something for my captain here. He wants me back and he's coming. I think I'm bowling from a good end.
Good. So Bracewell comes to the crease, some 38 matches under his belt, and he's experienced, of course. And let's see what he can do for New Zealand. But he was struck on the back foot, and the West Indies players gathered and realized, look, this is all out. He's going back to the pavilion. Here is Pierre to bowl to Bracewell, and Bracewell is whipping the ball on the onside. Will get his first run down towards mid-wicket. The return comes in from KC Khary, 174-4. I shall endeavor to read and tell you a little bit about Maggie's Catering Inc., home of the famous Maggie's Snacket on Newmarket Street. Has become a trusted name for delicious food and exceptional service across Guyana. While our Snacket serves up favorite daily meals, our main office on First Street, Alberton, is where we bring unforgettable events to life. So again, thanks to Maggie's Catering, Ravindra. You enjoy the food. Here is Pierre bowls to Mitchell. Mitchell is coming forward, a little bit circumspect as he pushes the ball into the offside. 170 for the loss of 4.
Yeah, definitely enjoyed that food here. Very tasty, very sumptuous. Looking for a repeat.
And even though, yeah, go on, Ravindra. Here is Pierre. He's up there, bowls to Mitchell. Mitchell is coming forward and gets a very quick single. Good return too from KC Khary towards the left of Shai Hope. He had to really dive, but fields cleanly. 171 for the loss of 4 wickets. Sponsorship plays a very important role. And again, we want to say thanks to Tower Hotel, 7475 Main Street, or Tower Suites in Georgetown, 227-2011. If you're looking for a place of comfort to stay, isn't that so, Ravindra?
Yes, 171 for 433 overs have been completed. A successful one there for Pierre. So definitely will boost his confidence tremendously. He will continue, obviously, for Shai Hope. If they can continue to take more wickets, especially you have got big wickets at the crease here. New Zealand, 171. They may be thinking about that 300, but it's still a long way to go, but not a mountain to climb, especially with the occupation of Mitchell, who has got 31 from 36. And now Michael Braceman is another big wheel in this.
This is Rutherford, starts another over number 34 from the members' end and bowls to Mitchell. Mitchell is cramped for room as he runs it down towards a short third man. Lawes is in the way, he feels. There's no run. There's a backward point, short third man. There is a, cover mid-off on the offside. There's also a man sweeping. On the onside, there's short fine leg and a deep mid-wicket. The backward square as well. Here is Rutherford bowls to Mitchell. Mitchell, the whirl of confidence there, Ravindra. He just dropped it gently and walked the single, 172 for 4. He looks as though he will never get out.
Yeah, typical Darren Mitchell. And especially if wicket's going to fall around him, he's going to bat with more responsibility, picking up the single. But he's not a rabbit with the bat. Anything loose, anything short, he can go downtown as well. He's such a solid batsman, especially, we call him the crisis man.
Here is Rutherford. He's up there to bowl to Bracewell. Bracewell is coming forward. He will get a single into the offside. So one more to him. Score goes up to 173 for 4. And hear this quote here from Maggie's Catering. This is why you'll have to go back to Maggie's Catering. It says, more than catering, we create experiences.
He's definitely going back to
Wow.
Maggie. And he said the location is Newmarket in Georgetown, Guyana.
2 locations, yes.
Okay, I will tell my Barbadian friends.
Yes.
Yeah, you have to. Here is Rutherford. He's up there. Bowls to that's Mitchell. He's opening the face. Excellently done there by Pierre, diving to his left and fields cleanly. 173 for 4. And Tower Hotel or Tower Suites, 7475 Main Street, Georgetown. If you're looking for comfort and everything else that goes with it.
And it's right in the heart of the city. We'll ask Andrew Mason where's the location.
Tower Suites, 227-2011.
That's the address.
The place to be.
Yeah, thank you very much, Anthony Cameron. So
Take
Tower
note.
suit.
Take note. Here is Rutherford. He's up there. Balls to Mitchell. Mitchell is whipping the ball on the onside. That was elegantly done. A lot of wrist work there. I like to use the Asian wrist work. And I was talking about Asian wrist work, and someone said to me some time back, you have to mention names like Javed Miandad, Sunil Gavaskar, Mohammad Azharuddin.
Sachin Tendulkar.
Yes.
Well played again.
Those were pretty good players.
Oh, absolutely. They're still they're legends of the game.
Legends of the game. 174 for 4. Here's Rutherford. He's up there. Balls to that's Bracewell. He's driving fluently through the offside field, finds the gap, and will go into the boundary for 4. Alzarri Joseph will go to retrieve from the boundary. 178 for 4. 34 overs gone. That's the latest score here from Providence.
Yeah, good looking shot there from Bracewell. Importantly, found the gap to perfection. Placement was good. The timing was impeccable. And what a way to end the over there for New Zealand. He knew to the crease, just 6 runs to his name, but he has got a reliable partner, Darryl Mitchell. Rutherford, not showing that consistent line and length. I think he needs more a bowler just trying to, put the ball in a close area to the batsman, make him play. That's the important thing here for Rutherford, not to express pace, gentle medium pacer. He's known more for his batting, but it's a good chance for him to display his all-round capability, on a track that may be a little more conducive for the slow bowlers.
So Khary, Pierre, 6 overs, no maiden, 19 runs, 1 wicket. And Rutherford, 3 overs, no maiden, 21 runs, no wicket. Those are some of the bowling figures of the West Indian bowlers. Again, I want to remind you, the question is, when was the first day-night one-day international here at Providence? And text your answers to 2 WhatsApp numbers. The local Guyana WhatsApp number is 733-6134. And the other one is 246-253-4679. If you don't have a ticket, you don't have a chance.
And they will judge you first come, first.
For serve.
Yeah, it's something like Maggie.
Something like
Hey,
that.
when you go there, you're going to first come, first serve. So if you text that numbers first, they will judge you. You will be a holder of a
I wonder
ticket.
what's going to happen in your sleep tonight, Ravendra. You might be thinking, Maggie's. This is Khary Pierre. Continues, starts his over number 7. And will bowl to that's Mitchell, who is looking for the sweep. Struck on the pad, 33 from 41. He remains 178 for 4. It's good to have some fun and laughter sometimes in the commentary box.
Yeah, definitely. But I think Mitchell is going on the leg side. He's showing more inclination to go on the leg side because there are plenty of protection on the offside. So I understand his approach here. Good planning is just a matter of execution.
Well, execution, you can plan the whole world, but if you don't execute, it's a waste of time. Here is Pierre. He's up there, balls to Mitchell. Mitchell is again looking for the slug sweep. Might just be eyeing that vacant area there between deep mid-wicket and the wide long-on area and not being successful in doing so. And what? Khary Pierre is doing the right thing. Bowl the ball in the right place, 178 for 4.
Yes, there's a huge gap on the leg side. There's where Darryl Mitchell may be thinking because the wideish mid-on, very short. So we'll have to bisect that area there.
He's going back and then cuts it away down towards that's a wide long off area that's gone for 4. Well, when he hits them, they stay hit. He's a man in touch, the man in form, 37 from 43, 182 for 4.
Yes, this time he found the gap to perfection on the offside. Yes, he was thinking because he said he was inclined to play on the leg side and Pierre was maintaining that consistent line and length outside the off stump. I like the channel he's bowling to, but this time he's punished on this occasion.
Here is Pierre. He's up there and bowls to Mitchell. Mitchell is coming forward. This is well pitched up. And Mitchell coming forward, 37 from 44. Bracewell is 6 from 3, 182 for 4. In over number 35. This is a 50 over affair. Just lost the sunshine for a bit. Here is Pierre. He's up there, balls to Mitchell. Mitchell is mistiming this as he gets it down towards point. That's John Campbell, who does a trick or two and then picks it up and relays to the bowler, 182 for 4. Pierre 1 for 23 in just under 7 overs. Relatively good bowling. He's up there, passes the umpire, and bowls to the right hand. He's coming forward and kills the spin, basically. The over is completed. And we have had, 35 overs bowl, 182 for 4. Bracewell is 6. Mitchell is 37. That's the latest score here from Providence. But more from Ravendra than is going to be our very good friend, Delwyn Neblett.
Yes, 15 overs to go legally. I think in a good position. 182 for 4 represents a dominant position with the bat because the way they started off the series here, they had a solid foundation of 982 runs for the first wicket. So they definitely would have capitalized on it, and they've got two veterans at the crease here. They will want to carry on, keep up the momentum, keep up that impetus, and try to bring some acceleration to the innings at the back end of the innings, especially if these two can continue to occupy the crease for another 5-10 overs. Then they might be thinking about that aggression. As I say, good afternoon and welcome back to Neblin.
Pleasant good afternoon to you, and we're definitely looking forward to these final 15 overs. In comes Shamar Joseph, past the umpire, and it's a bit of a French cut, inside edge down towards fine leg. It's going to be picked up by the debutant Vitel Lawes, and they run one. The score moves up to 183 for 4 inside of over number 36. Really looking forward to seeing how this game will conclude, how this innings rather will conclude. New Zealand batting first, looking to set a winning total here. But the West Indies, they've done well in periods. Bit of an expensive over in number 35 from Khary Pierre. Let's see what Shamar Joseph can deliver. Suspect that there may be a bit of a niggle with Alzarri Joseph, given that Shafin Rutherford would have been called upon to bowl 3 overs. Alzarri Joseph completing 6 overs so far. Let's just see if he's going to bowl again in this match. In comes Shamar Joseph once again. He's bowling to Daryl Mitchell. And it's a length delivery in this one. It's a straight drive played on the up. And it's going to be back past the bowler for 4. Dripping in sweat is Daryl Mitchell. But that doesn't deter him from playing a scintillating stroke here at the National Stadium in Providence. Ravindra?
Yeah, definitely. I think you described it well there. Absolutely. The timing was perfect. Straight back along the ground, no way to put the ball like there. But that's a confident shot there from Daryl Mitchell. As you said, he's a man in sublime form. So definitely displaying that quality innings so far.
And of course, we're still keeping the viewers and listeners involved here. We've got a quiz and a poll. When was the first day-night one-day international at Providence? Shamar Joseph comes in once again. Short delivery. And this one is nudged into the onside. Quick single taken and excellent running between the wickets on that occasion. If you've got the answer to that question, when was the first day-night one-day international at Providence? You can text your response to 733-6134 for an opportunity to win 2 tickets to Monday's second ODI here in this home series between the West Indies and New Zealand. Michael Bracewell back on strike. Of course, he's the cousin to Doug Bracewell, New Zealand all-rounder. 188 for 4. Bracewell unbeaten on 7 from 4. Daryl Mitchell unbeaten on 42 from 48. In comes Shamar Joseph once again, sprinting in just past the bowler. Back of a length delivery, and Bracewell is unable to score. Well, looks to be still inside of over number 36. 2 deliveries to come from Shamar Joseph. And he's not able to pick up a wicket so far, but he's really looking to strike here for Shai Hope. Usually as a go-to man, he's up there in pace. And boy, when he gets it right, he really is something special to look upon.
Yes, he's conceded 42 runs, his 7th over in progress. No doubt he's working hard to pick up a wicket.
Driven once again, this time straight to mid-off. No opportunity for a single. So after conceding a boundary in his second delivery, Shamar Joseph, he's come back well. Dot in deliveries number 4 and 5. He's got 1 to go inside of over number 36. The score is still 188 for 4. New Zealand batting first after being sent in. And of course, the tail of the tape so far, it's been a day for spin. Vitel Lawes, the debutant, picking up 2 wickets and 1 wicket apiece for Khary Pierre and Gudakesh Motie. Shamar Joseph, he's coming in to conclude over number 36. In he comes past the umpire, back of a length delivery, and it's nicely pushed into the offside. They're going to pick up 1, and that's the end of over number 36. It's 189 for 4. That's the latest here at Providence.
Yeah, I like the line and length there from Shamar Joseph. Nothing too extravagant from him, nothing too experiment, especially to this new batsman who is there relatively. Michael Bracewell, he's a left-hander. He's bringing that mixture at the crease here for New Zealand. He's a power hitter. He can be very, very dangerous once he stays there, and especially in partnership with Daryl Mitchell. New Zealand no doubt will want to fire probably in the last 10 overs. But West Indies, yes, they're relying strongly on Shamar Joseph because he said Alzarri Joseph conceded 28 runs in his 6 overs so far, but he's been off for a while, probably. He's an injury-prone player. Hopefully nothing too serious. He's still out there. Yes, we have got the spinners. We have got 3 left-arm spinners in this team. Today, Vitel, the debutant, Lawes, already created an impression with 2 wickets.
In comes Pierre, 1 for 23 so far. It's wide outside the line of the off-stump. Bracewell is slashing at that one. And is it going to get into the boundary? A bit of excellent work there by Alzarri Joseph. And some assistance from Django. Teamwork making the dream work. They're going to pick up 2. Bracewell moves up to 11. The score moves up to 192 for 4 inside over number 37. Well, it's actually 3 runs. Well, what do you know? Excellent running from the Kiwis on that occasion. Outside edge. No chance of wicketkeeper Shai Hope taking that catch. Alzarri Joseph using those long legs, striding, saving one. And ably assisted by his teammate Amir Django. Pierre looking to pick up another wicket, 1 for 26 inside of his 8 overs so far. Bowling to Daryl Mitchell. He's looked good on 42 from 48. Bracewell at the non-striker's end. In comes Pierre. Left arm orthodox. And that's a nice delivery pushed into the onside. It's going to be picked up by the long-on fielder just for one. Action galore here at the National Stadium in Providence. This is the phase of the innings where the Kiwis will be looking to put the foot on the gas. Just under 14 overs remain in this innings. How many will they get up to? They really will be looking to get up to as many as 275, given the start that they would have gotten off to. If not, they will be feeling pretty disappointed. However, the West Indies, if they can pick up a few more quick wickets, they will be eagerly looking forward to limiting New Zealand to a score less than 250.
Yes, if they could limit them below 250, that would be a good effort from them coming to the back end of the innings.
Reverse sweep comes out once again as Pierre delivers to Bracewell. He's not able to pick the gap, and it's the dot ball inside over number 37. Bracewell remains on 11 from 10, and Daryl Mitchell's going to come down the pitch to have a bit of a conversation with his co-partner. What are you doing, son? Straight bat, playing the V. That's your best option of scoring against this kind of bowling. Khary Pierre looking good inside of his 8th over so far, trying to do a job for the West Indies. Figures of 1 for 27. And in he comes once again. Pace on delivery. And this one is being pushed into the leg side by Bracewell. And they're going to settle for a single. Lots to happen as we progress into the twilight stage of this innings. The artificial lights just about coming on, but they haven't taken effect quite yet. So if you are in the vicinity of the East Bank of Demerara, or even if you're not in the vicinity of the East Bank of Demerara, you've still got some time to actually join us here. We've got a quiz, and we're going to give you that question after this delivery once again. Pierre is bowling to Daryl Mitchell. And it's a delivery nudged into the onside. No opportunity for a single. 37 overs gone. New Zealand, they are 194 for 4. That's the latest here at Providence. And of course, we want to keep the listeners involved. We want to give you guys an opportunity to join us here at the National Stadium in Providence on Monday. So for the opportunity to win 2 tickets, the question is, when was the first day-night one-day international fixture held at Providence? If you know the answer to that question, you can WhatsApp us on 733-6134. Again, the question, when was the first day-night one-day international at the Guyana National Stadium in Providence? Getting ready for over number 38. It's 194 for 4. And we're inside of the second power play. The West Indies really looking to stifle New Zealand to a total of under 250. Shamar Joseph into bowl his 8th over. No wickets for 43 runs so far. In he comes sprinting in. He's now past the umpire. And it's a back of the length delivery. Pushed into the offside. It's going to be picked up by Casey Carty, sweeping on the offside boundary, just a single. Again, the pace up there for Shamar Joseph into the 130s, and that's km per hour. Really can get it up to above 140 Ks when he is in good rhythm. And of course, we know that he's the kind of player who takes wickets in bunches. So if he gets one, he's going to be looking for 2 and 3. What do you make of Shamar Joseph as a bowler, Mandalao?
Yeah, well, he's such a special bowler. He has got pace. It's just a matter of accuracy with his line length. He hasn't got a wicket so far, Neblet, but I'm sure that he's confident. He's running hard. I like his commitment. with the ball. He's bowling to two batsmen that are well settled. Hopefully, can get a breakthrough here.
One of Sammy's go-to seamers. In he comes. It's a short delivery, wide outside the line of the off stump, and it's cut away by Mitchell. But it's going to be just a single picked up by Shafin Rutherford on the boundary. The score moves up to 196-4 inside of over number 38. I tell you what, ever since Shamar Joseph came on the scene and destroyed the Australians, he really has become a bit of a household name. And of course, an all-format player. And the Guyanese people, boy, do they love themselves some Shamar Joseph.
Yeah, he's such a dynamic cricketer, when he created history, Australia picking up 7 wickets in the innings and led them to victory. Since then, he has been hitting headlines.
In he comes once again, bowling to Michael Bracewell, back of a length delivery, and it's picked up by the fielder in the mid-wicket area. That's John Campbell, and it's going to be a dot ball inside of over number 38. Shamar Joseph cranking up some steam here. It seems to be quite humid on the outside, a lot of perspiration being seen on the brows of many of these players here at the National Stadium in Providence. However, that's a part of our game. Cricket is largely played in the sunlight, in the heat. And when the heat is on, it's all about who can rise to the occasion.
well, they call it the sunshine game, We have lights galore here as well. We have got the sun and we have got the floodlights.
Shamar Joseph comes in once again inside of over number 38. Leng delivery pushed into the offside by Michael Bracewell. It's going to be a single to Casey Carty. Once again, a bit of work for him inside of over number 38. The score moves up to 197-4. Mitchell on 44 from 51. Bracewell on 14 at a runner ball. If you know the answer to the question, when was the first day-night one-day international at Providence? Please text us the answer to 733-6134 for the opportunity to win yourselves 2 tickets to Monday's second ODI fixture between the West Indies and New Zealand. Projected score at 7 runs and over, they're going to get up to 283. I reckon New Zealand will be happy with that at this stage. However, the West Indies, they're going to be looking to keep them well below that. In comes Joseph once again. This one is angling into the pads of Mitchell. And it's nudged into the onside once again for another single. One to come in over number 38. Mandalal, if you were Shai Hope, what other tricks would you have up your sleeve at this stage of the innings?
Yeah, well, if you want to take wickets on a frequent basis, you need to come up with more strategies. Especially, you have the pace-spin combination. Shamar Joseph, he hasn't picked up a wicket. He's into his 8th over. And quite expensive in the context of things. Yeah, 46 runs in 7.4 overs. This is not a Shamar Joseph. He's bowling in familiar condition. You would expect him to do something a little more special.
In he comes to conclude over number 38. Back of a leg delivery on the leg side and turned away into the onside by Bracewell. They're going to pick up 2 to end the over. And that brings up the 200 for New Zealand. It comes up at the end of 38 overs. It's 200 for 4. And that's the latest score here at Providence.
Yeah, 200 after 32 overs. They have only lost 4 wickets in it. And that's the important thing here for New Zealand, because probably another 4 or 5 overs, they will start to think about the acceleration, especially with Mitchell. He's approaching another half century. And Michael Bracewell, since his arrival at the crease, he has been supportive. And that's important. On the other side of the fence, West Indies, yes, we'll have to keep them. If we can be able to contain the runs flowing, that can be a strategy. That could be a new one as well, as we head towards the end of this innings here. Let's see how Shai Hope going to approach the next 5 overs, but he still continues with the left and with the pace and spin combination, something that hasn't been that effective. So if we can re-strategize, because we know we have got 2 well-settled batsmen at the crease. So yes, has to be very watchful there.
Absolutely. The seamers have disappointed the captain so far, in my opinion. Not able to pick up a wicket. All 4 of the wickets have gone to spin. 2 for the debutant Vitel Lawes, 1 to Khary Pierre, and Gudakesh Motie continues. He's going to be bowling his 7th over. He's got figures of 1 for 29 so far. A bit of a start and stop on that occasion. Just a minor adjustment being made to the field. A field being moved from the offside behind square into the onside. He's now come to a short fine leg position. And Motie is just about ready to commence over number 39. He's bowling to Daryl Mitchell on 45 from 52. In he comes, Gudakesh Motie, left arm orthodox. Leng delivery, and Mitchell is sweeping, and sweeping well. This one's going to split the fielders on the leg side boundary. It's 4 more to Daryl Mitchell, and he moves up to 49, eyeing yet another ODI 50 here at the National Stadium in Providence. And Gudakesh Motie, what can he come up with? He's usually quite a thinking bowler. Practices his variations a lot in the nets. And now is the time whereby you've got to be able to outthink a batter who looks well set and looks well ready to propel his team to a winning total. Dot ball to come back with. This is what I'm speaking of about Gudakesh Motie. A bit of adjustment in pace. And Mitchell not able to get on top of that. The score remains on 204 for 4 inside of over number 39. Daryl Mitchell, 49 from 54. He's looking well from the moment he stepped to the middle. Again, dripping with sweat, but that's not going to deter him from putting his best foot forward. He's sweeping and sweeping nicely. Beats the fielder inside of the 30-yard circle at fine leg, and that's going to be 50 for Daryl Mitchell. The score moves up to 208 for 4, and to the applause of all of his New Zealand teammates, Daryl Mitchell once again playing his role here, Mandalal.
Yeah, brilliant innings here from Daryl Mitchell. He's an experienced campaigner. He's a key cog in his batting wheel here for New Zealand, and he's definitely coming to the fore, taking up the responsibility nicely. He's a little more authoritative now with as his innings progresses. Motie, yes, he's drifting down the leg side, despite seeing that Daryl Mitchell is showing a great amount of inclination to go on the leg side, and you have lots of vacancy in that area. So very, very bad bowling here from Motie.
Yeah, absolutely. Mitchell, he's played that sweep stroke quite well so far. And Gudakesh Motie is going to have to come up with an idea to restrict the scoring of the Kiwis here inside of over number 39. Mitchell not quite ready. 208 for 4, 38.3 overs gone. Daryl Mitchell on 53 from 55. His partner, Michael Bracewell, on 16 from 15. In comes Gudakesh Motie once again. Good length delivery. And all Daryl Mitchell can do is defend that one to Vitel Lawes in the extra cover area. So no run. And here we have a look at that boundary to bring up the 50. Wow, what a fine sweep stroke. Kept it down. And no chance of the fine leg fielder to get anywhere close to that one. Pushed again into the offside. Good comeback from Gudakesh Motie after being struck for a boundary. He's returned with 2 dot deliveries and at a speed of 101 km. Again, indicative of the fact that he is varying his pace quite nicely. We've seen him flight one to actually induce that return catch earlier, but of course we know he can zip it in when necessary. And excellent end to the over. It ends with 3 dots after being struck for 2 boundaries earlier in the over. New Zealand, at the end of 39, they are 208 for 4. That's the latest here at Providence.
Yeah, I think it's a remarkable comeback there from Gudakesh Motie. His experience is prevailing. Yes, you're bowling to another experienced batsman, Daryl Mitchell. You have to be very tight here. You have to be very watchful because he's in good form. Now, if Motie going to bowl around the wicket to the right-hander and over to the left-hander, yes, he's changing up his strategies. But then you've got a packed offside field where you want to bowl on the offside, off stump, going away from the batsman, bringing that Chinaman, bringing that googly. That's the kind of variation we want to see from a player of his caliber.
And I think this is the moment a lot of the viewers would have been waiting for here at the National Stadium in Providence. It's the return of the debutant, Vitel Lawes, the young left-arm Chinaman bowler. He's not had any experience playing list A cricket for Jamaica. He's only performed exceedingly well in the Under-19 World Cup. And of course, based on that particular performance, he's shown enough promise for Darren Sammy to select him to be a part of this West Indies setup. 2 wickets of 40 runs from his 7 overs so far. What else can he produce here? He's bowling to Michael Bracewell and a well-set Daryl Mitchell at the non-strikers end. Patrons here continue to enjoy the action and a few more on their way. We can expect this crowd to build a little bit more as the evening progresses. First delivery, pitched outside the line of the leg stump, turning away from the left-hander Bracewell. It's a bit of an outside edge. No opportunity for a single, so a dot ball to begin the over from Vitel Lawes. Quite the talented young man once again. Jamaicans known for speed, but a spin bowler who has demonstrated excellent control. Slow bowling doing the trick here for the West Indies. He's been the pick of the bowlers so far in the first ODI for Shai Hope. And looking to make some more inroads. 2 dot deliveries to Michael Bracewell inside of over number 40. The score, it's 208 for 4. Bracewell on 16 from 17. In comes Vitel Lawes once again. A bit of air on that one. Just back of a length. But again, Bracewell not able to pick the gap. And Vitel Lawes putting a hand up. The youngster showing maturity beyond his years inside of his 8th over. 3 dot deliveries to begin with. And chirps coming from behind the stumps. The captain, Shai Hope, encouraging the lad. Keep going, youngster. In he comes to bowl the full delivery in over number 40. Short on this occasion. But unfortunately, Bracewell not able to make contact, or did he get a bit of a bottom edge? It beats the keeper, and it's going to trickle away into the boundary for 4. Let's wait to see the signal from the umpire. After a good start, giving away a boundary, Mandalao.
Yes, he was positive for his very first 2 deliveries. And I know he bowling with a lot of confidence because he made the initial breakthrough for West Indies when the partnership was looking real threatening for New Zealand. But just a little bit way down the leg side, probably pulling it too tight. He's gripping it too tight there on this occasion. But all in all, I think what a wonderful debut for him.
And of course, the universe definitely rewards a positive attitude. Vitel Lawes always with a bright smile on his face. And you love to see those high-intensity cricketers doing well. Full-line delivery. Cut away into the offside. Another dot delivery. So after giving away 4 byes, no bad on that one. It's going to be another dot ball. He's got 1 to come to complete over number 40. Vitel Lawes playing in his very first one-day international for the West Indies senior men's side. Bowling to Michael Bracewell. He's on 16 from 20. The score 212 for 4. Getting ready, tossing the ball from hand to hand. In he comes. What can he deliver? Fly to delivery, pitched outside of the leg stump, and this one is going to be turned away down towards fine leg. Kimo Paul, the substitute fielder, has no chance of tracking that down. So 4 dot deliveries inside of the over, but still conceding 8 runs. And after 40, New Zealand, they're now 216 for 4. A bit of a mixed bag on that occasion, Mandalao.
Yes, probably thinking of bowling to the left-handed batsman, a straighter line. I understand his approach. He's a debutant, so a little bit touch and go for him. But as soon as he goes down leg side, he's getting the ball to drop very short. So that may be a concern for him, a little bit of a problem. He can work on it. But as soon as he pitched that ball outside the line of the off stump, which is a good channel, to the left-hander especially, because anything short, you're going to look to go over the top. All in all, I think it's a good over despite being struck for 2 boundaries by Lawes. But what a start for him in this limited over version.
A good start to his career. We're going to have some more from Anthony Danaraj.
They will continue with the spin there. West Indies approaching the 40th last 10 overs. As I say, good afternoon. Welcome back to the man from Berbice, Anthony Kemraj.
Good afternoon to you, Ravindra, to listeners across the globe, I must say, because this commentary is going far and wide. This is swept away down towards the mid-wicket area where Shamar Joseph fields 217 for 4. And Bracewell is 20 from 21. Mitchell is 54 from 59. They're scoring at 5.40, which is not bad. Motie 1 for 38, and this is his 8th over. And I shall endeavor to give you the question again. When was the first day-night one-day international here at Providence? Text that to 2 numbers. This is a ball that's whipped on the onside by Bracewell. And we'll get another single. Text the answer to 733-6134 and 246-253-4679. 2 WhatsApp numbers. Hello, Jemima.
Hello, Anthony. How are you?
Fine, thanks. I wouldn't have been better had it not been for Maggie's catering.
Definitely saved us and resuscitated us this afternoon on a very hot afternoon at Providence.
This is swept away down towards backward square. That's Shamar Joseph. Shamar Joseph, the good thing about him, Jemima, even though he is bowled, maybe if he would bowl 100 overs, he will give you 100% in the field.
Definitely. I love players like that who are committed to whatever position they're in at the moment, whether it be bowling, whether it be fielding, and even when he has the bat in hand, Kemraj, he gives it his all. He's played a few big heaves in the recent test series that we've seen, finished unbeaten in one of those innings. So all round 100% from Joseph.
Yes, he can bat, good cricketer. So this is pushed into the offside. That's Bracewell. Motie is the man bowling, 219 for 4 and over number 41. So the partnership, Bracewell and Mitchell, 50 from 49. This is reverse swept, and they'll get another single. Good rotation in the strike here. And we must say thanks to Tower Suites Hotel. And it says here, conveniently located at 7475 Main Street, Georgetown, is where comfort, entertainment, exceptional dining, and warm Guyanese hospitality come together. Wow. Have you ever heard that, Jemima?
Well, I've heard a lot about Guyanese hospitality.
This is chopped away down towards the short third man, and they get another single, and the score goes up to 221 for the loss of 4 wickets. But we want to say a special thank you to Tower Suites Hotel and, of course, Maggie's Catering. They have done a splendid job. Again, when was the first Day Night 1 International here at Providence? Text your answer to 733-6134 or 246-253-4679. And you'll be on your way to winning 2 tickets to Monday's game. And as they say, Jemima, if you don't have a ticket, you don't have a chance.
Of course, if you want to be in it, then you at least have to take a try.
Good. So let me tell you that the current rate is, if they continue at this rate, they'll score 269. If they score at 7, it's going to be 284. At 9, 302. 221 for 4, 41 overs gone. Your estimation there, Jemima?
Yeah, New Zealand look like they can be eyeing a 300 score. And this is with 6 wickets in hand, of course, and 9 overs. And you can swing at it. So I think New Zealand has a chance, and West Indies need to be on their P's and Q's at this point.
This is the reverse swept by Bracewell as Lawes continues from the members' end. And the ball taken cleanly by Shai Hope. So looking for the reverse sweep. He has all the shots, really. Mitchell, 56. And this is reverse swept now. This is knocked down brilliantly there by Kimo Paul, who is substituting in the field. And it just goes to show what fielding can do, Jemima. It can change the course of the match, isn't that so?
Definitely probably just stopped at least 2 runs, maybe even 4. So good fielding there by Kimo, the substitute, I believe, coming in for Alzarri Joseph, who had some concern there beyond the boundary ropes.
221 for 4. We've lost the natural sunlight, and we've been greeted by the artificial lights, which have been switched on here at the stadium. Here is Mitchell. He's coming forward and prods it into the onside and wants a second run, but is sent back as the fielder, that's Casey Cartier, comes very quickly and prevents them from scoring. Well, I tell you what, there's a big game, not a cricket match, but a World Cup encounter between Norway and England. And I would love to see the score right now.
Well,
as
Norway
I speak
just
to
scored,
you,
so it's 1-0
as I speak to you,
in favor of the Vikings, you call them. They've had a very unique celebration there at the World Cup, the row. So I bet they're in the stadium right now, rowing to their heart's content.
this is tucked away into the onside, down towards the sweeper position. This ball will go into the boundary for 4. 2 West Indian fielders converging, but neither could really stop it from going to the ropes. 226 for the loss of 4 wickets. And as you said, Norway, that's my team too.
That's
Jemima.
your team?
Yes.
I didn't know that's your
Yes.
team. Are we picking World Cup teams this afternoon?
Well, you know, it's the World Cup fever. It's the World Cup fever. And there's no way I cannot support Holland. I think he's a very good striker.
Oh, yes.
And he strikes when it's really important. That's the important thing.
I love the character of the guy too. Very funny,
Yep,
very
yep.
personable.
Yep. This is Bracewell. He's going back and looks for the cut, but is beaten there. Good bowling here from Lawes. 227 for the loss of 4 in over number 42. I make that. But the World Cup has had some interesting moments so far. Lionel Messi. And of course, the man with all the speed in the world, Mbappe.
Definitely, you're calling the contenders there, both Golden Boot and for the overall World Cup.
Mbappe, that guy can run. I can tell you for sure. This is Lawes. He's up there and bowls. That's Mitchell. He's opening the face down toward backward point. Gets a single down towards Khary Pierre. And they get another single. 228 for the loss of 4. 42 overs gone. That's the latest score here at Providence.
Yeah, this partnership that we said the New Zealand batters were just rebuilding after losing a few quick wickets has turned into something very solid for the Kiwis, and I'm sure they truly appreciate that. We see the natural light dimming and the stadium lights coming on here at the Providence National Stadium, and that might indicate to both sides that we're going to have a slight bit in change of conditions. I think during the pre-match press conferences, both captains talked about it. You know, at Providence, we expect the spin to be so vital, but the hot conditions, and then when we get into the night and the dew is on the pitch and the dew is on the ground, then it's a completely different ball game.
And I want to believe too, Shai Hope might have had that thought, entertained that
so.
thought when the toss was spun. and the toss did fell in his favor. These are the things, the little things that happen in the game of cricket sometimes. The little byplays. Keep your head on. Think all the time. The important moments are very good to grasp, to take the opportunities when they're given. And when you take these little opportunities, Jemima, you can do big and great things, isn't that so?
Yeah, Shai Hope definitely had a conversation, probably the analyst and the head coach, about what to do when he gets out to that toss.
This is whipped into the onside. Darrell Mitchell, that's Bracewell correction. 1 to him. He goes up to 27, to 29 for the loss of 4 wickets. A good partnership here between these two, Jemima, and they're going nicely. 229 for 4.
Yeah, definitely New Zealand are now eyeing that 300-run score. And if they do get up to 300 runs, then it's going to be a tall ask for the West Indians. Not that they can't pull it off, but I figure that the fans will see a lot of fireworks as the West Indies get to that score.
This is Bracewell looking for the reverse sweep. And you have to understand why the reverse sweeping so much. It's just because the Providence sward is not a pitch that offers a lot of bungs. So once it's low bungs, the batters will tend to sweep and sweep a lot. Isn't that so?
Yeah, a lot of sweeping happening out here. I expect them to have a point of broom, as we would say it in Guyana.
This is slug swept down towards a wide long on area. The fielder comes off the boundary. That's a young man, Lawes, returns. 230 for 4. Bracewell is 28 from 28. Mitchell is 59 from 66. 230 for 4 in over number 43. Again, the question, when was the first day-night one international here at Providence? Text your answers to 733-6134 or 246-253-4679. Once your answers are correct, 2 tickets will be yours to Monday's second ODI. Are you bringing some friends on Monday?
No, Monday's a working day.
Oh,
actually.
working day. Wow.
The first one of the week. So I think we might have to brace ourselves for a little less crowd on Monday.
This is tugged away into the onside. Kimo Paul will run away, who seems to be very fit now, who has had a few niggles of late. And he returns 232 for the loss of 4 wickets. Again, I ask you, Jemima, you like what you're doing or you love what you're doing?
Oh, definitely. They're difficult days, but I don't think I trade it for anything else at this point.
Wow. For the cricket, or you mean your writing skills?
Oh, both.
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 Wow, you threw me off guard there. 232 for the loss of 4 wickets in over number 43. Bracewell is 28 from 28. Mitchell is 61 from 67. And if you're near and far, let me just welcome you again to the beautiful Providence Stadium, a stadium which was built primarily in 2007 for the Cricket World Cup. And from then to now, we have had some amazing games of cricket, very close encounters. And, fans come to these matches. And when you go back, you take back memories with you. Here is Pierre. He's up there, balls to Mitchell. Mitchell is whipping the ball on the onside. Gets his 62nd run. Once the second, though, is turned back. 233 for the loss of 4 wickets. Good rotation in the strike. And this is the thing I was talking about with Ravindra. Even though the boundaries weren't coming, the New Zealanders were very willing to run well between the wickets.
Yeah, definitely. I think at one point we were discussing it and they had 62 singles. And that is something I believe West Indies can take pattern of. West Indies has been a team that has always struggled with their dot ball accumulation. And they might be able to learn something from New Zealand, getting those quick singles in between the wickets.
This is punched away by Bracewell. We'll get another single. Paul is in the way from long off. He feels 234 for the loss of 4 wickets. 43 overs gone. So that's the latest score here from Providence.
Yeah, wonderful stuff here from New Zealand. They've had a very calm approach to this encounter. Nothing too crazy. They've lost the wickets, but they still haven't tried to do anything out of the ordinary that would probably cause them to collapse. Very calm approach, and then we'll probably see them try to up the ante after the 45th over. That's yet to be determined. But if they can do that, then the possibility of them getting up to 300. The projected scores have changed now, and that is as a result of New Zealand just dropping off in their current run rate. 272 if they go at their current rate 5.44, 283 if they go at 7 runs per over, and 297 if they go at 9 runs
Imagine
per
if they
over.
get 297. What would happen there, Jemima?
Oh, West Indies will need to show off tonight.
As we speak, look what's happening there.
Those are parrots, I
Wow,
believe, going
beautiful.
over the national stadium.
Beautiful,
And those are
beautiful.
wild parrots. Some
Beautiful.
people domesticate them, But those are the wild
Absolutely,
ones.
absolutely. This is Lawes continues and bowls to the left-hander. My word, that maybe turned a mile. Turned from Providence all the way to Berbice. He didn't pick it. 234 for the loss of 4 wickets. The young man continues to impress. Look at it. Turned away.
Lovely
That's a
turn.
beauty. Absolutely good bowling there from the left-arm spinner. And I guess the people in the authority. This is what? A swap, and this is down towards the catch is taken. And he goes back to the pavilion. That's Django who takes the catch. Another wicket here for Lawes. What a day he's having here. 234 now for the loss of what? 5 wickets, I make it. And the young man continues to impress.
Yeah, he is. I believe he's a gem uncovered now for the West Indies. I like the progression they took. We have the decision pending, but I like the progression that West Indies took. They identified a young talent at a very, very crucial age, and they put him with the senior team, got Nikita Miller into the setup in order to guide him and the other spinners, of course, but to guide Lawes in what is expected, and what he should do. And here he is now on the international stage doing amazingly. This wicket, though, might be overturned. We have to see a closer angle than just what we have.
Well, they're going through the protocol, but I tell you something, my naked eye, from my vantage point, let's see, might just be touching the grass, but let's see.
We might have some. What makes it difficult, though, is because Amir Django has a few of his fingers taped in white. So that makes it a little more difficult to come to a determination. But he might have some fingers under the ball, Anthony. I think he might have some fingers under the ball.
So let's see, of course, that decision will have to be made by Hassan Raza. He's the man in the position there, and it goes again. Let's see the replay on the monitor, and he takes it there. Whether or not he has the fingers underneath, we're going to find out in a moment or two. Matthew Kisoon, his heart is pumping very fast. And he's looking to see what's going to happen here.
I think the tape is making it very difficult.
It is.
It is out.
But it has been given.
And Vitel Lawes has his 3rd wicket of the day. Third wicket on debut. Excellent, excellent stuff from the young spinner out of Jamaica. This is a dream debut. How many youngsters coming out of on the 19 World Cup just about 4 or 5 months ago dream of something like this, to go onto the international stage and make your mark in your very first game? This is absolutely amazing, and I'm happy that we're witnessing it here at the Providence National Stadium.
Absolutely. 234 for the loss of 5 wickets and over number 43. And when they discover the city of El Dorado here in beautiful Guyana, it's like discovering Vitel Lawes.
Well, we discover a lot here. We discovered oil here, El Dorado. So there's a lot to discover in Guyana.
Guyana is one beautiful place, and so many people leave Guyana, not visiting Guyana in its entirety, but go overseas. A lot of them come back, though, and go around the beautiful resorts that we have here. One place you must go in Guyana, Jemima, is the beautiful Kaitro Falls.
Oh, yes, our main attraction.
Absolutely splendid location. Had the opportunity of going there once, but I want to go there again, hopefully pretty soon, if my money is right. 234 for 5. Here is Lawes. He's up there. Also, Santner is looking for the drive and not getting it away. And it's 234 for the loss of 5 wickets. Time and again, we see this, Jemima. They're going for the reverse sweep. And I did say it's not bouncing that much. It's keeping a little bit low, and that's the reason for it. Here is Lawes. Continues and will bowl to Santner. Santner is driving. Check drive. Down towards long off. We'll get a single. He's off the mark. He's on 1. Mitchell is 62. And we'll push the score up to 236, I make it?
Yes, I'm told now that the score in the World Cup is now 1-1. England have responded just a few minutes after that first goal. So things are heating up there in the United States.
But I tell you something. I'm going to tell you something. I'm backing England now.
Come on.
Yes, I'm going with England now. 235 for 5. This is Lawes. He comes up, bowls to Mitchell. Mitchell is driving on the onside. Wants a second run. Will chance the arm of the fielder there. No, they won't. Good return, good services to Shai Hope. We've had 40. Is that the end of the over? No, 43.5 overs, 236 for a loss of 5 wickets. Well, I did say from the start that football game would not be an easy one.
Oh,
I know that they're going to be fighting for all sport. Imagine that. Football World Cup. Thousands of people watching you in the stadium. Millions around the world
Millions.
following. Wow, what an occasion. This is Lawes. He continues and bowls to Santner. Santner is opening the face down towards the backward point area. We'll get a single. He goes up to 3, 237 for 5. You've had 44 overs bowled. That's the latest score from Providence.
And we see the West Indies head coach give a standing ovation there to the young debutant who just finished his spell for the day with the ball. 3 for 54 from 10. An excellent debut. Lovely figures. I mean, could have been a little more contained, but we're not going to wrap on that because he is so young. This is just his first game in the format, his first game at this level, or at any level rather, outside of the Under-19 World Cup. So very deserving of that standing ovation from head coach Darren Sammy there.
When I played my first second division game, I bowled 8 overs for 60-odd runs. Just imagine. So when you look at
Any wickets? No wickets.
No wicket.
Oh boy.
Good. So 44 overs gone, 237 for 5. And that's the latest score here from Providence. Again, I want to remind you of this question. When was the first day-night one international at Providence? We want to get that answered. So text it to 733-6134, WhatsApp that is, or 246-253-4679. This is Motie, starts over number 45, and this is cut down towards point. There's no run. So Motie continues. Motie has had a very good economy rate throughout his career, Jemima, and that's interesting.
Yeah, in recent times, he hasn't looked like the Motie that we have become so infatuated with, but he's definitely still at the top of his game, doing what is expected of him. And I believe that as this series presses on at Providence, he will take full advantage of these conditions.
This is Motie bowls to Mitchell. Mitchell again is sweeping. And this is swept down towards the mid-wicket area. And I tell you something, the New Zealand batters, they're inclined in, sweeping all the time, just tugging the ball away on the onside, on the offside, rotating the strike. Good batsmanship being shown here. This is what I like. And I want the West Indians here to take a leaf out of their book when they come for the reply. Here is Motie. He's up there and bowls to the left-hander. Again, he's turning to the onside. He'll get another single. He anticipates the second, but it's turned back the captain, Santner. 240 for the loss of 5 wickets. And Mitchell is 64 from 70. He has had a really purple patch in his career, really, so to speak. He's flying high, 64 from 70. Santner is 4 from 5. Number 1 batter in the ODI. So just imagine what's happening to him. This is Mitchell looking for the heave. And if I can recall, that's about the first ball he's missed.
Probably, yes. And it's probably because he didn't try to play that sweep that he's been playing all afternoon.
I like the way Matthew Kisoon would laugh. He'd wake up the entire country. This is Motie bowls to Mitchell. This is a punch into the offside. And we'll get another single. Good rotation in the strike. 241 for the loss of 5 wickets. Exactly the thing I was saying. The boundaries aren't coming. The singles and the twos are there.
Yes. And that is very disciplined from this entire New Zealand batting lineup. Each one of their batters, regardless of how much they've made this afternoon, has made a very concerted effort to rotate the strike and get those odd ones and twos.
Good. So 242 for 5, 45 overs gone. New Zealand being asked to bat here at the stadium. Santner is 5 from 6. Mitchell is 65 from 72. That's the latest score here from Providence. More from you, Jemima. Then to the close, it's going to be Matthew Kisoon.
Yeah, just 5 overs now remaining for the West Indies bowlers to serve up. And of course, 5 overs for New Zealand to face in order to get to a good competitive total against the West Indians. 242 for 5, 15 extras. So nothing too crazy from the West Indian bowlers. Their standout bowler, of course, this afternoon has been the debutant, Vitel Lawes. 3 for 54 from 10 overs. Excellent stuff. A standing ovation from the head coach. I'm sure he's well pleased because he knows that the media won't be asking too many questions. Oh, why did you pick this boy? Why did you let him debut? No questions. No questions this evening, I'm sure. Hello, Matthew.
Hi, Jemima. Yes, it's been a wonderful debut for this young man. To be honest, 19 years old from Jamaica. All Jamaicans would be very proud of him. I think from a West Indian standpoint, you've seen something of a revelation in him.
Yes.
You've notched him up to international level without playing any first-class cricket, and you picked up 3 wickets. Don't worry with the runs column, 54, that's fine.
No, we'll work on that.
There are many who have bowled 10 overs for 90 runs, or even 100 runs probably.
And we haven't crucified them.
But on debut, fantastic for the young man. Santner is 5 from 6 deliveries. Mitchell, 65 from 72. I don't know if in one-day internationals you have what is called a happy hour when you come on to the last 15 overs, but that hasn't been the case here. That's pushed away towards backward point, picked up by Auguste. They've taken one. A little bit of hesitation there between the two batters, but Mitchell has been quite a revelation indeed. His average is 58.47 in one-day internationals with 912 50s on his belt, as I said earlier. And he's played 39 test matches for New Zealand as well. He's in his 60th game here, and he's got a highest of 137. So he's shown his class. He's shown why he is the number one ODI batter right now in the ICC rankings in the world. And Alzarri Joseph has shown as well that he can bowl with good containment. It's something about Alzarri that we want to see him work on,
Yes.
even if he likes bowling the short, quick deliveries, and many times he's put away for boundaries and so on. But he's got to learn to bowl the Yorkers, bowl right up to the bat, be like a Glenn McGrath, more or less. Here is Joseph, comes up, bowls, and swung away. That's gone where? Over mid-wicket.
Caught in the boundary.
In fact, caught. It looked as if it was
It
going to
did.
go for a 6, but the catch taken. And so he's gone looking for a big hit, Mitchell. And commentators scores, gone for 65 from 73 deliveries. Finally, his innings has come to an end. And in the 46th over, the 6th wicket has gone down for New Zealand. Nice catch taken on the boundary there by Casey Carty.
Yeah,
and that's the end
textbook
of it.
catch there from Casey Carty on the boundary. And let me tell you, we talked about Daryl Mitchell just now and him being the number one ODI batter. He has really had to work for it this afternoon at Providence. He is sweating bullets. Literally, it's dripping off of his helmet. He really had to work. I understand that, it's hot in Guyana. It's not what they're accustomed to. And these conditions, even though it might be extreme for him, he's made the best of it. And he's gone for 65 from 73 deliveries to Alzarri Joseph, who had a bit of an issue earlier. We saw him beyond the ropes getting some attention from the physiotherapist. He's now returned and immediately makes an impact for the West Indies. So good stuff from their strike bowler, from the leader of this bowling department. And we expect this from Alzarri Joseph.
Well, he hasn't led out today. He's just picked up his first wicket. But really, I understand what you mean. He's really supposed to be the leading bowler in West Indies cricket, of course, at this level too, and even at test level. Shamar Joseph has come on and done very well at the test level. He's now getting a chance in ODI cricket. Here is Joseph, comes up now to Smith, the all-rounder, and he's defending, playing back to the bowler, no run. Nathan Smith, I thought, bowled well against England in that recent series there where they won 2-1. He's a kind of nagging, biting sort of ball. He gets the ball to skid on as well, and he gets a bit of bounce. Nathan Smith, good all-rounder. And he's out there now in his 17th, in fact, his 18th ODI match for New Zealand. 22 wickets on his belt with ball in hand. Good economy rate he's got. His highest score in the batting department is 21 not out. Nathan Smith settles and gets the ball on the middle stump, works it away into the mid-wicket area. The fielder from long on will come around to his right and come inside as well to pick up. And he gets a run for that, gets himself off the mark. Santner comes back into strike. The New Zealand captain, he's on 6, 244 for 6 in the 46th over. And it's good to see Joseph picking up a wicket.
Oh, definitely. And more importantly for the West Indies, we've seen the two set batters now returning to the dugout. And we've got two fresh batters, which is probably ideal for the West Indies as they try to navigate these final 5 overs and not leaking too many runs. I think New Zealand are still under that score that we discussed earlier, the 275, the 280.
Correct.
So if West Indies can manage to contain their opposition, they can cruise to a victory here tonight at Providence.
Yeah, Santner's got a highest of 67. His average 26.77 with 350s on this belt. The left-hander is looking to pull into the mid-wicket area, misses the shot and taken by Shai Hope. No chance of a run. So World Cup football, the fever. We're down to the business end now. Who's the team that you're back in? I think I heard you say, is it Norway? You like Norway?
No. You heard Kemraj say Norway.
Oh, Anthony likes Norway. Okay.
And then he liked England when they
Yeah,
responded.
you know him.
So-
He's a double axe as usual, Anthony Kemraj, a double axe. He goes where the flow is, generally speaking. He goes with the flow. But I think Norway has shown something of a surprise in this tournament. Here is Joseph comes up. He's in. That's on the leg stump. That's worked away into the forward square area. And Alzarri Joseph himself trotting across. But in comes, I think it's Django, is it, or Motie, who picks up and he gets a run. Santner's 8 from 9, 246 for 6. But Norway, quite a revelation in this World Cup tournament.
Even more so because Norway had missed the 2022 World
Correct,
Cup.
that's
So
correct.
there was this funny thing going around with Erling Haaland, and all of his teammates were at the World Cup for Manchester City, and he was at home doing nothing, just letting the time pass. So for Norway to miss the last World Cup and then for them to be dominating this World Cup in the quarterfinal now, it says a lot about not just the team, but their commitment, their drive, and the effort they've put into this campaign at the 2026 World Cup.
Yes,
I love that for them, but that's not my team.
Yes, and France has got to play Spain as well. So that's going to be a ding-dong battle.
That is, I believe that is, every tournament there's a match that you sit down and you think this could have been the final.
Yes,
and that will be France versus Spain.
Of course, Argentina versus Switzerland later tonight. And many have been saying that Argentina's had an easy road so far in the tournament.
I hardly think it's easy if a team that just made their debut in the World Cup holds you 3-2.
They're defending champions. Here is Pierre comes up. He's in balls. That's knocked into the ground and then bounces out towards extra cover for no run. 246 for 6 over number 47 starts. So they can get to what? 270 maybe? They've got to push on here, Smith and Santner. Here is Khary Pierre, left-hand orthodox spinner comes up. He's in from Trinidad and bowls, and that's outside the off-stump and driven down to extra cover again for no run. So when was the first day-night one-day international play? The first one played at Providence. I think that's a giveaway, basically. Here is Khary Pierre comes up now. He's in balls and he's walking across his stumps and then he laps it around towards the backward square area. The fielder comes around to his left from the boundary. They're going to come back for 2. So 2 runs. Nicely run by the 2 batters, Santner, the captain, and Smith out there. Smith is 3 from 5 deliveries, 248 for 6 now in the 47th over. And Pierre in his final over to complete his tennis bowl, 9.3 overs, 1 for 36 so far. He's been good, hasn't he?
He's been excellent, actually, for a player you just thought of at the last minute and brought in. I believe Khary Pierre has really justified his selection.
I think a chance there at mid-wicket, looking to pull an essay sort of pull shot, and it went where? I think he got the right hand hit maybe at mid-wicket, and then it bounced away further. That's Alzarri Joseph, the tall man. Look at that shot again. He got a hand, the right hand to that. Yes, and it popped out and went behind him for what? A run? Yes, he got a run there. Smith, he's 4 from 6. Santner comes back into strike, 8 from 9. One more to get to that 250 mark. That's a good total on this pitch in the very first ODI. You've got to pace your innings nice. You're not playing T20 cricket now.
Of course not.
And even if you're playing T20 cricket, you may have gotten maybe about 170, 180 after 20 overs, probably. Here is Khary Pierre comes up now. He's in balls to Santner, the captain, who's a left-hand. He's on driving into the mid-wicket area. Django comes off the boundary quickly. It looks like, is it? No, in fact, that's John Campbell, who comes off the boundary, sprints off the boundary. They get 1 for that. Smith comes back into strike. That run rate, 5.34. So the 250 coming up in the 47th over for New Zealand. They lost the toss. They were asked to bat by Shai Hope. And 1 for 38. Final delivery to complete Pierre's spell. Khary Pierre comes up now. He's in balls on the off stump, and that's played away down to long off wide for a single. 1 more to the total. That's Auguste who's out there. I think he'll have to open the batting for the West Indies. 251 for the loss of 6 at the end of 47 overs. That's the latest score from Providence.
New Zealand cantering along nicely at 251 for 6 from 47 overs. Just the 3 more overs to go, and you would expect that they would want to maximize it as much as possible. So I think we can brace ourselves, Matthew, for some big hits in the remaining 18 deliveries. And then we'll have to see how West Indies responds to whatever assault New Zealand tries to pull off in these remaining overs.
Yes, let's go through the batting card for you so far. So New Zealand asked to bat by the West Indies in this very first encounter in this 8th tour of the Caribbean. Nichols was the first to go, caught Pierre Bowl loss for 27, 43 balls, 1-4, 80 for 1. Nice partnership to start the innings as we watch Alzarri Joseph coming in now over number 48 to bowl to Smith, the right-hander, all-rounder. And Smith is beaten outside the off stump, looking to force the ball away through the offside. Missed the shot taken by Shai Hope. No chance of a run. Young was caught on ball by Motie for 49. 63 balls, 5 fours. It was 96 for 2. And the partnership so far would have yielded 80 for the first and 16 for the second. Then Chapman was stumped. A beautiful delivery from Lawes, the Chinaman Googly. And the young man, the 19-year-old, picked up his second wicket. He went for 27 from 26 balls, 2 fours and 1 6, 125 for 3 in the 25th over. And that partnership just yielded 29 runs. That's the third wicket. I'll get back to that in a moment. Here is Alzarri, bowls and wraps him on the pad. Coming forward, is it? And he's given out. Leg before wicket. Smith coming forward. And a quick, sharp delivery from Alzarri Joseph, hitting him very low on the foot. And what did he do? Did he ask for to review that? Well,
Yeah,
he's got
Pierre
4
says he's
seconds left,
walking.
the timer says, but he's walking off. He didn't take the review, so the 7th wicket going down, and Alzarri Joseph has struck again. He's picked up his second wicket. It's now 251 for the loss of 7.
Yeah, it seems Alzarri has come back reinvigorated from whatever niggle he was experiencing earlier that caused him to just go off the field for a bit. He's come back refreshed, refocused, and 2 wickets in his ensuing 2 overs. Smith walks after a short consultation with his captain. Should I go for it? Should I not go for it? Having already lost the review, he just goes off the field, and that brings Jacob Duffy, the tall pacer, to the crease.
Yeah, we know a lot about him. Look, he's a good player, Jacob Duffy, in terms of his bowling exploits. Very good, tall man. And I have to be honest with you. When I think about Jacob Duffy, I remember a guy from England. I think he might be a little bit taller. Angus Fraser, remember Angus Fraser? Might be slightly taller than Duffy. I think they should measure to determine who's taller. But I remember Angus Fraser, he would bound in, running smoothly with a little angle and bowl. Jacob Duffy in New Zealand showed his class and showed his worth for New Zealand. Coming onto the scene, not in the early days of cricket for him. Here he is and looking to play a little loose shot, little naughty shot outside the off stump. And it went very quickly to the keeper, Shai Hope. No run. Let's continue that scorecard. Jemima Latham was leg before wicket to the bowling of Pierre for 25, 30 balls, 1-4, 169 for 4 in the 33rd over. That partnership yielded 44 runs. And then Bracewell, looking to play the switch hit, was caught by Django off the bowling of Lawes, who picked up his third wicket then for 29, 31 balls, 3 fours in that knock. 234 for 5 in the 44th over, and that partnership yielded 65 runs. Here is Joseph, comes up, bowls to Duffy and gets it off the outside edge down to the short third man area for Shamar Joseph to come around to his left to field. He gets off the mark with 252 for 7 in the 48th. And then Mitchell caught Khary bowl Alzarri Joseph. He would have picked up his first wicket in the innings. He went for well-played 65, 73 balls, 7 fours and 1 6 in that knock, 243 for 6 them at that stage. And then Smith just out there before wicket to the bowling of Joseph. That's Alzarri Joseph for 5, faced 9 balls, 251 for 7 in the 48th over. And we're still in the 48th over. So you've got Duffy there, Jacob Duffy. What an interesting name, I can tell you. But he's in his 20th match. And he would have picked up 35 wickets in ODI internationals so far, one-day internationals. Good economy rate of 5.9. Here is Santner, comes forward, gets it out to mid-off. And he gets a single for that. And you would recall that Duffy also played for RCB in the IPL this year. Had a good outing for RCB, Jacob Duffy. He's really a good bowler for New Zealand. He's back into strike now. Santner's 10 from 11 here in the 48th over. That run rate, Jemima 5.29, not bad at all. Given the fact that this is Providence. Yes, it's the first ODI. 2 more to be played there. One on Monday evening as well. Well, day-night game 2:30. And then Thursday coming as well. Backs away and looks to drive to the offside. Play a forceful shot through the offside, misses out on that. Duffy taken by the keeper again, no chance of a run. So that's the end of over number 48 here. 253 for the loss of 7. New Zealand being asked to bat. That's the latest score from Providence.
So unless we see anything T20-esque I don't believe that New Zealand will be getting up to that 300 run mark this evening, but still a very competitive score going above 250 against the West Indies here at Providence. We know how it can get in these conditions, but I believe what West Indies will be relying on is the do factor to come in after, they take a break, have a little snack or so, and then when they come out back, it should be a little bit darker here at Providence, and that dew should begin to kick in on the outfield, which might benefit West Indies, but we're yet to see if that will play out.
Yeah, 1/2 century in this knock so far in the innings for New Zealand, and Young missed out 49 from 63 balls. Not bad at all. You sense that everyone chipped in and contributed to the total. The top order was Motie in his final over, 1 for 47, comes up, he's in bowls, and that's hammered away through the offside down towards cover on the boundary, and he gets a single. Santner, and not known a lot for his batting exploits at this level, but he's got 350s on his belt in 1 days. And his highest score of 67, as I told you earlier, he's the captain of this side. And he would want to get some runs to complete the innings, take them up to 270, maybe 275. That's still on,
Definitely.
Yeah, it's still on. But how good is Duffy as a batter down the order? And he's looking to swing into the leg side, must have come off the body and then bounced away towards a short backward point. And they come through for a run. Let's wait. Is there a signal from umpire Dighton Butley? Yes, that's a leg by. I thought that came off the body there. One more to the total. It's gone up to 255 for 7. I think extras column has gone up to 70 now, if I'm correct. Yeah. I know you'll check that on the computer for us. Here is Santa on strike, and he's driving into the leg side. That's going out towards mid-wicket. There's a field out on the boundary. Remember with the power plays in the 50 over, the first 10 overs to outside the 30-yard, and from 11 to 40, you can have 4 outside. The final 10, then you have 5 outside the 30-yard circle. So that's the difference with T20 cricket and 50 over cricket. Of course, the power plays are very important. 1 for 49 Motie now, bowling at home. One of the home boys, along with Rutherford as well, who's in this side, and Shamar Joseph. Here is Motie bowls. He's swinging that into the leg side. Where is that gone? Is he bowled? He's bowled him, looking to swing, and the ball just hit the stumps. And that's the end of Duffy, looking for a big swing, the big fast bowler. He's gone for a duck from 5 deliveries, 256 for the loss of 8, and Motie is struck, picking up his second wicket.
Very curious there from Motie. Not much of a celebration or no celebration at all. He just dusts off his hands the ball to the umpire, and then goes over to John Campbell and he shares a smile with him. But no big celebration from Gudakesh Motie. He probably feels like this is what is supposed to happen in the twilight of an innings. The lower order will come out and they will swing, and these things happen. Nothing to celebrate about.
Yeah,
but Jacob Duffy goes there for a duck facing 5 balls.
Yeah, 256 now for the loss of 8. And you don't underestimate someone like a Motie. In ODI cricket, his economy rate is good, It's on the 5, if I'm correct, Motie. Yes, his economy rate is pretty good. 4.82, in fact. He's got 2 4-wicket hauls as well. He's in his 37th ODI game for the West Indies. He's picked up 44 wickets now, a best of 4 for 23. That's Gudakesh Motie for you. So never underestimate him bowling at the end of the innings. He's good. Fisher comes out. He'll be fishing for some runs, a couple of runs for his side. Faces up and he's turning it into the leg side, down to the wide long on area. Shamar Joseph comes off the boundary and he gets a run. He's off the mark. Santner comes back in to strike the captain now. So here we watch Motie again. That was dead on the middle stump. Looking to swing into the leg side. Jacob Duffy missed completely and comprehensively bowled. And that's how good Motie is. He's a very good containing, very economical bowler. At times he's a bit ragged in the T20 format. Here is a short ball and Santner just working it into the mid-wicket area for a single. Played a calm innings, Santner. What's the score so far in the football? I think it's 1-1. Is it 1-1? England versus
Norway.
1-1. I tell you what. Now, if that goes down to penalties, Norway's going to win. That's your
estimation.
That's my estimation. Norway's going to win that. 49 overs gone, 258 for the loss of 8. It's cricket here at Providence.
Yes, I'm sure a lot of people are enjoying that World Cup game, but we have an interesting game unfolding here at the Providence National Stadium. New Zealand 258 for 8 after 49 overs, 17 extras bowled by the West Indian bowlers, one half century on the cards from Darryl Mitchell, Will Young 49 from 63, just missing out on that milestone. And here we have the captain Santner facing up to Alzarri Joseph for this last 6 balls of the innings.
Joseph Ball Santner hitting that in the air into the mid-wicket area. There is no one there, of course, inside the 30-yard circle. The man is on the boundary and he sprints in quickly. They come back for 2, I make it. So Santner moves to 15, a runner ball. So he's doing pretty well. Fishes 1 from 1, a runner ball as well. 260 for the loss of 8. Alzarri Joseph 2 for 35. So if you're listening in New Zealand to all parts of the world, it's a nice first match here and a nice crowd on hand. $2,000 Guyana dollars to come into this ground for these one-day internationals here. And that's very cheap. That's cheap.
Feels
and
like
sweet.
a steal. Feels exactly like a steal to Guyanese.
I
We're
would-
probably more accustomed paying more than 5,000.
Here's a swing. That's a big hit. Where is that gone? Into the long on area. That's gone into the green stand. I make it to the side of the green stand. And that's gone for a maximum, a 6 there from Santa. That's a beautiful stroke. Picked that up beautifully. 21 from 16, 266 with a loss of 8.
Not many sixes we've seen in this innings, actually. That's just the third six
Correct.
of the innings. So very scarce, few and far between. And look at that shot from Mitchell Santner. Very, very confident in his swing. And Alzarri Joseph, he made it so easy.
Yes, and that's the third 6 in the innings. Argentina playing Switzerland later this evening. That's a quarterfinal game. Yes, and I know most people will have Argentina to win that. That should be an easy one for them. Here is Joseph Ball. That swung away again off the outside edge. Caught. Leading edge, and it went straight to mid-off. Catch taken. And Santner goes to 21 from 17 deliveries, 266 for the loss of 9. And Joseph has picked up his third wicket, 3 for 41 in his 9th over. And that catch there taken down at mid-off to end Santner's innings. The captain's innings has come to an end now, 266 for the loss of 9. Jemima.
Excellent work there from John Campbell. Just getting around in order to scoop up that catch there. Mitchell Santner was very optimistic. Probably wanted to drive it a bit straighter, got airborne, and couldn't do anything about it in the end. John Campbell taking that catch to give Alzarri Joseph his third wicket of the evening. Alzarri has come back very, very confident. I wonder what was in the water they gave him while he was off the field. Something had to be there because coming back after, a little niggle concern to take 3 wickets and just hold West Indies up at the end in order to prevent New Zealand from getting too many runs in these death overs. Excellent work from Alzarri Joseph.
Yeah, Campbell taking that catch. And don't underestimate Alzarri Joseph at all. We know he's good. We know he's a strike bowler, but he tends to bowl well coming down to the end. He just gave away a 6 there. He comes up now. He's in bowls, looking to maybe scoop, but that ball kept low. They come through for a single, and they'll get the run. That's Lennox, the last man coming out to do battle for them. Came right across his leg stump and missed the ball. It went down behind Shai Hope. As we look at that catch again on the screen, taken by Campbell, very easy. Has done his job well, taking that catch. You don't drop catches like that at all.
No, textbook catches. And Machu, we're focused on the excitement in front of us, not knowing there's some excitement behind us. Because I'm told Norway just made it 2-1 in the World Cup quarterfinal. So England now again, as we would say in cricket, on the back foot. How will they respond?
Yeah, I'm sorry for my friends in England, but I don't want them to win this game at all. I prefer Norway to win this game. Here is Joseph comes up now. He's in bowls to Fisher. And Fisher's what? He's bowled him, is it?
Him, yes.
That's the end of the innings. Came across his stance, maybe looking to play a little scoop shot and bowl next stump. So that's the end of the innings. 49.5 overs. The innings has been wrapped up by the West Indies. 267 all out. Joseph with a 4 for 41. 8.5 overs. Fisher going for 1. Lennox unbeaten on not 17 extras with that run rate being 5.36. 267 all out. And Nichols getting 27, Young 49, Chapman 27, Latham 25, Bracewell 29, a well-played half-century to Mitchell 65, Smith getting 5, Duffy a duck 21 to Santner, and that's the end of the innings for you. I'll go through the bowling figures for you, the complete bowling figures for you. Let's start with Khary, Pierre, 10 overs, no maiden, 1 for 39. Shamar Joseph, 8 overs, no maiden, 1 for 49. Alzarri Joseph, 8.5 overs, no maiden, 4 for 41. The man who's led the way coming down to the end of the innings. The back end of the innings, he's picked up his wickets. 4 for 41. Gudakesh, Motie, 10 overs, no maiden, 2 for 51. Vitel Lawes, the young 19-year-old on debut, 10 overs, no maiden, 3 for 54. Well played to the young man, well bowled by Lawes. And Sheriff Rutherford, 3 overs, no maiden, none for 21. So 49.5 overs, the required run rate, 5.35, 267 all out, 49.5 overs, extras 18 made up of 4 byes, 8 leg byes, 1 no ball, and 5 wide. So 267 all out then. Let's ask Jemima to sum up the innings, and let's look forward to when the West Indies would have to come and reply. After that, we'll take a break and we'll tell you when to rejoin us.
I think
Jemima.
very excellent work here from the West Indies to contain New Zealand. At the start of this game, we were envisioning probably a 280, 300 score from New Zealand. West Indies keeping them to 267 all out in 49.5 overs. Impressive stuff, especially from the young debutant Vitel Lawes, 3 for 54 from his 10. And then Alzarri Joseph in the death overs, 4 for 41 from 8.5 overs. Alzarri coming in and stamping his authority against what we would like to call the tail enders. You can't hit me. How can you hit me? I'm an experienced bowler. I've been here. I do this all the time. And I'm very happy with Alzarri's performance. I would say the second half of his performance, because when he started earlier, it was good. It was quiet. Nothing too exciting. But Alzarri came back 4 wickets on the trot in his few overs at the end. Excellent stuff from the West Indies bowlers to keep New Zealand to 267. And we'll see as the juice sets in.
All right, let's go.
Gettable total, says the young man. We'll wait to see if that becomes a reality for the West Indies, because this is their target, 268. That's what they require to win this first one-day international of the 5-match series.
Taking 3 wickets for 54 runs. We missed that interview, but I guess we'll hear it a little later. But good effort from him indeed, Jemima, when you look at the fact that here's a young man coming on to the international scene after taking 10 wickets in the Under-19 World Cup and being given a chance by the West Indies selectors to play in this series here in the Caribbean, New Zealand, touring for the 8th time, the men's team, and playing at the top. Very first match for him, along with 2 other left-hand spinners in Gudakesh, Motie, and Khary, Pierre. That says a lot for the future of this young man.
Yeah, I don't think we've talked a lot about how imposing this must be for a 19-year-old. You've only played against people your own age. Everybody you've played against are 19-year-olds, 18-year-olds. These are your peers. And then to come on the international stage and play guys, some of them almost twice your age. It's a mental thing for this young man. And to see the way he carried himself this afternoon, and not only the way he carried himself, but his demeanor, because no matter what happened, he had a smile on his face. He got hit for a boundary, he smiled. He got hit for a 6, he smiled. There was a misfield off his bowling, he smiled. He kept a positive demeanor and he was rewarded richly for it. I love this for him. It's a beautiful debut. A lot of bowlers would dream of a debut like this, and we can only hope to see what more he will do across what I expect to be a very, very long and illustrious career in this sport.
Right, so 267 all out. We'll take a break. We'll ask stations to come back and to join us in about 25 minutes' time. On behalf of the entire commentary team here from Providence, Matthew Kissoon, handing back to your respective studios.
Outside?
Yeah. There was a foul in the penalty. No, it was the one.
Yeah,
It was the one, but then VAR intervened.
Yeah,
and they have to review.
a former Hurricane.
Yeah, they fouled player and they penalty.
Oh. Yeah. They had it up. They don't have it 2-1.
Yeah, they had it up. So you were wrong. You were wrong.
Like Woody up with Argentina too.
Yes.
Correct.
So I honestly think, but can Argentina meet France in the final apart from how it's set?
Yes, but they have to get past Norway.
Oh.
Well, look at me saying Norway. Norway has to They have to get past.
No, I'm glad it's Norway beating Hungary, to be honest with you. Yes, it can have a meaning in the
On the Cut and Drive Network. This is cricket on the Cut and Drive Network. This is cricket on the Cut and Drive Network. You just heard commentaries on the West Indies Home Series, a production of the Cut and Drive Network in association with Cricket West Indies. Join us again for more on Cut and Drive. This is Cricket on the Cut and Drive Network. This is Cricket on the Cut and Drive Network. This is cricket on the Cut and Drive Network. This is cricket on the Cut and Drive Network. This is cricket on the Cut and Drive Network. This is cricket on the Cut and Drive Network. This is cricket on the Cut and Drive Network. Am I? All right, all stations stand by. We're going to be with you in just about a minute or so. I'll count the last 10 seconds. So I'll introduce and come to you. Kelvin. Okay. All right. Stand by for commentary. 15 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And welcome back to the Providence Stadium. The West Indies, I thought, did very well in the last, I'd say, 5 or so overs to restrict the New Zealand side to 268 all out. And to be honest with you, it looked at one stage as if they might have gotten another 10, 15 runs. We're just about ready to start the action. Ravinder is going to be joined by Delvin. Hello, Ravinder.
Yeah, thank you very much, Andrew Mason. Good evening and welcome back. We are ready for the resumption of play in this course of 5 one-day international between West Indies and New Zealand. New Zealand taking first strike at the insertion of West Indies and got to 267 after 49.5 overs. As I say, good evening and welcome back to Kelvin.
Good evening, Ravindra.
Hamlet.
Daryl Duffy. He starts with a dot delivery. And John Campbell and Ackeem Auguste, those are the two batters opening for the West Indies in pursuit of 269. Not the biggest total. And it's going to be an extra wide down the leg side from Duffy that starts the scoring for the home side in pursuit of 269 at a run rate of 5.38 runs and over. Not an imposing run rate by any means, Ravindra. However, I do believe that they're going to be depending on a positive start from the openers to set the tone.
Yeah, definitely you want a positive start here. In the context of thing 268 from the allotment of 50 overs, seems quite a competitive total. How they're going to approach it, left to be seen.
And this delivery from Duffy beats John Campbell outside the line of the off stump. 135 k's per hour. And Will Young, he likes it. Good length delivery. Just outside the line of the off stump. Campbell looking to cut at that one, unable to make contact. Fortunately, didn't get an outside head through to the wicketkeeper. So 2 deliveries have gone inside of over number 1. West Indies require 269 for victory. In comes Duffy. Once again, it's a back of a length delivery. John Campbell steering this one into the slip cordon, and it's another dot delivery. So a good start here from New Zealand, looking to defend 268. I do believe they might be a bit disappointed as it relates to how many they eventually got up to. However, runs on the board are runs on the board, and the Windies are now the ones with the job to do here, Ravindra.
Yeah, maybe you think because of the way they were going about their business, they were placed at 160 in the 28th over. We were talking about getting to 280, 290.
Down the leg side once again. So a lot of these New Zealanders, they have similar names. New Zealanders or Kiwis as we call them. It's actually Jacob Duffy, not to be confused with Daryl Tuffy.
We call it the Black Caps as well.
Correct. And a bit of a pitch map of Alzarri Joseph being shown to the viewers on the television broadcast. he really was exceptional for the West Indies, picking up 4 wickets as they were able to bowl out New Zealand after an exceptional start. This one is a wayward delivery from Jacob Duffy, and it's going to beat everyone and run away into the boundary. It's going to be 5 wides. So where did that one come from?
I think he was bending his back too much there. Duffy just strained outside the line of the off stump. Quite wide here from the keeper. He could not have gotten there in time. But a little bit of encouragement for Duffy in terms of when he started, because a fast bowler for West Indies picking up 4 wickets, Alzarri Joseph, I think he was excellent. He was outstanding, 4 for 41 from 8.5 overs.
Yeah, he did well to wrap up the innings. Duffy comes in once again, and this one is a full-length delivery, and Campbell is allowing this one to go outside the line of the off stump, not playing a shot. So another dot ball. The score is 7 without loss. 4 deliveries completed in over number 1. Of course, inside of the very first power play, and the Windies should be looking to capitalize on the field restrictions here.
And I think it's there is where you want to put yourself in a good position. Align yourself that, okay, we have got a target, looking competitive, as you said, Neblet. So you want a solid start.
Duffy comes in once again. Another wide delivery. So just all over the place in his first over. The pace is up there, 134.5 Ks, but the accuracy is not. And the West Indies, they're going to be happy to pick up another extra. Still only 4 deliveries completed in over number 1. It's 8 without loss. Campbell, he's none from the 4 deliveries faced. And of course, his opening partner, Ackeem Auguste, at the non-strikers end, yet to face a delivery. So extras doing the toll here for the West Indies. 8 extras in the very first over. In comes Duffy once again. This one, it's a straight delivery and defended nicely from John Campbell. Dot ball, 1 to come in the first over.
And as we said, Neblet, where speed is concerned, accuracy is more important. So this time is a bit slow, but he got it right on target. This is where Jacob is known for, to bowl wicket to wicket. And he's bowling to 2. Well, now that the innings began, you want to get everything right here. The consistency with your line and length is of paramount importance here for Duffy.
Absolutely. Looking to finish the first over. It's Duffy, and it's a length delivery, and it's a classical stroke into the offside from John Campbell. He's going to pick up 4, and after 1, it's 12 without loss. That's the score here at Providence.
I think he was wayward, Duffy, in this entire over, probably trying to pick up the line and length to be a bit more consistent. Wayward outside the line of the off stump. This one was a sweet bounce to Campbell. He's in good form, coming off the 5-day version, and looking to transform that form into the limited over version. A good opportunity for him. A lot depend on him. But what a sweetly timed for his first boundaries innings. Delightful indeed.
And I love the fact that he didn't look to muscle that one. It was all timing and picking the gap to perfection. The West Indies, they've got a very strong batting lineup, but again, they largely depend a lot on Shai Hope. And this opening partnership, they haven't played a lot of international cricket together as a pair. They're going to be looking to announce themselves as a dynamic duo at the top of the order. We're going to have Nathan Smith to bowl over number 2. 18 matches, 22 wickets so far, and he comes bowling to Ackeem Auguste. And Auguste is on the front foot. Square drive to the man at point. It's a dot delivery to begin with. 1.1 overs completed. It's 12 without loss.
Targeted 268 from the allocation of 50 overs. Neblet, how they can go about their business. And I think they could bring that similarity like New Zealand. The first 10, 15 overs, they were very cautious, very watchful. Yes, they were accumulating 1 or 2 boundaries and the runs was there, but it was a good approach.
Absolutely. Less than a run ball required. In comes Smith, and it's a good length delivery. Bit of a dangerous lead from Ackeem Auguste just outside the line of the off stump. I think he left that one based on height, but fortunately for him, that did not clip the off stump. A dot delivery from Nathan Smith. 2 deliveries completed in over number 2. The score remains on 12 without loss. West Indies in pursuit of 269. The debutant, Vitel Lawes, picking up 3 wickets, and Alzarri Joseph picking up 4. Those were the bowlers who did the most of the damage for the Windies. And now it is up to the batters. Ackeem Auguste facing up to Nathan Smith. In comes Smith, just past the umpire. And the back of a line delivery once again. Auguste is leaving this one outside the line of the off stump. Ackeem Auguste, a young, talented rising star from the West Indies. He's a youngster that is highly talked about by any who would have seen him bat, especially at the junior level. But we're hoping that he can actually transcend that promise into excellent performances at the highest level.
Well, I see Auguste in 2021 at the Under 19 World Cup. Since then, he was showing promise. You know, he came out and he looking like they say, you know, at least his judgment is good, leaving the ball outside the line of the off. Sometimes he was playing against New Zealand neighbor Australia.
There really is no rush required by the West Indies. Bit of an outside edge. And one bounce into the hands of the field at first slip. Fortunately for Auguste, that did not carry. But a good start here from Nathan Smith. Quite contradictory to his partner, Jacob Duffy. He's bowled 4 dot deliveries so far. And bowling with both pace and accuracy. Raises his head to the heavens. How did that not carry? Doing well to induce a bit of an outside edge from Ackeem Auguste. But fortunately for the West Indian, not enough on it for it to go safely to the hands of the slip fielder. Another one. This one is controlled a lot better by Auguste. Stared down towards the man at third for a single, so he gets off the mark. He's now on 1 from 5. The score moves up to 13 without loss. One delivery to come in over number 2. The run chase is on here at the National Stadium in Providence. Who is going to prevail in the very first match of this 5-match ODI series? 3 matches to be played here at the Guyana National Stadium in Providence, and the final 2 to be played at the Kensington Oval in Barbados.
Yeah, no doubt you want to take a 1-0 lead up here. It's a good opportunity for both teams. Like, you know, another 15 overs or so, maybe we can say, well, which direction it's going.
Smith comes in once again, and John Campbell is pushing at this one, fishing, you might say. Again, fortunate not to get an outside edge onto that one. The over from Smith comes to an end, just 1 from it. And the West Indies in pursuit of 269. They are 13 without loss. That's the latest score here at Providence.
Yeah, encouragement there for Smith because he's getting that bounce. That doesn't have the pace like a Duffy or so on, but he's getting bounce, and now on this occasion able to beat the bat of Campbell. So more encouragement here for Nathan Smith. Conceded just a 1 run. So good start for him.
Well, Duffy, based on his all-round history and also his history against the West Indies, you can bet that he will come back and do a lot better than he did in his first over, in this over number 3, which is his second over. Of course, Jacob Duffy, he was the thorn in the West Indies sides the last time these two teams faced up. And in he comes once again to bowl to Ackeem Auguste on 1 from 5. It's a back of a length delivery and defended into the offside. No opportunity for a run, so a dot ball to begin with. A lot of patrons still making their way into the National Stadium in Providence, and especially in the green stands, those seats are slowly but surely being filled. So again, we would like to encourage you guys, if you've got the opportunity to join us here at the National Stadium in Providence, want to encourage you to do exactly that. Looks like it's going to come down to the wire. The West Indies looking to win the very first match here in this series. The last time they won against New Zealand in a series, it was all the way in 2012. A short delivery pulled away into the onside by Ackeem Auguste, and it's going to go for 4. So this is what he's capable of doing. He's a batter with all the shots, a 360 player, and Ackeem Auguste starting well here. He moves up to 5 from 7. The score moves up to 17 without loss. Jacob Duffy searching for his line, searching for his length, and the West Indies batters capitalizing so far, Nandala.
Yeah, definitely. Jacob again airing with his length, and Auguste just capitalizing it. Convincing shot from him. What a way to start his innings.
In comes Duffy once again, and this one, it's a piece of a delivery, just squaring up Ackeem Auguste a little bit. Again, no contact, and it's a dot ball. So the score remains on 17 without loss inside over number 3. Again, if you would have just joined our broadcast, the West Indies are in pursuit of 269 for victory, less than a run a ball. They started at just about 5.3. So let's see how well they can go about this run chase. It doesn't require anything drastic. It requires a level head and a good composed start, in my opinion. Again, squared up just a bit. This one not lifting as much, and it seems to be a bit of a variation in pace. So Duffy coming back quite nicely after being struck for a boundary earlier in the over. What do you make of Jacob Duffy?
Yeah, he's such a quality bowler. He's an experienced player in this bowling lineup. You know, a lot is asked from him to come to the party, to come to the fore. Yes, he conceded 12 runs in his very first over because probably thinking to, you know, try to get that line and length right in terms of speed. But so far, this over has been impressive.
Absolutely. Definitely got the pace. And this is a handsome straight drive. Full face of the bat being shown by Ackeem Auguste. The fielder was running around, was the captain Sandner, but really didn't have a chance. He did well to get close to it. Unfortunately, that one not carrying into the boundary, but they're going to pick up 2, and 1 delivery remains in over number 3. Ackeem Auguste looking to be positive, but in the attempt that you're looking to be positive at the top of the order, in the V is where you should be playing.
Yes, I think he got plenty of elevation in that shot there. The captain running back, a diving effort from him, but we thought at one moment the ball gone over the top.
Yes, a lot of the times the West Indian batters, they're frowned upon because of their shot selection, but you can't say anything about that shot. Full face of the bat presented, and a good shot there from Auguste to pick up 2. Could come back from Duffy. He's going to finish with a dot ball. 3 overs gone. The West Indies in pursuit of 269. They are 19 without loss. That's the latest score here at Providence.
Yes, and Neblet, I think how West Indies is approaching here, you have got 2 new batsmen at the crease, not experienced campaigners. John Campbell has been around the 5-ball format more. Auguste, new to one-day cricket, new to West Indies team. But, a good chance for him to establish himself as a good cricketer, a good opener, given the opportunity now, one-day cricket, you can be able to settle in more. He does play T20 cricket, where you will have to be a little more aggressive. But in this format, yes, I can bat 10, 15 overs and try to get things out.
Yeah, definitely both batters looking to establish themselves in this format. Short delivery from Smith to commence over number 4. And it's cut away into the offside, straight to the field at Nichols. No chance for a single. Dot ball to begin with. The score remains on 19 without loss. Nathan Smith, what can he come up with? He really is a talented bowler as well. A lot of talent going around the New Zealand pace attack. And gone are the days where the Kiwis had very slow medium paces, the likes of Scott Styris and Nathan Astle. Now they've got a lot of firepower in their attack, and they really do utilize that firepower to good effect.
Yeah, definitely. I think James Bond was a quality fast bowler. Produce a lot of stuff there for New Zealand. Hopefully these guys can carry on.
You must be a fan of 007. I know you mean Shane Bond. Dot delivery from Nathan Smith. 4 deliveries to come in over number 4.
Not James Bond, Shane Bond.
Absolutely.
You're thinking about too much a movie there, man.
West Indies on 19 without loss. John Campbell, he is unbeaten on 4 from 9 deliveries. Ackeem Auguste also unbeaten on 7 from 11. In comes Nathan Smith once again. Nice run up. Not the tallest of fellows, but he really is very strong. Back of a line delivery and an inside edge that just bounces over the stumps. Fortuitous shot from John Campbell, but still a dot delivery. So a decent over from Nathan Smith so far. 3 dot balls to begin with, and the speeds have been up there. That final delivery, 130 k's an hour.
Well, he's a bit more disciplined now because he's not looking for that speed or that experimentation with the bounce. He's just controlling things now. He's just up more, making the batsman play wicket to wicket. I like his approach now. It's just a matter of consistency.
Absolutely. In comes Nathan Smith once again, bowling to John Campbell. And this time, Campbell is scooping this one over the fine leg area. It's 1 bounce into the boundary for 4. Bit of innovation inside of over number 4. And these are the types of shots you find synonymous with the power play, Mandalao.
Yeah, definitely from John Campbell. He's a quality left-handed batsman. As I said, there's a good chance for him to, come into the reckoning when it comes to this version of the game. He has done well in Test cricket. As you said, a wonderful piece of innovation from him. And we want to do it inside the power play.
And you love to see it. These types of batters at this level, they've got all the talent to manipulate the field. So definitely knowing where all the fielders are and playing that shot to perfection on that occasion. He moves up to 8 from 11. The score 23 without loss. The West Indies in pursuit of 269 for victory. Nathan Smith into his second over. No wickets for 5 runs so far. In he comes. He's bowling to John Campbell once again. Ackeem Auguste at the non-strikers end on 7 from 11. In comes Smith. And it's a good length delivery. Nicely defended by Campbell. No chance of a run. 1 to come in over number 4. That one, 132.5 K. So this is going to be just about where he's going to stay in terms of his pace. But of course, these bowlers utilize their variations to good effect. So expect a slow ball or 2 in the mix.
Yes, Andrew Mason is saying that the score is level 1-1 in the continuation of the FIFA World Cup quarterfinal segment. Norway up against England. Like them?
They're moving into extra time. Who are you backing, Ravindra?
Yeah, hopefully they could go to penalties as well.
But
So we want the score to remain at 1-1 at the conclusion of the extra time. But this is definitely a fierce battle between these two teams. Coming up, Argentina will take Switzerland. The final match in the quarterfinal segment. That should be another exciting encounter. But here at Providence, so far it has been quite exhilarating in the context of things because New Zealand, put up a good total, posted up 268. They were all out. They were inserted by West Indies, and the decision might have backfired a little on West Indies when you look at things now. But hopefully they can capitalize on the opportunity to bat as long as possible. But this is turning out to be a promising start, a solid reply to that total.
and a bit of a delay to the completion of over number 4 as a result of some maintenance being done to the pitch. A bit of sawdust being administered to the bowler's footmarks, but Nathan Smith, he is in fact now ready to complete his second over number 4. The West Indies once again, they're 23 without loss. John Campbell on strike, he's unbeaten an 8 from 12, and Ackeem Auguste, he's also unbeaten on 7 from 11. It seems as though they're going to need a bit more sawdust, are they? No. The ground staff, he's now making his way off of the field so that the over can in fact be completed. So in comes Nathan Smith once again. New Zealand medium fast bowler, back of a line delivery. This one is pushed into the offside by John Campbell, straight to the fielder, Henry Nichols, and it's going to be a dot ball to end over number 4 in pursuit of 269. The West Indies are 23 without loss, and that's the latest score here at Providence.
Yeah, good batting again there from John Campbell. You know, typically he's a batsman like that. He can be a bit aggressive. He can be a bit patient. You know, he plays a lot of test cricket, so he understands the nature of patient cricket, or be a bit more sedate in this juncture of the game. You know, we inside the power play, we want to get the partnership, we want to lay a good foundation. You know, it's a challenging total, 268 from the allocation of 50 overs. We need something solid at the top so we can give our batters to come in and try to fire in all cylinders. New Zealand, yes, they maintain things nicely here. They had a good start. They have conceded 23 runs from 24 legal balls, but they might be pleased with performance so far.
And when we consider the score comparisons, the West Indies are 10 runs ahead of where New Zealand were after 4 overs. Of course, both sides not losing a wicket. In comes Jacob Duffy to bowl his 3rd over. No wicket for 18 runs so far. A bit expensive to begin with. He starts with a short delivery. And this one is steered down towards 3rd man. They're going to pick up 1. So Ackeem Auguste, the young talented opener for the West Indies in this match. He moves up to 8 from 12. And the word from the football is that England have scored in extra time.
Wow. We have got plenty of fans here for England. 2-1 in favor of England in another quarterfinal action of the FIFA World Cup currently taking place.
Duffy comes in once again, a short delivery being pulled into the onside, into the mid-wicket region by John Campbell. They come through for 1, they're going to pick up 2. Didn't quite middle that one, but a bit of good running in the end.
Well, I think running is important, especially at this phase of the batting. Inside the power play, a lot of fielders circle the bat. So you want to capitalize on every opportunity. And that's what Campbell, in partnership with young Ackeem Auguste, this is the kind of cricket. I like this positive start from them.
Absolutely. Jacob Duffy's going to have to come up with something to try to remove these West Indies openers. And this one is nicely steered down towards 3rd man. No threat in that delivery. John Campbell picks up a single, and it puts Ackeem Auguste back on strike. Campbell moves up to 11 from 15. And the score, 27 without loss. 3 deliveries to come in over number 5. Solid start from the West Indies. New Zealand looking for a breakthrough. Who's going to get it for them?
Both teams inevitably will want to come out and start this 5-match series on a winning note.
Indeed, in comes Jacob Duffy. It's a short delivery, and this one is turned nicely into the onside by Ackeem Auguste. A bit of a one-legged shot. Nicely played and picked up by Smith on the boundary. Just a single, 28 on the board, 4.4 overs completed. The West Indies looking good, a solid start. Jacob Duffy not having the best of days with the ball. But of course, we know that he is in fact a dangerous character. Picked up a lot of wickets against the West Indies the last time these two sides faced off. What can he deliver here in the land of many waters? It's a short delivery at top edge by John Campbell. Is anyone under it? Yes, the catch is safely taken. And just as we were mentioning about his ability to take wickets, right on cue, Jacob Duffy strikes. He really wasn't having the best of nights as it relates to his consistency with his line and length. However, he is known for striking, and he struck in his third over, taking the wicket of the dangerous John Campbell. And the first wicket goes down for the West Indies.
Yeah, it was a sudden bounce there from Jacob. I think that might have been a little bit disappointing for John Campbell because the time wasn't there. I don't think he made that connection greatly. The ball went up in the air very high. Will be disappointed with himself the way he got out there because he was looking absolutely fantastic before his departure. But a big blow here for West Indies.
And these are the kinds of bowlers you need to be worried about, even when he's not having the best of days, still able to come up with a wicket-taking delivery. Out comes Casey Carty, the West Indies number 3, also a batter who's shown so much talent. And he started his international career quite well, falling off the mark just a bit. But, of course, he's looking to assert himself in this particular series. One to come in over number 5. He's facing up to Jacob Duffy, who's just picked up the wicket of John Campbell to score 28 for 1. The West Indies in pursuit of 269. We've got ODI number 2 scheduled for Monday. And of course, the third and final match here in Guyana, that's going to be played on Thursday before the series shifts to the Kensington Oval in Barbados. A nice crowd here today, a mixture of youngsters as well as those veteran stalwarts who just can't get enough of West Indies cricket whenever it's in town.
Yeah, we have got plenty of cricketing enthusiasts have come in to witness this action.
In comes Jacob Duffy, and Casey Carty is defending this one nicely on the line of the off stump. That's going to be the end of over number 5. And after 5, the West Indies are 28 for 1. That's the latest here at Providence. And now we're going to make way for Mr. Anthony Kemraj.
Yeah, good start there from Casey Carty, looking positive, and a lot will depend on him. He would have done exceptionally well in this pivotal number 3 position for West Indies, back-to-back century in Ireland last year. So he's coming with repetition here at number 3, Casey Carty, and a lot will depend on him. I mean, an early blow for West Indies in the context of things in over number 5, 28 for 1. So the correspondent say good evening and welcome back to Anthony Kemraj.
Hello, Ravindra, and here's hoping that you're doing pretty fine. 28 for 1, we're in over number 6, and we look out and we see the glaring lights, shining lights, bright lights here at the Providence Stadium, and they're in full effect. We look around to see the stands, at least the green stand, not populated, but lots of people have come in from the last time I was here. And, of course, the red stand. And we look at Smith, who is very fiery, very quick. He's up there and bowls to Auguste. And Auguste is struck on the pad as he shapes to play the ball on the onside. Looking at the left-handed Auguste, and I asked the question a little bit... I'm a little bit bothered to know what has happened to Alec Athanaze. Haven't heard about him in recent times. Casey Carty hasn't scored. Auguste has 9, 28 for 1 in over number 6. The current rate of 5.25. This is a run rate, Ravindra, that has been hovering during the New Zealand innings.
Yes, there's something that they will have to look at West Indies if they can get to that 268.
Here is Smith. He's up there, bowls to Auguste. He is generally beaten outside the off stump, taken by Latham, and there's no run. There's a very packed offside field. Wow.
Yeah, we're still inside
and
the power
this
play.
is what? Maybe this is somewhat of a fly slip area, which is very wide. There is also a short cover mid-off. There is a point, and there is extra cover there on the offside. A third man as well. On the onside, there is a what? Mid-wicket, straight. There's a mid-on. So that completes the field for you, and there is a fine leg right out on the boundary. 28 for 1 over number 6. Here is Smith. leaves the media center end. He's up there and bowls to Auguste. He is coming forward. Seems as though the only shot he has is playing into the offside down towards backward point. 28 for 1 in over number 6. I think we do have a winner. I will confirm that in a minute or two. We do have a winner. The question that was asked, but we'll have to give that information in a bit. We want to confirm it. We don't want to give information and it's not precise. Ravindra, we want to be very certain, very clear of what we're doing.
Yeah, definitely want to.
So we'll confirm that in a minute.
Sure,
My
yeah.
friends at the back of the commentary box will do some research here to tell me exactly who is the winner. 28 for 1 in over number 6. Here is Smith from a very long run-up. Goes in to bowl to Auguste. Auguste is flashing outside the off-stump, misses, not taken by the keeper. The fielder comes around from a third man and returns, and they get what? Two runs they have. So 28 for 1. Khary hasn't scored as yet. Auguste is 9 from 18. The West Indies need 238 runs from here, Ravindra.
Yes, I mean, the approach is important here. Obviously, we don't have a rollicking start, but they have been quite patient. They have been watchful. Given the fact that New Zealand bowlers on top, they haven't conceded many runs. They've only taken 1 wicket, but, the line and length has been consistent. They've been containing. They have been penetrative and that sort of thing. So I like the way they're approaching this bowling, realizing that, West Indies were a bit more tactical. In their boat, they had that spin-pace combination. New Zealand going with 2 pacers up front.
Ravindra, are you taking the drive back to Berbice with me after the game?
Yes, I like to go to the Asian county of Berbice.
Would love to go to the Asian
Long
county.
journey, but I think it's worthwhile.
It's worthwhile, yes. Berbice, of course.
Gudakesh, Motie.
Home of the wise, isn't that so? The wise men come from the east. Here is Smith. He's up there and bowls to that's Auguste. He is flashing outside the off stump down towards the third man. That's gone for 4. And the third man fielder can get there. And we have had 6 overs bowled. It's 34 for 1. That's the latest score here from Providence.
Yeah, it wasn't a convincing shot there from Auguste. Also, outside the line of the off stump, the ball was drifting away from the batsman. He got some edge. It was quite thick and eventually got 4 runs. So that will do a world of good for his confidence because he was struggling against the Pacers, Auguste. And then with the loss of his partner, Campbell, definitely under pressure.
Good. So we're about to announce our winner in a moment or two, but I want to say thanks again to Tower Suites Hotel. It says they're conveniently located at 7475 Main Street, Georgetown, is where comfort, entertainment, exceptional dining, and warm Guyanese hospitality come together. Have you ever heard that, Ravindra?
Yeah, never heard it. Thanks for reading that.
You've never heard that? This is a pull shot, or the essay is a pull and misses taken by the keeper. 35 for 1, 6 overs gone. We're in over number 7. But you go across Guyana, beautiful country, wonderful people, so many places to go, so many things to do. If you're listening and you want to come over to Guyana, have no fear. Come right over. You can still come for the second one internationally if you're listening somewhere in St. Lucia. Maybe in Barbados, you can come over. What do you think?
Yes, we don't want the Barbados people.
You don't want them here?
Like Andrew Mason, he said that he's not going to bring all his friends or whatsoever.
Here is Duffy and bowls to Khary. Khary is what? Getting it down towards wise third man. And he gets a single. He's off the mark now. One of the batters in the West Indies team is K.C. Khary, who will need to stay there for a pretty long time.
Yes, he's a batsman capable of doing it. He likes to bat with responsibility. We have seen on numerous occasions how he handled it. Came in early. West Indies suffered early blow, but took up the responsibility. This is a big occasion for him. Tell the world that I'm here for West Indies cricket. I'm going to bat and try and make a big impression with the bat today.
Here is Duffy. Comes up, bowls to Auguste. Auguste is forward and drives. Can't beat the field. Can't find the gap. This might be very frustrating for them, but they need not worry. The total is not a huge one by any chance. It's gettable once you stay there. The important thing to note, Ravindra, it's not a T20 game. So there's adequate time to build an innings, and they must take note of that.
Yeah, and you want a batsman who can, stay there as long as possible. And K.C. Khary spoke about his ability.
Here is Duffy, bowls to Auguste. He's coming forward again. Can't beat the field. That's Santner from it off. The New Zealand feeling, someone mentioned about it before we start, that now here is where you're going to be seeing fielding. And you look at the New Zealand fielding and you think, wow, this is exceptional. I remember looking at the 1992 World Cup. New Zealand, they I don't want to say they created that relay throw, but they had that exceptional way of feeling, and they would throw themselves across the sward. They would pick the ball up inches inside the boundary and just relay it to the other fielder, and that really completed a clean piece of fielding. This is outside the off stump, and he's opening the face down towards the third man. There's no run. 36 for 1. New Zealand, Australia. Don't write off the West Indies team. They had some really good fielders back then.
It's absolutely. Keith Arterton from the Leeward Islands was a fantastic, love
Don't
his
forget the
athleticism.
super cat. The
The
super
super
cat.
cat, the great Clive Lloyd.
And Clive said in one of his speeches, he said, and I always keep that to myself, it says, let's continue to use cricket as the gel that keeps us together. Wow.
Canucks for better unity.
Here is Duff. He's up there. Bolster Auguste is looking for the pull. Wow. He wanted maybe to deposit that out of Providence. And it goes through to the keeper, 36 for 1. But so many things, so many little things make the game so interesting. Cricket is a game that you always love. I always wanted to become a cricketer, but because of my poor stats, I couldn't go on. 36 for 1.
You would have been a successful softball cricketer or a street cricketer?
An average.
Okay.
I'm being fair with you. At least I'm being fair. You need to give me full marks. I'm being fair. Always wanted to be a fast bowler, though. 36 for 1. This is Duffy. He's up there. Bolster Auguste. He opens the face down to our third man. And the ball will go pretty close to the boundary. And they get another single. 37 for 1. 7 overs gone. Khary has 1. Auguste has 14. The West Indies need 231 runs from 43 overs. That's the latest score here from Providence.
Yeah, slow start for them. They have been very watchful coming back to the places that you have went to. Anthony, you spoke about the majestic Kaito Falls. You said there are, countless places in Guyana you could go to visit. Tourism is a part of cricket, we can say. Look at the T20. We have the Global Super League T20 competition coming up. CPL, of course, we have the Guyana's leg. And people, when they come here to witness cricket or to watch cricket, they, go to various destinations in Guyana and enjoy the hospitality and tourism attractions.
Here is Smith, the bowls to Auguste. He's whipping the ball off his legs. So we'll find the fielder along a third man. And he finds fielder there is no run. So, in fact, they get 1. 38 for 1. And, of course, they say tourism is everybody's business. So, once you're in the country, you always have a thing or two about tourism. You want to know people coming into the country, bringing foreign currency and all of that, Ravindra, and having things be done in the country, money circulating, people buying products, foreigners coming in. So by that way, of course, you create employment and so forth. So all these things, make a country a wonderful place to be in. Smith would want to be remembered here at Providence. He starts again, comes up, bowls to Khary. Khary is coming forward and pushes the ball into the offside. Casey Khary, he's very patient.
Well, you would expect that from him, coming in with the first wicket falling at 28 for 1. In the context of things, it's quite a competitive total, a respectable total. New Zealand definitely pleased the way they batted, just show West Indies that you are coming under the lights to chase this target here. We're going to put pressure on you immediately. We are confident, we are optimistic our fast bowlers will do the job. So far, they have been splendid.
Smith continues, 38 for 1. Goes in and bowls to Khary. Khary is coming forward, pushes the ball into the offside, 38 for 1. And again, I want to say kudos to each and everyone across this beautiful country. The Burpee Stadium, the Palmares Stadium is coming pretty soon. We've had the Anna Regina Stadium being commissioned. We have Providence here. Almost everywhere we have a stadium. Maybe next time Andrew Mason comes to Guyana, he'll be doing commentary at the Palmares Stadium.
Yeah, good luck when he hits the Burbies there.
Are we taking him to Burbies?
Yeah, we definitely take it. We got to take
You
him
give him a chance.
to Anna Regina as well. Essequibo Coast, Region 2.
What, Region 2? That's a far drive, Ravindra. Here is Smith. He's up there. Bowls to Khary. That was exquisitely played. Well, that's the best shot I've seen for the entire game. I must say that. That was played through the offside. Gloriously played from the right-hander. He picks up 4. He's 5. 42 for 1. And we're over number 8.
Definitely in agreement with you there, Anthony Kemraji. Timing was absolutely impeccable. The placement was perfect. Look at that. Textbook style there from Casey Khary. Wonderful shot there from the right-handed batsman.
Let me tell you something. Some of the boys in my village, at least, they say this is the young Marlon Samuels. Yes. I say, let's see. Let's watch it and see.
Still plenty to prove.
Here is Smith. He's up there. Bowls to Khary. Khary is coming forward. then runs it down towards the short third man. And there's no run. 42 for 1. We're over number 8. So we have the battle on hand here. New Zealand against the West Indies. And this is a very important series for both teams. Remember, New Zealand, they lost to Bangladesh recently, and the West Indies lost to Sri Lanka. So both teams will be eyeing, look, we need to go out there. We need to win. And the best thing to do is winning in the first match.
Yes, I understand New Zealand at number 2 on the rankings. West Indies at number 10. So New Zealand obviously holding that psychological advantage, but still you want to come out successful tonight, each team.
Here is Smith. He's up there, balls to Khary. Khary is coming forward. One that comes back into him and stabs it out into the offside. 8 overs gone, 42 for 1. The West Indies need 226 runs from 42 overs. Khary has 5. Auguste has 15. 42, 8 overs bowl. That's the latest position here from the Providence Stadium.
Partnership is important here, Anthony. I'm sure you will agree with me. And this is where Khary comes in. He's a reliable batsman. He's established himself as a genuine number 3 batsman. We still have got Shai Hope to come. He's in good form. He's one of the key batters in West Indies lineup. Let's see how Ackeem Auguste is a youngster. He's promising left-handed batsman. He's seen out the hard part of this inning so far. He's still there occupying the crease. Something big might come from him.
So here is Duffy. He's up there, balls to that's Auguste going down the track and looking to swipe it over mid-wicket. Misses taken by the keeper. 42 for 1, and we're over number 9. Let me just say thanks again to Maggie's Catering and splendid food, absolutely splendid food. And it says here, more than catering, we create experiences. Are you going there tomorrow?
Definitely. Me and Andrew Mason going there for lunch.
Oh.
New Market Street in Georgetown, Guyana.
Matthew asked the question. Here is Duffy. He's up there, bowls to Auguste. He's opening the face, runs it down to a third man. The fielder comes around and fields cleanly. And I want to respond to Matthew right away to say good experiences. Whatever they be.
Auguste was looking to go downtown just now against Duffy because he's advancing down the track, and because the ball got that extra height, he didn't make any connection. But a good piece of bowling. But I like that intimidation from Auguste.
That is why I love Matthew Kisun in the commentary box. He brings a laughter too, even though he's always a serious guy.
He has to be serious.
He has to be serious. Here is Duffy. 1 for 27. He's up there, bowls to Khary. Khary is coming forward, pushes the ball straight down to the cover region, and there is no run. 43 for 1. New Zealand have shown the difference in fielding.
Yes, their fielding has been absolutely fantastic so far. Spot on. There are a number of players like the athleticism, energetic, dynamic. They are a youthful team, you can say, coming out here and play one-day cricket. They love T20 cricket. They're showcasing their skills.
And I must not leave out Jemima. She's always on her phone. She's writing at the same time, doing commentary at the same time. Wow.
Yeah, she's so much occupied. But she's a journalist, so you can expect that.
Multi-talented. Here is Duffy, and this is what? Pull, and this will go into the boundary for 4. Not in total control, though. Those are in control there with the flags. Ravindra?
Yeah, the supporters. They have come out in a number. They have something to cheer on now. If West Indies can continue to pick up the boundaries with regularity, I'm sure they're going to cheer on them. They have got home support here, West Indies. So if you want to pursue this total quickly and give the crowd something to celebrate here tonight and come back on Monday for the second one-day, definitely it's on.
Jesse Khary, 9 from 9. Auguste is 16 from 27. 47 for 1. Here is Duffy's up there, bowls to Khary. Khary is getting one down the leg side. Is that a wide? Yes, it is. 48 for 1. And Duffy is straying a little bit. Reasonable figures so far, 4.4 overs, 1 for 32. So the Pacers have done reasonably well so far for New Zealand. The important thing to note is that when Santner will come into the attack, very effective.
He's a big player, and a lot will depend on him. But he continues to depend on the fast men to do the trick. I mean, they got the breakthrough, they remove John Campbell.
Here is Duffy. He's up there to bowl to Khary. Khary is coming forward and pushes the ball into the offside. And there was a gentleman, at least 2 people, raising up a flag. Grenada, flag of Grenada. I lost that for a moment. And wow, so look what we have. All sorts, I mean, you have Guyanese here, you have Grenadians here, people coming in to watch this game, Ravindra. What else can you ask for?
You can actually better. I mean, you spoke about tourism, how important it is. We have a growing economy. We are booming. The discovery of oil and that sort of thing. So it's a great nation. We know people are passionate about cricket here. What a lovely night so far.
Here is Duffy's up there, balls two. That's Geese. He's beaten again. Runs it down towards a third man. Gets another single. The 50 has come up finally. 50 for one. They've labored to 50. 50 for one. 9 overs. At this stage, New Zealand were 44 or without loss. 50 for one. 9 overs gone. That's the latest score here from Providence.
Yeah, they started to make steady progress now. You don't want to lose any more wickets if you're going to be able to overall that total of 268. This, left and right combination can pay dividends for West Indies. The next 10 overs can be able to dictate things, manipulate things West Indies without losing 4 wicket. I think that is the best approach for them. New Zealand, yes, they've got a wicket. They've got a big wicket, John Campbell. So it was encouragement for them very early in defense of that total of 268 from the allocation of 50 overs. So far, in my observation, is even Steven.
Yes, they were 44 for no wicket, and the West Indies are 50 for one. They have a few more runs, but they've lost a wicket. That's the important thing to know. Here is Smith. He's up there. Bowls to Geese. He's coming forward. Runs it down towards the point area. And can score. He remains on a 17. What Geese needs to do here, in my estimation, is to stay for a pretty long time. And the other batters will come and play their shots. And Casey Carty has done that. He's 10 from 10. 50 for one in over number 10. And they need 218 runs in just over 40 overs.
Yes, good approach.
You think that they can get there?
Well, I'm sure the batters are confident of going there, but New Zealand, surprisingly, that Smith is not bowling with a slip.
Here is Smith. He's up there. Bowls to Geese. He again is coming forward, slightly beaten as he pushes forward. Will get a single down towards point. And he goes to 18 from 30. And we look at New Zealand. We look at some of the players here. And we look at their bowling stats here, Ravindra. Pretty interesting, isn't that so?
Yes, Tom Lytham, the most senior player, is a wicketkeeper. 167 match, but Mitchell Stanton, 134 wickets
from 125 games.
Matches, average of 35.34. Not too commendable, but he has been a consistent performer for New Zealand. He's taken up the responsibility with the leadership. We know about his bowling capability.
Here is Smith. He's up there, balls to Carty. Carty is coming forward and pushes the ball back up the strip for the bowler to field. 51 for one. A little bit of quiet moment here at the Providence Stadium here during the other tournaments, and so we'd see.
to think about being more. He can stay there because we know he's a quality batsman in this version of the game. He's a one-day specialist in my view. He would have done really well for West Indies at number 3. And Auguste, yes, a young man looking to come to the party. You want to make an impression here tonight. As I say, good evening and welcome back to Machu Picchu.
Well, thank you, Ravindra. Good evening to everyone right across the Caribbean region and in New Zealand as well. Picking up the commentary loud and clear. The West Indies are off to a reasonably good start. They've lost that first wicket as Jaden Lennox comes into the attack and forces Auguste onto the back foot, turns it away into the leg side for no run. The left-hand orthodox spinner, Jaden Lennox. Casey Khary has been very good in this format. His 49th game now, so that's looking to sweep down towards backward square. Must have come off the pad. As Jemima joins me, the floodlights are flowing nicely at Providence. It's a good game, good crowd in hand. It's the first match, and really and truly very encouraging indeed. Schools are closed, so you can have the kids come in on Monday evening, Monday afternoon to watch some cricket, as well as Thursday. Here is Jaden Lennox, and he's forcing that. Nice shot by Auguste in his 5th one-day international with the highest of 22. So he's inching closer to that. He's on 19 from 33 balls, a left-hander, Auguste. And really the West Indies looking for someone at the top in ODI cricket to bat to the top and bat well. You've got Khary coming in at number 3. John Campbell has been dismissed. He loves to hit the ball hard, but he top-edged that one, looking to flick into the leg side and off the leading edge and flew to mid-wicket. It was a lovely catch taken by Nathan Smith. Must be honest with you, that was a brilliant catch taken. He judged it well to remove Campbell for 28. In fact, 11. It was 28 for 1 then when he went. Forward comes Casey Khary now. And a lot of talk about Khary, Jemima, a really good player in this format, the 29-year-old. In his 49 game, as I said, his high score of 170. He got that in 2025 against Ireland. He's the kind of player that loves to score big. Here is an off drive, down to long off. Good touch player, classy, looks very accomplished and very decent indeed. Casey Khary, and he's got 405 50s on his belt, the man from St. Martin.
Oh, and as
Welcome back.
Happy to be back. As we're seeing according to our screens here, I wonder if Lennox had looked up at that screen because they're showing the review for a desperate call he made against Casey Khary, and if the umpire had paid him any mind, West Indies would have been down 2 this evening.
Yes, 53 for 1. That was a close call indeed. During the 11th over 1 delivery left to complete. That's Jaden Lennox in the 6th match, 8 wickets. Good economy rate of 4.12. Young in his career at this level. And he would want to impress. The West Indies need 214 runs off 39 overs. 11 overs gone. 54 for the loss of 1. That's the latest score from Providence.
Yeah, not so bad so far for the West Indies, barring that early wicket of John Campbell for 11. But Casey Khary coming in at number 3 has brought some sort of calm and semblance to this West Indies chase. Of course, Ackeem Auguste on 19. And I think if he can, produce a string of good innings in this series, then he might be able to secure and cement his spot at the top of this West Indies order. Of course, we know that West Indies have been looking for that opening partnership. We saw in 2025 Shai Hope getting a hand at it, and I know that Shai Hope probably that isn't what he wants to do. That's not his preferred slot, but if the team needed him to do it, he did it. And so we have John Campbell coming back and now Auguste in this lineup. And it seems as though if he can do it and do it well, then he might be able to cement that opening spot alongside John
Yes,
Campbell.
and of course, no Shamar Joseph in this squad. So obviously you've got to make changes as well along the way. Here is a ball wide of the off stump. Fisher comes in for his first bowl. Let's look at Fisher, a little bit about Fisher for you in terms of his stats. Yes, he's just played 1 T20 match, 1 test match for New Zealand as well, where he picked up 2 wickets, but he's got good pace. So this is his debut game in this format for New Zealand. Number 30 on his back, bowling from the media center end. Comes in now to bowl to Auguste, who's on 20, and to his delivery, that short on the leg stump that's worked away down to the forward square leg area for mid-wicket to run around to his left to field. One more to the total. As Auguste is one short of his high score so far in ODIs, 22 he made. So he's 21 from 36, Carty's 11 from 16, 55 for 1 in the 12th over. Hello to everyone across the world. Yes, it's lovely cricket here. New Zealand with their tour here well and truly on. As a Fisher over the wicket, right hand comes up, bowls to Carty defends. Well, gets the bat down quickly on that, outside the off stump. It's pushed away into the offside, and there is no run. But you're talking about players to come for the West Indies. Let's look at the average. Casey Carty's average is 41.53 in ODI. It's a very healthy player in this format, has cemented his position as a one-day player for the West Indies. He's on strike, the right-hander from St. Martin, and is beaten outside the off stump. That kept a bit low, pushed the bat at it. A little naughty shot there. Could have read that a little better and allow it to go by outside the off stump to be taken by the keeper, but he pushed the bat at it, taken by the keeper. Good delivery from Fisher. And then you look at Shai Hope to come with an average of 50. Look at this man. He's an all-format player. He's a West Indies captain in the white ball formats. And he's playing Test cricket as well. So what else can you ask of someone like Shai Hope? Here is a ball that's pushed away into the offside. They've taken one. They're coming back for a second. As that ball goes into the boundary for 4. That was a nice shot by Casey Carty. He plays through the offside very well. A good fluent player. And when he plays his strokes, his timing is so beautiful. And as Anthony said, he likens him onto Marlon Samuels. And I know you like Marlon Samuels as well.
Yes, I'm a big
But
fan of Marlon Samuels and his work.
And of course, Marlon Samuels, a prodigy of Carl Llewellyn Hooper, because he modeled himself after him, just as how Brandon King would have modeled himself after Ramna Risarwa. And there was a ball that's driven to the offside, picked up at cover. No chance of a run. 59 for the loss of 1. 12 overs gone here at the National Stadium at Providence. The West Indies replying to 267 all out made by New Zealand. They're 59 for the loss of 1.
Casey Carty here tonight showing us glimpses of what he's capable of, some beautiful, elegant shots. And it reminds me of that time, I believe it was last year or 2024, he had a very good patch where he was ever so consistent across the ODI format.
Correct.
And then, things just didn't probably go the way he wanted at the end of 2025, especially in that series that they had against New Zealand. But I believe that Casey Carty, he's showing us what he's capable of, and he's rebuilding himself, building up to, a big score. He's due for 1, I believe. And I think, we might be in for something tonight.
Lennox bowls, forward comes Auguste, wraps him on the pad, no chance of a run. You're looking at averages in ODI cricket for the West Indian batters. We talked about Casey Carty, 41.53. Shai Hope, 50.56. And then Sharfin Rutherford to come as well, 41.55. So you've got some good accomplished players in this format to come. So the West Indies have got a strong batting lineup here. Here is Lennox bowls, and that's popped up in the air down towards the mid-on area. There's no one at mid-on inside the 30-yard circle. We're in over number 12, so you can have the 4 fielders now outside for the second power play period, which is from overs number 11 to 40. And then from 41 to 50, you have 5 outside. So Carty's 15 from 20. Auguste is 22 from 38. So he's equaled his best of 22 in ODI cricket. And 60 for 1 in the 13th over. Here is Lennox, left-hand orthodox spinner bowling round the wicket, comes up, bowls to Carty. Carty is easing that into the offside down towards point on the boundary. As the fielder comes off the boundary there, that's Nathan Smith. 1 more to the total. Carty moves up to 16 from 21 balls. And at this stage, New Zealand were 61 without Lawes. The West Indies 61 for 1. So they would have lost that wicket. Here was a ball that Auguste is pulling down through mid-wicket. Field on the boundary again. He gets another run for that. 62 now for the loss of 1 in the 13th over. And certainly the West Indies are looking to ensure that there's no panic in the camp where they lose a cluster of wickets.
I know we spoke about it a lot earlier. We're going to have another delivery.
Here is a ball that's played off the inside edge by Carty down to mid-wicket, looking to come forward and maybe play it into the offside. Came off the inner portion of the bat and bounced away into the mid-wicket area for another run. to carry his total up to 17 now. Auguste is back on strike. The 22-year-old, a young man. You're talking about young people coming through for the West Indies now in the 50-over format. Very important because they need to improve. That's worked away towards mid-wicket. No chance of a run. 13 overs gone. 63 for the loss of 1 here at Providence. Khary 17, Auguste is 23. And the West Indies now need 205 runs off 37 overs to win this first ODI match here.
Yeah, West Indies not going too bad. Again, we looked at the comparison between New Zealand. At this point, New Zealand were 63 without loss. West Indies exactly the same amount of runs at 63, just the loss of that one wicket, John Campbell. And New Zealand went on to make 267. We know they've fluctuated in their run rate. So I think if West Indies can remain consistent, build a good, strong partnership, especially between these two, then maybe we can see them going on to equal New Zealand and even better them to pull off a win here tonight.
Here is Fisher bowls on the leg stump. That's worked away. Nice shot. Down through mid-wicket. Runs here for Khary. 1, and they'll get a second run. Nicely played by Khary. Good wristy player. Good use of his feet. Good player to spin. So he's on 19 now. 65 for the loss of 1. The Harbour Bridge looks so beautiful at night. At nights well lit up. Andrew Mason hasn't gone across that bridge as yet. He needs to be taken there. Yeah, so someone will take him. I know Anthony loves to carry his guests around, so obviously he'll do that. Here is Fisher. Comes up. He's in most of Khary. Khary tucks it into the leg side to forward square as the fielder comes around to his right to field. And they get one for that. So Andrew has to go across that bridge. Beautiful bridge. Costs us a lot. And Guyana developing beautifully. 80% rainforest, 20%. $27, 8 4s and 2 6s so far in this total. Here is a ball that's played into the offside, and there is no run. So 198 needed off 36.3 overs, the West Indies. They would want to start this series with a win, to be honest. When you look at the beauty of Georgetown on screen here, you look at the stadium and then you look around. Balls and 2 4s in that knock. Campbell 28 for 1 then in the 5th over. And since then they've progressed to 71 for 1. So a lovely partnership building here. Not 50s yet, getting close to that 50 mark for this partnership. Khary's on strike. Here is a ball on the leg stump. They're going to take a quick single. Tucks it into the leg side. And the return is rifled at the non-strikers and backed up nicely by the captain. And 1 to the total. That completes over number 14. 72 for the loss of 1 is the latest score here from Providence.
I know I talked a lot about it in the first innings, about New Zealand capitalizing, tucking the ball into those little slots and getting those singles and those twos. And I see a lot of that happening.
Bowls to Khary. Khary is off the outside edge to the right of the field at slip. It's heading down towards the boundary. I think it will get there, and that's 4 runs. 4 runs to Khary. To Khary's total now up to 24 from 26 deliveries. And the West Indies are 76 for the loss of 1.
A bit of luck there for Casey Khary escaping that fielder at slip to get that boundary, but nonetheless a well thought out shot, I would say. I don't think it went in the direction that he intended, but getting it fine worked out in the end.
Yeah, that partnership is worth 48 now for the second wicket here from 58 deliveries. Came forward and with soft hands and got it off the outside edge. No catch, not a catch by any means. Went very low to the slip field at his right. To his right, forward comes Khary. Plays it into the offside, and there is no run. So New Zealand would need to pick up some wickets here. It's 76 for 1. And their first wicket went at 80, then the second wicket went at 96. It was Nichols first and then Young. 2 good top order batters. And that partnership was set. Now the West Indies are building nicely in this second wicket partnership of 48 runs so far. 76 for 1 as he's on the back foot. Khary gets it out to the offside for no run. Andrew Mason will be coming in next, the man from Barbados. And he lives on a very small island, you know. So when he comes to Guyana, he feels as if he's in the middle of the entire world. Gets another single.
There's a belief that we can fit 5 Barbadoses in Guyana.
Only? I think it's much more than that. It's much more than that. I drove around Barbados in a couple of minutes, to be honest with you. 77 with the loss of 1. Here is Lennox, comes up, he's in, but down the track is Auguste, and he's driving. Where is that gone? It's come down to long on for a single. Auguste is now beginning to open up a bit more. He's on the attack. He's 29 from 44, the young 22-year-old. And Darren Sammy obviously impressed with him and played well in the CPL last year. Good outing for him. And all eyes are on him. And, of course, the young man who got 3 wickets early on the back foot. That's from a bat onto pad and then bounced into the offside. That's the end of 15 overs, 78 for the loss of 1. Khary's 25, Auguste is 29. A little bit more from Jemima, and then the man from Barbados will pick up the commentary. Andrew Mason is his name.
Yeah, after 15 overs, West Indies 78 for 1, just losing John Campbell early for 11 runs. And then Casey Khary and Ackeem Auguste being able to build a very solid partnership. 50 runs unbeaten in that partnership thus far. So it's a promising sign for the West Indies right now to have these 2 young batsmen taking up the mantle and, putting up their hand against New Zealand. Of course, at this phase of the game, New Zealand had 75 without loss. We know they went on to lose their first wickets, around 80 runs, and then ended up with 267. So West Indies are not that far behind when it comes to this matchup, this contest. So it looks promising at this moment. The New Zealand captain, Mitchell Santner, coming in to bowl now.
And he bowls to Auguste, and Auguste is getting one of the line that looks to work the ball away, maybe just outside, comes from the front pad and goes up towards that mid-off here. There's no run. It's interesting just now when our good friend Matthew Kassoon talked about Barbados and its size. 160 square miles, Guyana, 83,000. So it would take 500 Barbadoses. Not 5. Oh, my golly. Oh, my golly. Well, he was never good at maths. 78 for 1. Hello to all of our listeners wherever you are. Of course, this game is on the West Indies YouTube channel as well. Short down the leg side, ball by Sagna. It's going to be called a wide by Dighton Butler, the man from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. 79 for 1. 15 overs and 2 balls gone. The target is 269. Sagna comes in. Bowls to Auguste. Auguste is back to one of the line of the leg stump and plays it up the onside. Down towards that long on area. We'll get a single to carry the score to 80 for 1. Jemima, have you been to Barbados?
Yes, I have been to Barbados.
Couple
Place.
times? Couple times?
I intend to be back there soon.
For the CPL?
Yes.
Okay, don't bring Matthew.
Why not?
He doesn't know maths. 80 for the loss of 1. Yeah, Barbados is very small. You could drive around Barbados, I think, in maybe less than an hour, I would think. I'm a Philippine. Of course, that's from St. Philip. And you drive to St. Lucie. Barbados is only female parish. And you get there in half an hour or so. 81 for the loss of one. I understand the ticket sales for the finals are already gone. That's
Yes.
that's what I heard. Yes, Peter Miller was making that comment. So the finals, of course, the women are going to be playing in Barbados as well.
That's correct.
Are you coming for that?
I hope to get in as early for the women's final. At
So the answer is yes then. Here's the delivery. On the line of that, middle stump Sankner is in, and Bowles on the back foot goes Auguste and pushes into the onside. He's got 30. Carty's on 26. I don't think this is a bad crowd, you know. In fact, I went outside. I mean, the
on it for New Zealand to be able to struggle a bit with gripping the ball. So that is one thing we're not sure of at the moment. So I would say even Stevens, New Zealand were approximately about the same stage around the 16th over, 14 extras going West Indies' way. I think West Indies probably have received some more extras than New Zealand at this point. So a lot of benefit going their way, but still, it's an even contest. I'm happy to see August and Casey Carty, putting up their hand and building a very solid partnership at the moment. I think that is going to be critical to West Indies doing well in this game.
Well, in fact, someone who listened to GBN radio said that they want to meet you.
Me?
Yeah, it's quite like you as a commentator. And he says he wants to meet you. I asked him, how old are you? 82 for one, he couldn't answer. But I shall endeavor really to run through the details of what has happened. Of course, one of the things about commentary, the basics will have to be done. Sometimes you're accused of not bringing information. And it's usually this time when you tend to reflect on what has happened. And, sometimes the fellows say, what's the score? You're doing the commentary, you're not giving the scores. And sometimes I really think that I would suggest, having done it for such a long time, I would say to that they really should have been the Red Spur or Tony Cozier school of commentators.
Yes.
I mean, I think it's something that could still happen. Tony has gone to the great beyond. Rez has been tremendous. I know he's done several workshops. But, a lot of young commentators are coming through, but they need that training. They need to do the basics, because sometimes people don't say things like at the end of the over 25 for one, that's the latest score. That's something that I make sure that people do, because people have to pause for commercial breaks. But then it's important to tell the listener the number of overs bowled, how many are left, and when it comes on the 10 balls and runs. And these are things that we don't say. And at the time now where you've got the break, it's always a good time just to reflect on what has happened earlier, because there are people tuning in all the time. In fact, this game is being carried by Sports Nation in New Zealand. So you're being heard in New Zealand. And of course, it's carried on the West Indies YouTube channel. There are a couple of stations here in Guyana carrying the broadcast, and it's heard all across the Caribbean in Jamaica and KLS Radio. GBN, thanks to Janelle, who's making sure that all those people in the Spice Isle hear the commentaries. And there are actually stations across the United States that are actually carrying the commentary on their various websites. So it is heard all over the world. And, I've always said to Cricket West Indies, radio will not make you $1 million, but it'll give you $1 million of coverage. Because I'm not convinced. I know I'm going to get some criticism, but fear of criticism is a kiss of death in the courtship of achievement. Do I need to repeat that? Fear of criticism is the kiss of death in the courtship of achievement. I'm not sure that Cricket West Indies take radio as seriously as they should. I've had my discussions with Chris Deering about it, and I can say that I've kept radio alive in the Caribbean. If there's one thing I've done, I've kept radio, because I understand the importance of radio. There's so many people listening. Of course, you got your television rights, but it's on NCN radio, it's on Kaito radio as well. There's also another radio station carrying the broadcast, but there's so many people here in Ghana listening to the broadcast. And of course, stations are online now. So someone, in New York, Guyanese listens to the commentary. Maybe even Donald Trump there in the White House listens to the commentaries. but he's got so many things to worry about. I don't think he's listening to cricket. But the importance of radio. Talk to me.
I'll tell you the importance of radio. One of my most memorable radio moments was the 2016 T20 World Cup win. That final over.
Yes.
What had happened? I'm not sure if you might not be familiar, Barbados and all, but we had blackout in Guyana.
Okay.
It was this is a regular thing for us. So we had blackout. I couldn't watch the TV. So I had to find an alternative. I got a radio from my mom. She turned it on. We tuned it. And that's how I know that West Indies won the World Cup. I didn't see it.
In fact,
I heard
that's
it.
interesting because we carried radio for that finals. I never forget it. You're so right. Just had a picture of the president there. Of course, Dr. Irfan Ali, who's a big cricket man.
Yes.
First met him actually when he was Minister of
Housing
and Water. Don't forget water.
Housing
It's
and
interesting.
water.
It's interesting that you have a Minister of Water. In Jamaica, there's a Minister of Water exclusively.
This
Hello
is
to our
the
friends
land
there.
of many waters,
Yeah,
Mr.
yeah.
Mason. We have
84
to
for
have
the
a
loss of
Minister of
one.
Water.
Hello to the president, Mr. Jagdeo. Want to see his farm because there's certainly brought a great deal of controversy. Is it a farm? Is it? Oh, okay. The VP,
Yeah.
of course, as well. There's the president.
And accompanying him there seems to be Dr. Bobby Ramroot.
Dr.
He is the owner of the Guyana Amazon Warriors franchise here.
Yeah, very much indeed. And of course, I think he's got something to do with the Global Super League as well.
They're in the Global Super League. And
that starts.
Mr. Jamie Stewart.
Is it next week,
Yes,
23rd?
the week after next.
Okay,
actually.
wonderful. 84 for one. So, of course, we're going to be covering that. Of course, the Guyana side is in there, and that's important. I know your president is big on cricket. Travel all across the world to watch cricket with Ronnie Sauer. And there he is again. He's got Jamie Stewart next to him. Two very rich men. 84 for loss of one. The action continues.
Definitely some Global Super League promo happening there.
Yeah. I can imagine. Yeah. Okay. There we go. Here's a short ball and pulled away out towards the boundary. We'll have the legs to get. That's a bad ball, like those juicy mangoes that you get there in Border Market. And there was Auguste. Of course, the solutions know about Julie mangoes as well, and that's hit powerfully. So that's gone for 4. To carry Auguste up to 36 is up to 88 for 1 at the end of over number 17. That's the latest score here at Providence. Well played.
Also there with President Ali, we see in the green stand is one of Guyana's sport ministers, Stephen Jacobs, former regional cricketer, Guyanese cricketer.
Yeah, okay.
So he's there with the president. You see, we're lucky to have 2 sport ministers.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so I guess that is indicative of how much we're.
So he's what? He's a junior sports minister, is he?
We can say that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so who's his boss?
Charles Ramsden.
Mr.
Jr.
Ramsden.
I don't know if you saw the guy.
I know him. Yeah, I know him. A very stylish man. I've met him. I think his father was also a former AG as well. Am I correct? Okay.
By the same name.
So he comes from a family of politics. Here we go. Played a bit of cricket as well, didn't he? Son? Okay, fair enough. So he knows his cricket. Okay, he's been around for quite a long time. So here we go. It's the politics of Guyana. 89 for loss of 1. Khary is on 28 and Auguste is on 36. Interesting description of the name. Auguste, some people call it all kind of other things, really. How do you pronounce it?
Well, I initially thought it was August.
August.
I just thought that the E was stylish.
Okay,
again.
okay.
Just there. Yes.
It's Auguste, I think. But it's interesting, how they call it. Tenduka, It's 89 for the loss of 1. As the action continues, Sackner's in, bowls, and it's swept away. A lovely shot. He's a good sweep of the ball. Auguste goes down towards that back square position for 1. A player with a lot of ability. I know Darren Sammy likes him. Comes from St. Lucia. But I think he's got ability. There's no question about that. Maybe he's got more potential than runs like Carl Hooper did. But the reality is that he's a player with tremendous ability. 90 for loss of 1. Sackner's in bowls. Sackner's a very slow bowler. The batsman is a long way down the screen. The return comes in. I think he's able to get home. Where was he going, though, August? The ball was pitched to the line of the off stump. Khary pushed it out to cover. And then he was running down the pitch and he's lucky to have gotten back home. What was he thinking there? Wow. He could have been sure. Have a look at this. We're going to review it. Here we go forward. There was Khary. Oh, yes. I think he's going to get home. But I think because Khary came, then he thought a run was there. But decisions depend. But from the evidence, what we've seen, he might have gone home. But we shall see. Here we go. Ooh, it's going to be tight. He might. Oh, I think he made it.
There.
Oh, he made it. Oh, my golly, he made it. Bat over the line. Yeah, indeed. Decent crowd is gathered. I was speaking to the GC, the Guyana Cricket Board. They said that about 2,000 or so people will be watching. If the West Indies win this game, you expect more on Monday night, you think?
Oh, definitely.
I would think so.
Guyana has a culture like that. They have to see you win something,
Right.
and then they're going to come
fair
and
enough.
support.
Fair enough. Wonderful indeed. So I don't know where he was going, but he was able to get home. Sankner to continue on his way. The captain of the New Zealand side, the West Indies, are doing pretty well here. They're 90 for 1, 17 overs and 4 balls gone. The rate is 5.09. The required rate is 5.51, so they're good. Here is a delivery, which is on the line to the legs, deep in his crease, and just works the ball away, wristling into the onside for a single. And with that, Khary goes to 29. Auguste is on 37. And the West Indies are 91 for 1. I thought West Indies did very well, Jemima, in the last 5 overs to pull the New Zealanders back. Because at once it looks as if they might have gotten pretty close to 280, 290. And Alzarri Joseph came back and picked up a couple of wickets. Here's Sankner in bowls outside the line of the offside on the back foot, forces the ball away down towards that wide long on area. We'll get a single. It was too short. And there he was on the back foot, Auguste, and punching down towards that a long on air for 1 to end over number 80. At the end of it, Khary's on 29. Auguste, he is there. He's got 38. 92 for 1. That's the latest score at Providence.
Yeah, this partnership between Casey Khary and Auguste continues to build. 64 now from 82 balls. A very, very crucial partnership at this stage because we know that West Indies sometimes they lose an early wicket and then everybody panics and then you see a meltdown and then the tailenders now have to come and bat and you see the bowlers having to bat and having to do something for the team. And that hasn't happened here and I'm very appreciative of that. West Indies and New Zealand actually having the same runs, 92 for 1 at this stage of the game.
And about 18 overs.
Yes.
Suppose with that, you can buy a lotto ticket. So
Kudos to
267 is the score. But the action will continue. And wow. Well, we were speaking about it, a very soft dismissal. Oh, my golly.
Boy.
Oh, he's got to do better than that. Well, Lennox comes into the attack and produces a ball of no real merit. And the West Indies lose in the wicket. I mean, you really can't get that, really. And he will have to come back to it. Let's have a look at it on the monitor. There we go, Auguste on the back foot and nipped the ball into the keeper's gloves, and that's the wicket. It was not a good shot. There it is, impact.
Faint edge.
Faint edge and gone, caught behind. Just think that Auguste can be a little bit more selective. There's no question about his talent. Sometimes you get the feeling he wants to play T20 cricket when he's playing ODI. I think he does that sometimes, but there's no doubt about his talent. He goes back to Providence for 38. The West Indies losing the second wicket, 92 for 1 and over number 19.
I think I get that feeling from a lot of West Indian cricketers. They have their T20 brain switched on and no other format. And that's why I appreciated what I saw against Sri Lanka in this recent test series because we really saw, especially from Amir Jangu, because you saw a batsman who came out with an intent to stay at the crease, to bat as long as possible, and to produce runs. And that is something that we don't see in modern times from West Indies cricketers because, of course, T20 cricket is money, it's opportunity, it's exposure. So that is what they're thinking. But if we can just change the mindset a bit or regulate the mindset, I think West Indies batters would do so much better.
Yeah, I agree with that. Well, the champion batsman comes to the crease. Of course, he is the leader. And the business of a leader is to turn obstacles into stepping stones of disaster in the track. Not quite a disaster here, but one would think that he will want to just study things a bit here and try to get the West Indies team over the line. Shai Hope has been by far the best batsman. Good to see him get among the runs as well in Test cricket. Good to see him play Test cricket as well. Good victory against Sri Lanka. And, well, they certainly had to bat out of their skins in the last Test match. I thought there was very good batsmanship from them. Of course, Justin Graves is doing well, having more hundreds and 50s now. What a transformation of the young man. Double century in New Zealand, and then to the Stadium, Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, making a brilliant 180. So Shai Hope, the captain, comes to the crease. And Lennox, the left arm spinner, comes in and bows to Hope. And Hope is forward and strokes the ball away immediately into the offside down to cover for a single. Now, had I been captain of New Zealand, there's no way. First ball, Shai Hope or no Shai Hope, he's going to get a single down to cover. My field would have to be inside the circle. Because, I mean, I suppose because it's ODI cricket, but, you know, just first ball to push it down to cover the boundary and get a single. But generally, captains are very, very defensive. I just want to engage you on it because there's so many more runs scored in cricket nowadays. Lennox is in, bowls, Carty's forward, ball pitched in the off stump. Lovely fluent drive out towards cover. There's no run. Casey Carty, 29, a very elegant, very attractive player. Settles and waits. 93 for 2. In over number 19, Lennox is in and bowls to him. He's on the back foot and clips the ball away from that leg somewhat towards the square leg area. We'll get a single. 94 for loss of 2. I just think that so many runs are scored, particularly in ODI cricket, because I suppose when Sir Andy Roberts and that group played in a 50-over match, when you made over 200, you felt you had got a score, you could defend it. Nowadays, you don't. It's 300, you can't even defend them. There's so many runs scored, even at the test level. Remember when Sandy Roberts played, they made 300, but that was enough to win the game. Ball given some air. Ball by Lennox and Hope. Very busy player, drives the ball away straight into the offside. Down to cover, gets on. Such an attractive batsman, Shai Hope, to watch. It's up to 2 now. Carty's 30, 95 for 2. Thanks to all of the listeners across the Caribbean for taking the broadcast. 1 to come in over number 19. And Lennox, the left arm spinner, to continue. He's up to the wicket. He's in. And both the Carty's going back to one which is on the leg stump and just works it rather jerkily in the onside with an element of suspicion. Goes out towards that square leg area to end the over, an over in which the batsman Auguste departed. So 19 gone, the West Indies are 95 for 2. That's the latest score at Providence. Jemima.
Yeah, a good start from West Indies. Not as solid as you would probably want, but still not too bad again from West Indies. That partnership between Auguste and Casey Carty, 62 runs. So that was good. But now they're in a rebuild. They have to rebuild again because Auguste, you know, a cheap shot. I felt like this was so soft for the work that he put into that innings.
One can describe it as a victim of his own indiscretion. 95 for loss of 2. Up next, of course, is the man from Berbice, one of the 3 counties of Guyana, Berbice, Demerara, and Essequibo. Which one is the biggest?
Essequibo.
Essequibo.
By miles.
By miles. I thought it was Demerara. 95 for loss of 2. Of course, the nation's capital. Interesting when you talk about Guyana. What's the population of Guyana? Can anyone tell me? Close to 1 million now.
Yeah, should be around 900,000.
You've got several Chinese in your country now. I understand there's a Chinese station as well.
Oh, we've got a little bit of everything.
Yeah, the Chinese are here. In fact, I was coming from the airport. There's so much construction in Guyana. They've got the Barrack Jago Bridge as well.
Yes.
Haven't gone on that as yet. 95 for 2.
He hopes Anthony would carry
Does that take you to Perica?
Well, it's a part of the journey to Perica. That's your first step.
So the Harbor Bridge, there's no longer in existence? They don't use the Harbor Bridge?
No, we're no longer using the Harbor Bridge.
Because there's serious traffic there, the Harbor Bridge. In fact, I remember the days when you had to leave Georgetown very early in order, because so much traffic there, but so there's no Harbor Bridge anymore.
No.
The Barrack Jago Bridge. Okay, here we go. Hello to Barrack Jago, who's the vice president of this wonderful country. And is a country that has done very well, 500 times the size of Barbados. 85 for loss of 2. It's Sackner in bowls. Ball which drops on part of big appeal for leg before. Not out, says the umpire. Why is Hope going on the mat? Are they going to go upstairs here? He was cheeky there, Hope. Got to be careful. Might have been sliding down. That's a big snapper. But they decide not to go with that. Umpire Dyson Butler says no. I'll have a chance to see the monitor. 95 for 2 was back when he might have been forward. Here we go, Jemima. As that delivery is have a look at that again, really. Well, struck on the pad. They didn't go for the review. 95 for loss of 2 as the action continues. Here is a delivery, which is again he's deep and he tends to trust the judgment, the pitch. He is deep in his crease, might have been forward, but as the ball just turned into him, play with the wrist down towards that square leg area. Hope gets one to go to 3. Carty is on 30. And the West Indies are 96 for 2. 20 overs gone. That's the day score. Providence, more from you, Jemima. And then it's going to be the mayor of Berbice. Of course, Anthony Kemraj comes a call in.
West Indies now needing 172 off of 30 overs, remaining 96 for 2. And we see the run rate going at 4.80, dropping off from the required run rate. And I think that is a consequence of that wicket that fell, Ackeem Auguste. Looking at the bowlers' charts right now, Jacob Duffy 1 for 34 from 5. And we have Lennox back at the crease.
Good evening to you across the region, wherever else you might be picking up the broadcast. And we're live and direct from the Providence Stadium here in amazing Guyana. And we heard Andrew Mason, who is only a visitor to Guyana, but he has a long, detailed description of what's going on in Guyana. Here is Lennox bowls to that's Hope, is it? And when Hope is driving or he's pulling, whatever he's doing, there's a touch of class or brilliance about him. I love to do commentary when these players are at the crease. And they give you that excess energy sometimes. That was pitched up into the drive very quickly. Found the gap to perfection. He goes up to 4 more. The West Indian captain. He is a pitcher to watch. The 100 has come up, 100 for 2. Here is Lennox and bowls to Hope, and this is gone high and handsome. That's gone for 6. Not only he's a touch player, when he wants to step on the gas, Ravendra, he can do it.
Yeah, big batter, Shai Hope. He's coming to the party here. He's making the crowd a bit lively since his appearance. Short ball there from the spinner, and deservingly put away. Gigantic 6 there from Shai Hope.
Yes, that's what I keep saying about Shai Hope. You know, he's such an elegant player, and he picks up the loose deliveries very quickly, and that is very noticeable. 106 for 2 in over number 21, and Carty has 30 from 38. Hope has 13 from 11. The batsman with the most ODI centuries for West Indies in ODI cricket. This is whipped on the onside, gets another single. Hope 107 now for the loss of 2, and when you have done well, exceedingly well, and you've played a game, whatever game you've played, you try the question, and you become successful, you obviously have to get your reward. So I want to congratulate Ryan Spencer. Wherever you might be in this beautiful country of ours, you are the winner of 2 tickets to the ODI game on Monday. So congrats again, Ryan Spencer. You will be notified where to pick up your tickets as you come to the ODI game on Monday. Ravendra, we finally have a winner. Finally have a winner, and he is no other than Ryan Spencer.
Yeah, congratulations to Spencer, the winner of that 2 tickets for Monday 2nd ODI right here at Stadium.
This is whipped into the onside by Casey Carty. We get another single. Good rotation in the strike there. So I shall endeavor to go to the scorecard for you. John Campbell was Scott Smith of Duffy for 11, some 16 balls, 2 fours. Ackeem Auguste, caught Leighton Bowl, Lennox for 58 balls, 4 fours in that innings. Casey Carty is there, 31 from 38, 4 boundaries. And Shai Hope, who is the captain, 14 from 12, 1 6 and 1 4. And the bowling so far for New Zealand, Jacob Duffy, 5 overs, no mean, 34 runs, 1 wicket. Nathan Smith, very lively, 5-0, 15-0. Jaden Lennox, has about 6 overs, no mean, 33 runs, 1 wicket. And we're looking at Santon from this immediate center end. He's up there and bowls to Carty. Carty is coming forward and pushes the ball into the offside. Beats the cover fielder who dives to his right, and they get another single. 109 for the loss of 2. What the West Indies need to do, they need 159 runs of 28.5 overs, Ravendra. What do you need to do, in my estimation? Play smart cricket. From here, you're going to win.
Yes, you need to surpass that target of 268 set by New Zealand. They're bowling pretty well, no doubt. It's been a contest so far.
This is Santana bowls to, that's Hope. Hope is coming across and then pushes the ball into the offside. So Hope is 14 from 13. As I said, the the batsman with the most centuries in ODI cricket for the West Indies. 20 Ravindra. It tells you something about this man. He's coming forward and kills the spin basically. Good bowling there from Santner. Santner is a world-class left-arm spinner.
Yeah, but Shai Hope, yes, he's taking up the responsibilities, the captain. And I like when Shai Hope is batting as a captain in his West Indies team. He's just being fluent, elegant, responsible, all sort of things.
This is a drive by Hope, but outside edge. And down to third man for 4. Shai Hope gets a boundary, not in total control. But I tell you what, that is not going to the scorebook. What is going to the scorecard is 4.
Yes, it wasn't convincing. It was a thick outside edge. Now Santner decided to put a slip in place. Well, he's removing it because probably there was a thick outside edge. Hadn't been a slip there, might have been taken. But nevertheless, 4 runs to Shai Hope. He continues to pick up boundaries now with more frequency. Good sign from the West Indies captain.
113 for 2 in over number 22. Here is Michel Santner. He's up there, bowls to that's Hope is coming forward. And Michel Santner, time and again, he'll produce this delivery that will give the batter some sort of trouble, Ravindra.
Yes, he's an experienced campaigner. He's a captain. He's in operation with another left-arm spinners. So their strategy is different for West Indies because they open with a pace spin. They have 2 pacers. Now they have 2 spinners in operation.
Here is Santner up there. Bowls to Hope. Hope is coming forward. And finds a gap on the offside. Will get a single. So we've had 22 overs bowled, 114 for 2. Carty has 32. Hope has 19. The West Indies need 154 runs from 28 overs. That's the latest score here from Providence.
Yeah, they're rebuilding. They're making a big partnership here. Looking really threatened here between these 2 batsmen, Casey Carty and Shai Hope, the captain himself. Still plenty of batting to come with the likes of Amir Jangu, Sharpin Rutherford, Gudakesh, Motie can do something with the bat. Shamar Joseph as well. Well, we haven't seen Vitel Lawes at this level with bat. Hopefully, can do something if it required. But the way this pair is going about the business really nicely. Encouragement for them. New Zealand and Rioran, yeah, they've picked up 3 wickets. They got some momentum. They will want to keep it up. Let's see how it's going to pan out.
I've had a few friends who drove up with me to the cricket this morning, and they say they're going back this evening. So I said, I'm taking a drive with you guys. Here is Lennox. He's up there and bowls to Hope. Hope is coming forward and pushes the ball into the offside. Some people ask me, why do you drive back to Berbice at this point in time? Well, I tell you something, always like to drive. I love it, actually. Here is Lennox, bowls to, that's Hope. This is gone, out of the park. That's gone for 6. Shai Hope, he is a serious customer. Don't play with him. 120 for the loss of 2 wickets. Again, he's showing that he has the full range of shots.
Yes, he's an exciting batsman at Providence. You know, we saw him score 100 here in CPL T20 cricket, so he's familiar with conditions. He understands the pitch, the nature of the pitch. And when that ball actually was a rank lollipop there from the spinner and duly dispatched, there was a mighty 6, effortless, nonchalant of the Barbadian.
I tell you something, when you look at the New Zealand batters, they weren't looking to do that. They were looking more to sweep and to play the reverse sweep because it wasn't bouncing that much. This is Hope. He's coming forward. Almost every shot that he plays is like pure class. Like Carl Hooper, Ramnare Sarwan, just to mention a few players. Very classy, very easy on the eye. 120 for 2. I didn't get to see Lawrence throw, but I was told that he was good. He's coming forward. Whips the ball on the onside. We'll find the gap. And we'll get a single down towards long on. And the score will go up 2-1. But those were pretty good players back in time, Ravindra.
Yes, you call the names like Carl Hooper, Shivner and Chandapal was a class player as well. Brian Lara on match. Ramnare Sarwan. You look at the elegance in the stroke mix.
This is Lennox bowls to Carty. Carty's whipping the ball on the onside. We'll get a single again. Good rotation in the strike here, 122 for 2. And of course, Carl Hooper was called in Barbados Sir Carl.
Sir Carl, yeah. Kensington.
I'm pretty sure Andrew Mason has taken a note of that.
Yes, yes.
122 for 2. He was so liked in Barbados. I use the word loved. 122 for 2. This is Lennox bowls to, that's Hope. He's standing up straight, gets a single down towards long on. He motors along. He's 27 from 22. Quick time. Carty's 33 from 42. 123 for 2. 23 overs gone. That's the latest score here from Providence.
Yeah, positive batting here from Shai Hope as expected. And Casey Carty providing the support. As I said earlier, a partnership may be vital in the context of things, developing nicely between these two. And they're taking over their responsibility when it comes to the batting aspect of West Indies. They're chasing a target of 269 from the full quota of 50 overs. You need partnership. You need someone who can stand up and stand tall as well. Shai Hope, he's such a classical right-handed batsman. And because of the captaincy with him, he's playing really positive and nicely here, bringing some aggression to patience as well. In New Zealand, yes, we have got 3 big wickets back in the pavilion. We need more.
Here is Santner, goes in and bowls at Hope, who is slightly beaten. He was coming down the track, and the ball will go into the boundary for 4, but valiant effort there from, it looks as though that's Smith on the boundary, dived full stretch, and in his attempt to save the ball towards the boundary, just goes to show the commitment shown here by New Zealand. But Hope there, genuinely beaten there, Ravindra.
Yeah, not a tick outside edge. He might be a little bit disappointed, probably thinking to get in that area, a backward point. But the edge was found, the peel off, it run into the boundary. Nevertheless, 4 more runs to him.
Here is Santner, left arm, goes in to bowl to Hope, and Hope is tucking the ball on the onside. Finds the fielder, who rifles the return in, can't beat the field. 127 for 2. We're in over number 24. And we look at on our monitor, they're trying to give a comparison between Lennox and Santner, 2 left-arm spinner, but with different actions, isn't that so?
Yes.
Here is Santner, goes in, bowls to Hope. Hope is coming forward, finds the gap on the offside, gets another single. The West Indian captain goes up to 32 from 25. And I know lots of people coming to the stadium here this evening, Ravindra, would love to see another 100 from the West Indian captain, Hope.
Yes, and well, he's looking really good, mixing solid defense with occasional aggression. They very much in association with Carty for the 5th wicket, looking promising.
This is Carty pushing the ball into the offside, 33 from 43 years. He's very patient, and what he needs to do is to bat along with his captain and stick around for a pretty long time. And once you say the crease, Ravindra, you always know that runs will come.
And it's the 3rd wicket, not the 5th.
Here is Santner. He's up there. Bowls to Carty. Carty is coming forward, whips the ball on the onside, gets a single. The very burly figure of Mitchell comes in the way, and he fields. And the score has gone up to 129 for the loss of 2 wickets. So congrats again to Rion Spencer. And he has won himself 2 tickets. I guess he'll be bringing a friend, perhaps if he's married, his spouse to the cricket. So that's going to be so nice. Here is Santner. He's up there, bowls to Hope, and Hope is coming forward. Pushes the ball into the offside. 24 overs gone, 129 for 2. Carty is 34. Hope is 32. That's the latest score here from Providence.
Yes, and the target 269 from 20 overs. First 1 day of 5 here at the National State of Providence. And Anthony just read that we have got a winner. And the question, the first 1 day international day and night, took place here in 2007. So congratulations to Rayan Spencer. You can call the number on WhatsApp that was given to you, and you can make contact with Andrew Mason to receive your 2 tickets. And you could come down to any stand here at Providence Monday. Not a day and night encounter, the second one international of 5. So the series began here with New Zealand compiling 268 all out in 49.5 overs. West Indies replying quite smoothly, nicely, especially with the application of Hope and Carty providing the stuff. And then we're going to see a change in bowling. New Zealand going back to the Pacers to probably do something, Anthony.
So Fisher is the man who will continue from the members' end and will bowl to Casey Carty. He's 34. Here is Fisher. He's up there and bowls to Carty. Carty is forward, opens the face down towards backward point. And that's the diving figure of Nichols, who fields cleanly and there is no run. 129 for the loss of 2. It's very admirable the way New Zealand are fielding Ravindra. At least their ground fielding is pretty impressive. They throw themselves around. They stop balls from going to the boundary and all of that. And this is a really professional effort here from New Zealand.
I'm feeling the feeling aspect, when especially defending a relatively good total, you want to put 110%.
This is Fisher bending his back here at the Providence Stadium. And that ball is pushed up into the offside. He is very quick, Fisher.
Yeah,
And
definitely.
At time recently, he was clocking 150 miles per hour. And that's pretty quick.
Yes, you're going to be impressed with him, the way he's
150
operating here.
clicks.
Yeah, operating here tonight. The pitch has been responsive, so he's getting something out of it. Encouragement for him as well.
Here is Fisher. He's up there, balls to Carty. Carty gets one that jumps on him. And he's forward, pushes the ball into the offside. And the score remains at 129 for 2. They need 139 in just under 26 overs. So it's gettable. It's gettable.
I will think so. It's gettable once you can continue to occupy the crease. And the partnership here is very important, especially with Hope looking really, really in sublime form. Casey Carty is playing he has been handy at the other end. So good partnership in and up here. New Zealand, yes, they want to dig deeper.
This is Carty pushing the ball on the onside. We'll get a very quick single. So one more to Casey Carty. He's on a 35. I make him now. 32 is Hope, 130 for 2. And we're over number 25. They need 138, the West Indies, from 25.2 overs to go 1 up in the 5-match series. And if they can do that, West Indian fans will be very happy.
Yes, well, both teams coming out here that's the aim, to start off the series on a positive note, on a winning note, and come back here Monday night and try to continue.
Here is Fisher. He's up there, bowls to Hope. Hope is driving down the ground, can bisect the field, can find the gap, 130 for 2. It's still hot out there. We see the perspiration of these players, Ravindra, toiling away and giving their all for their country. That's very important when you represent your country. Did you ever represent Guyana at any level?
Yes, I play for Guyana table team. I play for the University of Guyana. So all this is Guyana, I play for Guyana softball team.
What? Here is Fisher. Bowls to Hope. Hope is driving. Mistimes the drive, though, as the ball goes into the offside. 25 overs gone. 130 for 2. Carty has 34. Hope has 32. The West Indies another 138 from 25 overs. More from Ravindra. Then it's going to be the man with the golden voice, Matthew Kisun.
Yes, 138, as you said, 25 overs to go. Halfway stage in this second innings. 138, 150 legal balls to come. New Zealand compiling 268 in 49.5 overs, as previous commentators would have said that they might have been disappointed with the back end of their innings because they were cruising at one time. They were posting along nicely and heading towards that 300 mark. But good comeback from West Indies. They fought back well, especially Alzarri Joseph, the pacer, picking up 4 wickets. As I say, good evening and welcome back to Matthew Kisun.
Well, thank you, Ravindra. It's good to be back. Here is a ball that's swept around backward of square by Carty for 4. He's been there for some time now as he moves up to 39. First ball of the 26th over being bowled by the captain, Santner, and swept it beautifully for 4. He's 39 runs now, Casey Carty. We talked about his class in this format, very consistent. He's played 7 test matches for the West Indies as well. So he's a good find, a good player. They need to know how to work with him to keep him in the team. He's got to be relevant and he's got to perform as often as possible. Here is Santner bowls. He's defending into the offside. And there is no run. So the West Indies are no need to panic. They've lost 2 wickets. But Carty and Hope is there. And Shai Hope, 1931 50s. When you look at his stats, fantastic. I don't think you can ask more of this captain of the West Indies team currently in both white ball formats. Here is Carty, works it into the mid-wicket area, no run. Let's go through some bowling figures for you quickly, even as Santner bowls. Jacob Duffy, 5 overs, no bid, 1 for 34. Nathan Smith, 5 overs, no bid, none for 15. Let's watch Santa comes up, left hand round the wicket, comes up, bowls to Khary. Khary is driving in the air, out towards the white long off area. They've crossed the one, they'll come back for a second. Nice shot on the up, nicely driven over the mid-off area, and he picks up 2 for that to carry the total up to 136 for 2. Khary moves up to 41. Jaden Lennox, 7 overs, no bid, 1 for 43. Matthew Fisher, 3 overs, no bid, none for 15. And Santon is 6th over now. None for 27 so far, 28, in fact 32 I make it. None for 27 in his 6th over. Here he is, bowls. That's on the middle leg stump and looking to turn it away into the leg side. Loud appeal from the wicketkeeper. That's Latham, no chance of a run. So that's the bowling figures for you. So the West Indies need what? 132 off 146 balls now. So no need to panic. These are 2 batters who are in good form in this format for the West Indies. Shai Hope is in form in all levels of cricket, all formats right now. And he's a key man for the CPL for the Guyana Amazon Warriors this year. Here was the ball that's turned away towards the square leg area for a single by Casey Khary. And that completes over number 26. Khary is 42, Hope is 32. 137 with a loss of 2, the latest score from Providence.
Well, these two, they look settled now. They look compact. They're picking up the singles. They're getting the odd boundaries. From West Indian point of view, these are the 2 batsmen. You can hang hopes, but, on Shai Hope, the captain, and Casey Khary, as you rightly said, Matthews, they're batting beautifully. They're taking up the responsibility. They look at the equation now. 134 runs from 124 balls. It's gettable in the context of things. It's just a matter of solid application by these 2 batsmen. Continue to be positive. But New Zealand, yes, they have taken 3 wickets, 3 top order. They know that Shai Hope going to be a big challenge, but they have to fight hard.
Here is Fisher, comes up now. He's in bowls to Khary. Khary works it into the onside down to short mid on, no chance of a run. So Shai Hope is in the top 10 there in terms of runs scored in ODI cricket after his first 150 matches. He's in his 151st games. He's got 6,169, averaging 50.56, 1,931 50s.
Amazing. Incredible here from the Barbadian. Just incredible. Shai Hope.
As I said, you can't ask for better from Shai Hope at this stage. He's doing the work. He's the workhorse of West Indies. Here is Fisher comes up, and that's hit to backward point for no run by Khary. A bit aerial there. Fisher bowls at good speeds. Fisher, in his first match, this is his first game. He's on debut actually in ODIs for New Zealand. And he bowls as fast as 150 miles per hour, they tell me. Khary's on strike on 47, 137 for 2. Here is Fisher from the far end. And that's a driven, nice shot down through cover. The fielder comes across his right. Looks like Nathan Smith, they get 1 for that. Hope comes into strike on 32. And you look at the consistency of Shai Hope. And he's played 47 test matches for the West Indies with 500 and 650s. When he started his test career, many felt he was a misfit because he didn't start that well. I think he was averaging around 16 or 18. And I think he was just hovering around 21 years old when he started. But then eventually he started to pick up, score some runs, got those back-to-back hundreds at Headingley. And then all of a sudden his form dropped. Here was a ball that's pushed into the offside for a single. Return comes in. And his form went, and then he was dropped from the test team. Took a while for him to get back into the side, and on his return, he's a different player.
Yes, and you like player like that, Shai Hope, because of his determination, his commitment to West Indies cricket. He's a multi-format player. You could expect things like that, and he's turned out to be a successful middle order batsman for West Indies, and now he's a captain, so he understands the responsibility. He understands the game well.
Here is Fisher. Comes in now to bowl to Khary, and to this delivery, Khary is getting a ball that makes a little bit height onto him on middle and leg stump. Got it out into the offside. The return, oh my goodness, we bad with the cricket from New Zealand, and they're going to get that run now. The ball, he threw the ball. Who was he throwing the ball at?
He tried to hit the stop, but there was no backing up at that moment. So
and they got the run.
Good presence of mind. They were aware, and they collected a probably a vital single.
Yeah, Hope is 33 now. And I thought when he was given the captaincy for both formats, I felt it may have been a little bit pressure on him, to be honest. But he's done well. And he's come good in T20 cricket as well. A man needed very much by the Guyana Amazon Warriors this year as the ball has played out towards extra cover for no run. Shai Hope, a big name in the Warriors make lineup as he overcomes Sunny. And 27 overs gone, 140 for the loss of 2 is the latest score here. From
Well, he's a
Providence.
big name in West Indies cricket, and he's turned out to be a big name in world cricket because he, as you read out recently, that he has done well in all 3 formats of the game for West Indies and really grown in stature. Love his repetition now because of the captaincy and taking up that kind of responsibilities, living up the expectation. He's performing consistently. And tonight, so far, the impression with the bat has been admirable. Once he can continue to bat like this here, I'm sure that you want to shepherd the innings, want to take them home. Perfect opportunity to him. And the supportive role by Casey Carty has been phenomenal as well. So no doubt the partnership developed nicely. They have established it towards a big one. Hopefully they could carry on. New Zealand, they will want to get a breakthrough, no doubt. They continue to rely on the spinners. They mix things up with the pacers as well. They're not getting out much from the track during this period of play, but they have shown that kind of determination and say, okay, we want a big wicket here, especially the price wicket of Shai Hope.
Yes, 48 runs for this third wicket partnership so far from 53 balls, so they've been going good. I'll tell you something about the Warriors team in a moment. As Santon starts and bowls and Carty's coming forward, plays it into the offside, no run. Someone said that the fact that New Zealand has been a very consistent team down through the years, but when you get to the big moments, you're not winning the big titles that you should win. The Warriors are just like New Zealand, the Guyana Amazon Warriors. A very interesting thought from someone today telling me about that, and I said, stop talking about the Warriors like that. They're going to win the title this year in Barbados. Here was a ball that's put into the offside for no run.
Well, Barbados Royals want to win the title as well. And the defending champion, Trinbago Knight Riders, they come in with a powerhouse team as well.
Oh yes. So true. Santa comes up, he's in balls to Carty. Carty gets a good delivery. He just had to hustle onto it and played it into the onside for no run. He's 44. He's been going well. 61 deliveries for this man from St. Martin. The first a player from St. Martin to play for the West Indies. What an accomplishment, actually, for Casey Carty. He's on 44. He's on strike. Here is Santa comes up. He's in balls to Carty. Carty gets a ball. That's the French Cup down towards fine leg. It's heading out towards the boundary. 2 fielders giving chase. They'll give it up now, and that's 4. Streaky shot. Beautiful delivery from the captain. And he picks up a boundary to carry his total up to 48, 144 for the loss of 2.
Yeah, some frustration there for Santa because he got the ball to nip back a little. Casey Ford was enticed to come forward. He did come forward, but the inside edge was taken. And unfortunately, for Santa, the ball runs out to the boundary for 4. But nevertheless, Casey Carty continues to live on.
Yeah, and it was a quicker delivery. He came down quickly on it, but he got it off. He got it off the inside edge. The French cut down for 4, down to the boundary for 4. Yeah, so interesting cricket coming up. The Global Super League, of course, starting July 23rd right here. All the matches will be played here. 12 matches to be played right here at Providence. Here is a ball that he's coming forward to, playing down towards mid-wicket for no run. Just to tell you, just recapping what has happened so far. The first ODI in this 5-match series, New Zealand versus the West Indies here. Their 8th tour of the Caribbean. New Zealand, they lost the toss. Shai Hope won it and decided to ask them to bat first. And they got up to 267 all out in 49.5 overs. I'll go through the scorecard for you in a moment. The spin is on currently, so that's a bit difficult. That's on the leg stump. May have come off the pad down towards short fine leg. And there is no run, 48. And I think he's actually asked for a review.
Yeah, he's going up 0-0.
Yeah, he must have seen something, the captain. In this, Carty 48, he's a man on strike, and we'll have a look at that. But let's see. In the meantime, let's recap what's happened. So Nichols was caught, Pierre bowl, lost for 27. It was 80 for 1. Young cotton bowl, Motie for 49. He didn't get that half century. 5 fours in that knock, 96 for 2. Chapman was stumped wicketkeeper Hope bowl, lost for 27, 125 for the loss of 3. Latham was leg before wicket to Pierre for 25, 169 for 4. Bracewell was caught by Django off the ball of Lawes for 29, 234 for 5 at that stage. We haven't look back at that. What happened there? Nothing an ultra edge. Down the leg side, let's watch. That was pitched just outside the off stump. Going further down the leg side. Umpire's call. What would that have done? Clip the leg stump. Umpire's call, I'll be not out. Simple as that. That's the rules. That's how they've played it. That's what they've said. Umpire's call. And that's a nice thing for umpires, you know. Umpire's call. I'm an umpire myself. I got to study those 80 new amendments to the laws of the game that will be implemented from October. You better do your homework as well, Ravindra.
Yes. Thanks to the International Cricket Council. You want to see changes all the time, the rules and regulation, and now we have the advantage of technology. So why not capitalizing on every effort you're making the game very transparent?
Correct.
Look at the FIFA World Cup. You know, we have the VR. Yes, you're going to it. What's
Absolutely
the score
correct
information,
about that.
England? They have moved forward to the semi-final
Yes.
of the 2026 FIFA World Cup, currently taking place in Mexico, USA, and Canada.
Yes, what I decided didn't come to pass.
Yeah,
So
Argentina coming up next, the defending champion.
Yes,
will
and
take on Switzerland.
and you expect Argentina to win that, of course. You're a South American man, even though you live in Canada. Here's the ball that's worked away into the leg side. They're going to get one for that. Shai Hope moves to 34. Carty's 48. Now comes back into strike. Let me complete that the figures for you with the batting department of New Zealand early on. And Mitchell was caught by Carty off the ball of Alzarri and Joseph. He picked up a flurry of wickets to the end of the innings. He went for 65, 7 4s and 1 6 in that knock. The number one man in ODI cricket now in terms of the ICC rankings, 243 for 6 at that stage. And then Smith was leg before wicket to Joseph for 5, 251 for 7. Here is Fisher, comes up now. He's in bowls that's Carty. Carty gets an on the edge into the offside, no run. Duffy bowled by Motie for a duck, 256 for 8. And Santner caught Campbell bowl, Alzarri Joseph 21, 266 for 9 in the final over. And then Fisher was bowled by Joseph for 1, 267 all out, 49.5 overs. Lennox was not out, no score. 18 extras made up of 4 byes, 8 leg byes, 1 no ball, and 5 wides. 268 to win the West Indies at the required run rate of 5.36. Here is Fisher, comes up, he's in bowls and a drive into the offside. Nice tumbling save down at point for no run to Carty. And the West Indies in reply lost. Campbell caught at mid-wicket. Beautiful catch taken by Smith there. Nathan Smith off the ball of Duffy for 11. 16 balls, 2 fours, 28 for 1 in the 5th over. And Auguste caught wicketkeeper Latham. Bowled Lennox, a very soft dismissal, just pushed the batter did basically. Didn't really push the batter did. Was on the defensive when the ball nicked the edge, taken by the keeper. That's a lovely shot through the offside, down through cover. Here is Nathan Smith sprinting to his left for all he's worth, and they come back for 2. That's Carty's 50. Brilliant knock from the young man from St. Martin. 67 balls. Carty, he raises his bat, he waves his bat to his teammates, and Casey Carty gets his 6th half century at this level, and really a consistent performer, and he needs to remain in the West Indies team for years to come. He's just 29 years old. Well played half century to the young man.
Always a fascinating talent, Casey Carty, and he's living up to expectation. He coming to the fore here tonight on the lights in his first one-day international.
Here is Fisher, comes up. He's in bowls to Carty. Carty is driving into the offside for no run. Let me finish off. Auguste was caught wicketkeeper Latham. Bowl Lennox for 38, 58 balls, 4 fours. Good knock from him, but a soft dismissal in the end. It was 92 for the loss of 2 at that stage in the 19th over. That partnership realized 64 runs between those two battles. So 28 for the first wicket, 64 for the second wicket, and now the third wicket has already yielded a healthy 47 plus 8. That'll make it what? Andrew Mason said my maths is not good. That's 55 so far for that partnership. And the West Indies actually need 121 runs off 128 balls. Here is Fisher. A final ball of the over, and he's forcing Carty to play a shot into the offside down towards backward point short. No chance of a run. He's kept on 50 from 69. Hope is 34 from 31. And after 29 overs, the West Indies need 121 runs from 126 balls and they're going pretty good at this stage. My good friend Ravindra Mandela.
Yeah, well, in the context of things, at West Indies in an advantageous position, 121 from 126 balls. You've got two well-set batsmen at the crease, especially Shai Hope. He always making a profound presence. And today, no doubt, he will want to, live up to expectation and bring his team home. Casey Carty has been there before. Shai Hope, but he has been admirable. He has been impressive. Mixing solid defense with occasional belligerence. New Zealand, they're fighting hard, but still wicketless in the last 8 overs.
Santon starts over number 13, forces Shai Hope onto the front foot, driving down through the offside for a single. He's up to 35 now from 32. Delwyn Neblett will come in. That's a new voice that we're going to hear a bit more often now. Good young man. He's a young man. He's in his 30s. I'm not really going to tell people his age. I don't know if he's already taken, but he's a good young man. Here is Santa comes up. He's in bowls. He's on the back foot. Casey Carty. And plays it into the offside. 50 from 70 deliveries. Good voice. And a man who's on radio a lot. I listen to him when I'm in my vehicle driving, and I would hear him in the afternoons if I'm out late, working late. Good voice. Good radio voice.
Oh, he's in the afternoon?
In the afternoons, I hear him. I do hear him in the afternoons. You pick him up in the mornings. He's on the back foot and slaps that through the offside. Nice shot. Heading out towards the boundary. The fielder comes around to his left. And that's Mark Chapman. They come back for 2. Carty gets 2 more to his total. 52 from 71 now. And you look at some stats being shown on the screen here. And the West Indies in terms of post-2023. Win is a 25% win, batting first. But when they bat second, they win more often. Here is a ball that's driven back to Santner for no run. 118 needed now off 123 balls. So Mr. Neblett will come a call in after the next 2 deliveries. 150 coming up for the West Indies in over number 30. Good going for them. Good partnership, steady partnership for the 3rd wicket between 2 of your better batters in the side. There is Hope looking to swing into the leg side. Missed out on that. That went through a bit quickly to the wicketkeeper. It kept a bit low as well.
Yes, encouragement there for Santner. I mean, a very forced delivery in the last 2-3 overs. He really got one good. But I think Carsey, in fact, looking to go over the top. A talk from Shai Hope immediately say, okay, take it light. The job is not over. We need to get to 268. We are 150 for 2. Stay on and bat. You already accomplished a half century. Keep batting.
So I recapped what has happened thus far in this match. Here's a ball lapped around towards short fine leg by Casey Carty. That completes over number 30. Carty is 52, Hope 35, 150 for the loss of 2. 30 overs completed. The West Indies need 118 runs from 120 balls. A little bit more from Ravindra Mandela. And then Mr. Neblett will take you through for the next 5 overs.
Yes, Matthews. And they still got 8 wickets in hand. That's the good thing about West Indies here, because we have got a good partnership established here by Casey Carty and Shai Hope. Really solid at the crease. They have been excellent with their running. The communication has been impeccable. So no doubt they will want to continue with that same manner. They want to keep up the momentum, the impetus here in the batting for West Indies. They're giving the crowd something to cheer about. They're familiar with conditions, so they're looking to maximize on it. New Zealand, they've gone with 3 wickets. They need more if they're going to defend that total of 268 from 20 overs, from 50 overs, and go up in the series 1-0. This is the 4th encounter, the second fixture in Tuesday. As I say, good evening and welcome back to Delwyn Neblett.
It's Matthew Fisher once again, and it's a delivery just outside the line of the off stump, and Shai Hope is pushing that to the 9-at point. No opportunity for a single. This really has been quite an outstanding partnership between the captain Shai Hope and Casey Carty. 58 runs on the board since the fall of the Ackeem Auguste wicket, and ever so often we've seen the young West Indies batters get off the start but not able to kick on. But Casey Carty bringing up his half century. He's going to look to push on. Definitely enough runs available in this chase for him to get up to 3 figures. Will he get there? We're going to find out very shortly. In comes Fisher once again, and it's a good length delivery. It's defended by Hope. No chance for a single. It's up there with pace, 136 k's per hour rather, and he really has impressed on his ODI debut. Shai Hope, of course, He's always impressive in my opinion. Not quite the last hope for the West Indies given the context of this run chase, but the only hope. And we've got Jemima here.
How are you, Delwyn? How are you liking the way West Indies have got on so far in this chase?
Definitely appreciate the way the West Indies batters have performed so far. In my opinion, they've put themselves in a winning position as Hope is cutting this one to the man at point once again, not able to pick the gap, and he's kicking himself. I do believe that it's the West Indies game to lose from here on in, given the position they find themselves in, especially given this outstanding partnership once again from Casey Carty and the Captain Hope.
Oh, definitely. And I think this duo will need to be cognizant of that run rate and how it's fluctuating currently at 4.92. And they're needing about 6 runs per over in order to comfortably reach their target. They don't want to leave too much to do at the back end.
Absolutely. In comes Fisher once again. It's a shorter delivery again, just outside the line of that off stump. Hope not able to find the gap. And for the first time in this innings, the required run rate just sneaking above that runner ball mark. Hope remains unbeaten on 35 from 36. And Casey Carty, he's unbeaten on 52 from 74. The score remains on 150 for 2 in pursuit of 268 here at the National Stadium in Providence. It's all about the action in the first of 5 ODIs scheduled to be played between the West Indies and New Zealand in this home series. And in comes Matthew Fisher once again, the debutant, into his 6th over. It's a full delivery this time, but the same result, dot ball. He's commenced this over with 4 dot deliveries, and the pace is up into the 140 Ks range this time, Jemima.
I'm quite impressed by the New Zealand debutant tonight. I think it might be a night for the debutants. We saw the West Indies debutant, Vitel Lawes, giving us 3 for 54, I believe it was, from his 10 overs. Now Fisher going at 20 runs from just almost about 6 overs. And then you never know, this might be a maiden. He hasn't been too bad. His pace has been very, very good.
Indeed. This one, he finally is able to pick the gap. Shai Hope. Looks like they're going to be able to come back for 2. And they will get those 2 runs quite comfortably to end the over. That's all they're going to get from it. 2 runs coming off of over number 31. And the score is 152 for 2 in pursuit of 268. That's the latest here at Providence.
Yeah, it's cooler here tonight, but I must say the guys out there, it seems like they're boiling, they're sweating. You can see it dripping off of them, and they're really, really toiling right now in the field. We look at the score comparisons at this stage. New Zealand were 160 for 3, West Indies 152 for 2. So West Indies actually in a good position, I would say, having that extra wicket in hand, but just about 8 runs behind where New Zealand was at this stage. But it's not 20 runs, it's not 30 runs. So it's not anything to be worried about at this point. But it just need to keep that run rate, that required run rate, at the back of their minds.
Absolutely. I don't think the run rate is going to be bothering the West Indies batters just yet, given that they are well set. And given the fact that they do have those 8 wickets intact, a lot of firepower still in the lineup. And these two is just going to be quite content to play the ball on its merit still and look to capitalize on those bad balls, as we see Michael Bracewell in for his first over. It's a straight delivery being turned to the mid-wicket fielder. No chance of a single into over number 32. The score remains on 152 for 2. Casey Carty still unbeaten on 52 from 75. Captain Shai Hope unbeaten on 37 from 38. In comes Michael Bracewell once again. Fly to delivery. And this one is lofted over the extra cover area. 1 bounce, 2 bounces, a couple of bounces into the rope for 4. So breaking the shackles after that very tight over from Matthew Fisher is Casey Carty, and picking up a boundary of Michael Bracewell's first over. Definitely picking the gap to perfection, manipulating the field. He knew that there wasn't anyone deep on that offside and just played that lofted shot to perfection on that occasion, Jemima.
Yeah, a gamble here by New Zealand to introduce the all-round as a 6 bowler. I'm not sure what is the rationale behind what New Zealand is doing here.
And a bit of innovation being demonstrated by Casey Carty. Reverse sweep into the offside. He's going to pick up a single to bring Captain Shai Hope back on strike. The score moves up to 157 for 2. Ackeem Auguste looked good, but he was dismissed after playing a bit of a loose shot, in my opinion, for 38 from 58. John Campbell didn't get going, only 11 from 16. And there we see the firepower that I was just alluding to. Rutherford, Changu still to come. In comes Bracewell once again. And Shai Hope is pushing this one into the onside. No chance for a run.
Look, I think West Indies are in such a good position at the moment. They haven't lost too many wickets. They're batting, they're rotating the strike. I love what I see from West Indies tonight. And it would just be a cherry on top if they can get over the line.
I really do hope that they do get over the line, given how well they would have played so far. A lot of times we've seen the West Indies snatch defeat from the jaws of victory, as they say.
Don't remind me. Don't remind me.
Let's hope this is not the case today. In comes Michael Bracewell, a shorter delivery. And this time, Hope is able to pick the gap down towards long on. They're going to pick up one, and that's going to be the end of over number 32. The score, 158 for 2. And that's the latest here at Providence.
Yeah, Michael Bracewell coming in as a 6th bowling option for New Zealand. Of course, Jacob Duffy still has 5 in his arsenal, 1 for 34 from 5. Nathan Smith, 15 from 5 overs. Jaden Lennox, 1 for 43 from 7, the other wicket taker. Matthew Fisher, 22 from 6 overs. Mitchell Santner, the captain, 35 from 8 overs. And of course, Bracewell now going for 6 in his first over. So nothing too crazy there from New Zealand, but a very curious inclusion there in Bracewell, bringing in a 6th bowling option. It's clear that Mitchell Santner is looking for a wicket-taking option, and he's looking for some variety in his bowling. We see West Indies now needing 110 from 108 balls. So they're still up there, almost a run a ball. So there's nothing to panic about now. And we see Duffy coming back into the attack. So I can definitely bet my money on the fact that Mitchell Santner is probing now for that 3rd wicket. He's probably panicking a little bit. This partnership is getting too strong for him.
Absolutely. This partnership just unsettling the New Zealand captain, in my opinion. A good look for the West Indies. Of course, the spinners in the West Indies side, they actually did pretty well, picking up 6 wickets among them. The debutant, Vitel Lawes, picking up 3. Gudakesh, Motie picking up 2. And of course, Khary, Pierre with the new ball picking up 1. Alzarri Joseph, he was good at the back end.
Yes.
So a bit on offer for both seam and spin. Duffy returns. He starts with a back of a length delivery outside the line of the off stump, and Shai Hope is pushing this one to the fielder backward of point for a single. Score moves up to 159 for 2. Inside of over number 33, the required run rate 6.11, so still just about a run a ball. No need for anything rash. Singles and doubles will get you there. And of course, in the absence of those boundaries, you love to see when sides run hard between the wickets. That's something that I think the West Indies has been lacking in recent times. Casey Carty is driving this one crisply to the fielder at mid-off. No chance of a single. And the score remains at 159 for 2. Inside of over number 33, Carty remains on beaten on 57 from 78. The captain, Shai Hope, alongside him. He is on 39 from 42.
And Shai Hope now starting to play a cautious game. We saw when he came in, he went all guns blazing, hit a couple boundaries, hit a couple sixes, and now he seems to be a little more cautious in his approach to this innings.
It really is a versatile player. This one is a strong punch off the back foot from Casey Carty. Boy, does he look good when in good touch. He's middling it to perfection. They're going to pick up one. That brings Shai Hope back on strike. And you mentioned about the fact that a lot of the West Indian batters, they're usually in T20 mode. They can't seem to snap out of it. It's a no ball from Duffy. So naughty here from Mr. Jacob Duffy. And it's going to be a free hit. So the West Indies, they're going to have the opportunity to capitalize on a bit of a freebie here. The New Zealand bowlers, they've been quite good as it relates to their no balls. Duffy himself started with a couple of extras, but nonetheless, here comes a no ball in over number 33. What can Shai Hope do? In comes Duffy. It's a short delivery, and Hope is hoiking this one into the onside, not quite middling it. And they're going to settle for one.
I don't think Hope got as much power into that shot as he'd hoped.
Absolutely not. Usually it's quite the crisp timer. That occasion, just looking for power, given that it was a free hit and he knew that he didn't have the chance of getting out caught. But we mentioned about the frame of mind of the West Indies batters. These two batters have shown that they've got the ability to play the ball on its merit and still score freely. This one is turned down towards fine leg by Casey Carty. Duffy bowling his 6th over, and it is the 33rd over of this run chase. He's been good. He got the early breakthrough, but in my opinion, he's not been as consistent as he would usually be. really has been a strike bowler for New Zealand over the past year or two.
Yeah, Duffy has proven himself to be a force to be reckoned with.
Short delivery, pushed into the offside by Shai Hope. Single taken, the score moves up to 164 for 2, one to come in over number 33. So trouble here for the New Zealand skipper, Santner. What can he come up with to break this partnership? The West Indies now need 104 runs from just 103 deliveries. They really are stealing this game slowly but surely away from the visitors. Looking for a breakthrough is Jacob Duffy. In he comes to waiting Casey Carty, who's looking to push this one into the offside, not able to pick the gap. And that's the end of over number 33. And after 33, the score is 164 for 2. That's the latest here at Providence.
Yeah, West Indies now needing 104 from 103 balls. So still within range of that, the balls required. Nothing out of reach and nothing too demanding from the West Indies after 33 overs. I'm looking at Jacob Duffy and I'm looking at the pace he's bowling. He maintained the 130s, 132 in his last over, and that doesn't seem to be the pace that he wants to get up to. He probably wants to hit the 140s, and I think that might be a concern for New Zealand if Jacob Duffy cannot produce the express pace that they really need to rattle the West Indian batters.
Absolutely. 2 sixes in this inning so far, both of them coming from Shai Hope. He's also hit 3 fours, and Casey Carty, known for being a stroke maker, 7 boundaries in his 59 from 81 so far, playing the role of a number 3, and you love to see it. A young man with a lot of talent, and we oftentimes see the West Indian batters with a lot of talent not transcend that talent into good performances. So happy to see Casey Carty regaining his form, and hopefully his batting performances in this series can actually lead the West Indies to a well-needed win again. The last time the West Indies defeated New Zealand at home, it was way back in 2012. I'm not even going to ask you how old you were in 2012, Jemima.
We don't need to talk about that. I was probably in school, though. I'll tell you that much. But yes, Casey Carty coming in at number 3, a position that would have probably been given to Shimron Hetmeyer had he been available for this series. So I love that Casey Carty, the players who were given opportunities this series, is making the best of it. I think he has a lot of potential, and he showed us what he's capable of in the past. And to see him come back and he's playing, he's making his strokes, he's batting beautifully, and of course he's not rushing it. Very patient, very calculated, and I love what Casey Carty is doing tonight, and I hope that he can keep it up for the rest of the series, because as we know, West Indies really, really, really need the points from this series in order to avoid playing that qualification tournament for the 2027 ODI World Cup.
Absolutely. This partnership between Casey Carty and Shai Hope moving up to 72. The New Zealand bowlers so far, Jacob Duffy 1 for 40 from 6. Nathan Smith not able to pick up a wicket from his 5 overs. He's conceded 15 runs. Lennox, he's got 1 for 43. And Matthew Fisher, he's impressed me. None for 22 from his 6 overs. The captain, Santner, none for 35 from 8. And 1 over for Michael Bracewell.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's been a good day for the debutants in this game. I mentioned that before. Matthew Fisher has really hit some good pace in his 6 overs. Just 22 runs. He's going at an economy of 3.66, which I believe is the second best on the New Zealand cards tonight.
Yeah, and you mentioned the effect of the dew as it relates to how it would play a part of this run chase. How have you seen it affecting the way New Zealand have defended this total so far?
I don't think so, actually. I really don't think that the dew has set in as much as we know it can in Guyana. And that might be a consequence of how hot it is out there. So, I think that it's even Stevens at this point. New Zealand don't have anything to complain about dew-wise. And I think if they did, they might have probably been questioning the umpire by now for a new ball.
Absolutely. It really has been quite humid out there, very indicative from the amount of sweat on the brows and the jerseys of these players. And as such, they've just taken a bit of a break for some hydration's sake and just about ready to resume play here. 33 overs have been completed. The West Indies, they find themselves nicely poised on 164 for 2 in pursuit of 268. I'd say they're in cruise control It's just a matter of finishing off the job.
Definitely just a matter of finishing off the job. The required run rate within reach, manageable. They're not there where they need to be, but just needing 104 runs from 103 balls, I think that is manageable for the West Indians.
Absolutely, just a touch over 6 runs and over. And then comes Michael Bracewell for his second over. He starts with a full delivery. Shai Hope is pushing this one straight back to the bowler. No chance for a single. The score remains on 164 for 2. And a lot of support coming for the bowler. Love to see this, even though New Zealand find themselves behind the 8 ball. Bracewell has his teammates cheering him on and encouraging him. He bowls another dot ball, so a bit of pressure immediately in over number 34. But nothing really phases Shai Hope. He's a batsman who has been there, done that, and over the years we've seen him rise above almost every challenge. Bracewell is bowling to Hope once again, and this time he's muscling this one down towards long on. It's going to be a single.
Bracewell here returning for his second over. New Zealand's 6th bowling option. Just 7 runs from 1.5 overs, we would say. And I think he's been an economical option thus far. He's been a safe option thus far, but I think what they're expecting is a wicket.
Indeed, a lofted shot over extra cover from Casey Carty. 1 bounce over the boundary rope, and that's another 4. So Carty moves up to 63. The Windies move up to 169, and they require less than 100.
Yeah, I think if Casey Carty and Shai Hope continue in this stride, it will be an easy peasy chase for the West Indies. They might even have some overs to spare, Delwyn.
Absolutely. So Casey Carty playing the role of an elite number 3 batter. Usually you find in ODI sides when a number 3 batter is of that superior quality, it's very difficult to contain them. We speak of the likes of Ricky Ponting of the olden days as a part of that dominant Australia side. So Casey Carty, he's definitely playing that role for the West Indies here.
Oh, you're skipping over one of the most famous number 3 batters in Virat Kohli.
Absolutely. Who can forget King Virat? Single picked up, and Shai Hope is going to be back on strike once again. As a matter of fact, that single was picked up off the final delivery of over number 34. The West Indies move up to 170 for 2, and that's the latest here at Providence.
Yeah, West Indies now being able to improve their run rate to 5 in this last over, moving up from just about 4 point something thereabout, still requiring 6.12. But again, not out of reach for the West Indians. New Zealand posting 267 all out in their 49.5 overs. Just a 1 ball they missed out on facing. West Indies still needing 98 off of 96. So within reach, like we said, nothing crazy required. They can go about it. And then, West Indies like to finish in a flourish. Listen, I think it would be difficult for us to deny the way the West Indians bat. They like to play their shots and show off a bit. And, they can go about it the way they are right now. And then probably when we get to about the 35th, about the 40th over, we can see some fireworks here for the Guyanese fans who've come out and stayed late tonight.
Indeed, the Windies bat is known for that flamboyance. As Duffy begins over number 35, starts with a dot ball just outside the line of the off stump, nicely defended by Casey Carty. The bowling options remaining for the New Zealand Kipper Mitchell Santner. Skipper Santner, he himself has got 2 overs remaining. Matthew Fisher, he's got 4. Lennox has got 3. And after this one, Jacob Duffy, he's got 3 as well. Nathan Smith, he's also got 5 overs remaining. And of course, Bracewell, he's only bowled the 2 overs. This one is angling into the legs of Casey Carty, and he's swiveling nicely. A short delivery that didn't lift as much and helped over the boundary ropes to a maximum. So the first 6 off the bat of Casey Carty takes the score now up to 176 for 2. Wayward delivery from Duffy, just straying much too short and giving the batter Casey Carty enough room to free his arms, getting under that one and lifting it nicely over the ropes.
A pretty shot there from Casey Carty. I believe if Getty Images got a shot of that, it'll look lovely on the papers tomorrow morning.
Yes, a touch player well capable of playing those big shots. And that's what we were just alluding to, Jemima. Playing the ball on its merit and capitalizing on the bad balls. Casey Khary doing that to perfection on this occasion. 2 deliveries gone in over number 35. New Zealand are in trouble. The West Indies cruising. This partnership between Hope and Khary moves up to 84 from just 98 deliveries. And there has been a bit of a halt in play. I suspect it's because the ball is now missing. And the umpire signals for the third umpire. I'm not exactly sure why, given that the last ball was a 6. Perhaps he wants to see if it was a no ball.
Yeah, I believe we saw the light come on there, but I don't think the umpire might have noticed since he was backing that light that came on at the player pavilion end.
Absolutely. So I suspect the review is just to see if this, in fact, was a front foot no ball. No, it looks to see.
Oh, hit wicket.
Oh, no.
Oh, he's out. Oh,
It's
yes.
looking to see if Casey Khary is being out hit wicket, and he has been out hit wicket. It's something that you see in scrubby cricket, in grassroots cricket. They call it 6 and out.
Oh, so we're getting a not out verdict.
Well,
New
well,
Zealand are
well.
asking some questions now. We're getting a not out verdict on the screens. There's some discussion going on here between the umpire and the New Zealand captain and his players. Are we determining that both bails need to be dislodged?
No, I'm wondering if it was because
Or because the ball has already been. This
I have
is
no
curious.
idea.
This is very curious.
I think we might need the impetus.
We need Matthew to come back
Absolutely.
with his regulations that are being updated. He said 80 of them are being updated this year. New Zealand's still asking some questions, but the umpire is saying play on. We'll need Matthew to come and give us some clarity on what just occurred. Because we can
Absolutely.
clearly see Casey Khary played a shot, and then he gets a little bit careless after he sees the direction, just swings his bat back and dislodges one of the bails. So, exactly. But the third umpire, Asan, has said that it's not out. So, is he determining that we need both bails to be dislodged in order for him to be out hit wicket?
Definitely need some clarity on that. Duffy bowls once again. It's a short delivery outside the line of the off stump. And it's going to be a dot ball. Quite a bizarre few moments here at the National Stadium in Providence. The score for the West Indies, 176 for 2. So I'm being ably advised by Mr. Andrew Mason that the shot was completed.
Yeah, the shot was indeed completed because he played the shot, he looked at the direction in which the ball went, and then he relaxed a bit and just swung back his bat.
There you have it. Well said, Jemima. Full delivery in over number 35. Played nicely into the offside. And Khary's going to pick up one. He moves up to 71 from 88. Shai Hope on strike. He's on 42 from 47. The West Indies total, 177 for 2.
So we're getting another replay of that. We see Casey Khary just pick up the bails and fixing it back. Would you have done the same? I believe, though, that had he in his swing to hit that 6, or was it a 4, to hit that ball, if his swing had come back and hit the stumps in one fluid motion, then he would have been out.
Yeah, it was in fact a maximum, and this one is a short delivery from Duffy that's being nicely pulled away into the onside for 4. So adding insult to injury, New Zealand really thought they would have picked up the wicket of Casey Khary. They didn't, and now Shai Hope adding impetus and adding momentum into this run chase. They move into the 180s, and I believe the score is now 181 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Yeah, West Indies moving along nicely, taking down their required runs. It's now less runs than balls. So that's a safe region that you want to be in.
Wide of the off stump this time to complete over number 35. It's cut away to the sweeper on the boundary. They're going to pick up 1. And Shai Hope is going to move up to 47. The total 182 for 2. And that's the latest here at Providence.
a clear indication there of frustration from Jacob Duffy, because to believe that you've had one of the set batters out and then to be told that it's not out because, the shot was already played and I guess the ball was dead by that time. It's a bit frustrating, I believe, as a bowler. And then Shai Hope just comes and casually hits you for a boundary. I'd be upset too. I'd be very upset too.
Definitely quite frustrating to say the least. To tell you more about it, we're going to have Anthony Kemraj.
West Indies now needing 86 runs from 90 balls. Their required run rate drops. It was lingering over the 6 runs for quite a few overs. That required run rate has now dropped to 5.73. West Indies going at 5.20. So they're in a safe region right now. They're good to have, continue in this stead and then have a lovely flourish at the end.
Good. So, again, good evening to you across the Eastern Caribbean and wherever else you might be picking up the broadcast. It's 182 for 2. As you look at Bracewell, who bowls to Hope, and Hope is turning it down towards forward of square and gets a single. And Khary is 71 from 88. Hope is 48 from 50. 182 for 3. And things continue to happen in this glorious game called cricket, Jemima. So we look at the replay there, and as he finished playing the shot, and just casually, his bat might have hit the zinger bales, and one came off. And according to the umpire, that's not out because it wasn't in the motion.
And I think
the shot.
The umpires might have had an extra angle that they can see. Probably the ball had already reached the boundary. So then it would have been dead because the shot is already played. The runs are already allocated. So maybe that's how Casey Khary got off on a second life, we should say.
185 for 2. West Indies need 83 from 87. And it's all winding down. The first one-day international here at the Providence Stadium. And if I shall go through the scorecard a little bit for you during the course of this over to tell you that John Campbell, he made just 11. He was caught by Smith of Duffy. That was 1,000 years ago. This is flicked into the onside. And the fielder comes off the boundary. And they get one more. Good rotation in the strike. And these two here, literally taking the game away from New Zealand.
Yeah, this is amazing stuff from the West Indies batters. I think we've grown quite accustomed to a collapse and to panic and to a close finish, and to see Casey Khary and Shai Hope just making it easy and cruising. I love this version of the West Indies, and I hope we can keep it up.
This is Hope tickling the ball into the onside. Would he get the 50? Yes, he is 50 from 52. The West Indian captain, yet another 50 for Shai Hope. And what a player he is. And he raises his bat to this small but very appreciative crowd here at the Providence Stadium. He gets another 50 at this level. 50 from 52. 187 now for the loss of 2 wickets.
Yeah, Shai Hope bringing up his 32nd 50 in this format. Impressive stuff from the West Indies captain.
Yes, and he has the ability to convert, and that's a very good thing about him. He has 1900s to go with that too. 187 for 2, 36 overs gone. Khary 73, Hope has 50. That's latest score here from Providence.
And that's also what you want from your captain. When you appoint a captain, you don't just want someone to say, okay, well, this bowler is going to bowl now and this is going to happen now. You want someone who is going to lead from the front, someone who will put the team on their back and do what needs to be done. And this is what Shai Hope has been doing, especially in this ODI format. Another 50 added to him, and he's been quite an impressive captain for the West Indies ODI team thus far.
Ackeem Auguste was caught by Latham of Lennox for 38, 58 balls, 4 fours. Casey Khary 73 not out from 90 balls. Shai Hope 50 not out from 52 balls. And the West Indies need 81 runs in just 84 balls. So once the equation in that way, I guess the West Indies would go away to win this game. But you never know. Cricket is always a game of glorious uncertainties. And we've seen time and time and again, a team on course for winning, and then suddenly you have a little bit of a magic from the opposing team. This is Lennox bowls to Hope. Hope is turning the ball into the offside and can't beat the field. But the West Indian captain, I want to join with you to say that Shai Hope has been an absolute gem for the West Indies. He is coming forward, plays the ball up the strip, and there is no run. 81 from 81 balls now the West Indies need to get. But he's always a fighting cricketer. Classy, very easy on the eye. This is Lennox, balls to Hope. Hope is whipping the ball on the onside. There is no run. 187 for 2. So some pressure being applied here by Lennox, the left arm spinner. 1 for 43. This is his 8th over. He comes up again, bowls to Hope, and Hope is pushing the ball into the offside, gets a single. The fielder comes around. That's Nichols, who rifles a return but can't beat the two West Indian batters out there. They get another single, 188 for 2. The current rate is 5.10. The required rate is not huge. So you'll want to believe Jemima that the West Indies from here would get home if they play smart cricket.
Yeah, always within reaches. They seem to be cruising. They don't need to take any drastic measures at this stage of the game.
This is, that's Khary going down the ground and it's gone high in the air down towards the members' pavilion for a maximum. So 6 more to Khary, and that will take him up to 79, and the score goes up to 194 for 2. We have had 37 overs bowled here at the stadium.
Yeah, and of course, we see that partnership between Khary and Hope moving up to 102 from 114 deliveries. Very, very good stuff from the number 3 and 4 batsmen for the West Indies. And Khary seems to be a good person to bat with here tonight. Of course, himself and Ackeem Auguste, they had a partnership of about 62 or something thereabout, and then building a 102-run partnership with his captain. So he seems like a good guy to be batting with.
Good customer. Jacob Duffy, 7 overs, no maiden, 52 runs, 1 wicket. Nathan Smith, 5 overs, no maiden, 15 runs, no wicket. Jaden Lennox, 8 overs, no maiden, 50 runs, 1 wicket. Matthew Fisher, very lively, 6 overs, no maiden, 22 runs, no wicket. Michelle Santner, the captain, 8 overs, no maiden, 35 runs, no wicket. And Michael Bracewell, 3 overs, no maiden, 17 runs, no wicket. Those are the bowling figures. We look at Smith. None for 15 from 5. Balls to Hope. Hope gets one that comes into him. He's back and across and turns it down to mid-wicket. And a sliding tackle there by the fielder there. 195 for the loss of 2 wickets. Hope is on 52. This is a very admirable partnership here.
Yeah, it's quite impressive for what we're accustomed to for the West Indies. And I'd like to think that this is the dawn of a brand new day. We saw the Test team building strong partnerships and batting well. We're seeing it now from the ODI team. Will we see it from the T20 team, Anthony?
Wow. The T20 team, good question. Twice winners of the World T20 tournament. Since then, we've kind of dropped back a little bit. This is Khary going back and looking for the cut. And just beat the keeper, beats everyone and goes into the boundary for 4. 199 for the loss of 2 wickets. It's all West Indies at the moment.
Yeah, unfortunate there for the bowler. The keeper just couldn't manage to gather it. And of course, Khary getting a little niggle on it, it appears, and getting those 4 runs running away to the boundary. Very unfortunate for the keeper, but hey, this is the game. This is what happens sometimes.
You being a West Indian journalist, I guess your news tomorrow or maybe the other day would be one in your favor. That's my estimation. I'm not saying you're going to do that.
You never know.
Yep.
Just might.
199 for 2. Here is Smith and bowls to Khary. Khary's whipping the ball off his pad. That will go into the boundary for 4 more. The 200 has come up for the West Indies. 203 for the loss of 2 in over number 38. And the fans are waving their flags and they're shouting to the top of their voices and applauding the efforts of the West Indian batters. The 200 has come up. What a commendable effort here from the West Indies.
Wonderful stuff here from the West Indies. The total was never imposing. I have to say that. We know we've calculated for the Providence pitch and we said it was a good competitive total, but it was never something that was imposing that could make the West Indies feel like we need to do something drastic or out of the way in order to get there. Just 267, you have a lot of balls to spare, and West Indies are going about it in a very, very smart way.
This is Khary stroking the ball into the onside, and the can score is 87 from 95. But I tell you, these 87 runs are very classy runs, well compiled. Well calculated, I put it that way. And lots of adjectives you can use in the game of cricket, Jemima. Do you use a lot of adjectives when you write?
I think adjectives are the most important part of writing sport. You know, normal news you just write straightforward, but sport you have to tell a story. So the adjectives I believe are the most important
You talk
part.
about stories. Remember my school days, short story. This is Smith and bowls it to Khary. Khary opens the face, runs it down to the third man, gets it on a single, 204 for the loss of 2 wickets. When I sat my very first CSEC examination and they said write 450 words, my word, I could only muster 150 words.
Oh, I don't believe that. I do
But
not believe that.
after that, I excelled. When they said 450, I wanted to write 550.
That's the right way to
Right,
approach
so
it.
time and again you improve. You tend to read a lot. One of the things that would help you as a youngster, and I hope all the youngsters who are listening and the parents and the guardians keep reading.
Yes.
Reading is very much important for you. 204 for 2. Here is Smith. He's up there and bowls to Khary. Khary. In fact, that's Hope who's tucking the ball on the onside and will get another single. 205 for 2. 88 is Khary. Hope is 53. The West Indies need 63 from 72. That's the latest score here from Providence.
Yeah, 2 boundaries in this last over in the 38 over. 2 boundaries, 3 singles, and the West Indies look in a good position to not only win this game, but to win it with some balls remaining. You know, some added impetus, I believe.
Yes, if they can beat New Zealand here, they seem to be on track for winning this game. If they can hold their nerves and win this first ODI, you want to believe that they'll beat them handsomely.
Yes.
Because they're 205 for 2, 38 overs, and they just need 64 from 73. So it's proper cricket, sensible cricket from here. You don't need to do anything out of the box, so to speak. And once you play within the fee and play normal cricketing shots, you'll be on your way. Shai Hope, very dependable player. He's there. Here is the left arm spinner. That's Lennox, and he's out caught. Is he?
Doesn't seem that
No,
the ball
well, I
has
was
carried.
thinking that he was out caught in the offside by Santner. And Santner just opening his arms and might be asking what happened there. We look at it, and he was leaping forward.
We might
And,
need a closer look at that. But Santner signals no, so it seems as though he's aware that he might have grounded that ball.
Yep. 205 for 2. We're just caught up in all the excitement. It happens time and again, Jemima.
A check happening now. The umpire is going to his third umpire.
So give me some credit. They're going upstairs. They're going upstairs. 205 for 2. Hope is 53. Khary is 88. So let's look at it on the monitor. The left arm spinner comes up and Hope is driving uppishly. And Santner is making the dive. But from our vantage point here, it's very hard to pick it up, Jemima. But I guess the third eye, Asan Raza, will have a very good look there to see whether the fingers are on it.
Yeah, this is the second time today we've had to keenly
That's the important
finally
thing.
go over another review. We saw the same happening
Did
with
it touch
Amir
the grass,
Jangu.
the green grass, the lovely green grass? Yeah, the fingers have to be under it. So let's see what will happen. We're just awaiting the signal. 205 for 2. But these are the little tricky moments that make the game of cricket very interesting. So we look at it again, and Santner is diving.
Oh, we need a better angle than this.
We
need a better angle than this.
We do. We're just going through the protocols here, and the West Indies needs 63 from 71. There's no hole up in play, but just awaiting the review. And the players, the New Zealand players, might just be thinking, can it come our way? And the West Indians will be thinking, no, not today. Here is Santner, so he goes forward there and clutches it, or did he not? Might have hit the ground.
We're seeing a lot of whites. We're seeing a lot
Might
of
have hit the
whites
ground.
there
Might
in
have
this
hit the ground.
very blurry.
Might have hit the ground. So we just obey the signal, and the signal is not out. Not out. 205 for 2. I want to believe that was the most appropriate decision that was made.
Yeah, because given the quality of the
Yep.
review, there's no way to be sure for certain, and the batsman gets the benefit of the doubt.
And there you go. When you're absolutely certain, then you give them out the battle. That's my take. Lennox, 1 for 50 in over number 9. His 9th over. Balls to Hope, and Hope is stroking the ball into the offside. And there is no run. Michel Santner, the other left-arm spinner. But this is a gripping match, you get the feeling. New Zealand, they're just not allowing West Indies to slip away. This has come into him. Might have been the arm ball from the left-arm spinner. And these left-arm spinners, they got a variety. The arm ball, sometimes you have the Chinaman, you have the Coakley, so many deliveries. You talk about spin bowling, one of the best I've seen in cricket. Shane Keith-Warren, the late Shane Keith-Warren. He was a gem. Here is Lennox, and he's coming forward. Yes, go ahead.
I thought you were about to say Lassit Malinga.
Lassit Malinga? I'm talking about spinners. When I started.
Yes, when you started.
Unless if Lassit Malinga is now bowling spin, I'm not sure.
Well, you never know. There's probably
205
a Malinga somewhere out there.
This is Hope tucking the ball into the onside, gets a single. Look how easy cricket can be. Smart cricket. You don't need to do anything silly. Just put it in the offside or the onside, and you'll be on your way to winning the game. 206 for 2. And the action continues here at the Providence Stadium. I want to remind listeners to join us again on Cotton Drive Network on Monday in the new week for more commentary. This is Khary tucking the ball into the onside. Gets another single. Easy does it.
Yes.
Jemima. Easy does it.
It doesn't take too much. It doesn't take anything too crazy for West Indies to get over the line in this game. 61 runs needed now from 66 balls. So they're managing very well. They don't need to take any risk. Casey Carty unbeaten on 89 from 97, and Shai Hope unbeaten on 54 from 64. You'd like to think that Casey Carty will continue and bring up that century.
As a cricket supporter, I would love to see Casey Carty get another 100. As a cricket commentator, not as a West Indian, because I don't want to be biased.
Why not as a West Indian?
In a sense, but I want to be neutral as a commentator to say that he will get 100. I would love to see him. I'd love to see him get that. 89 from 97. The West Indies need 61 from 66. And Jemima, you might be sleeping happier tonight to know that the West Indies most likely will go away with this game. But strange things can happen. Santner with the ball in hand, and he's a world-class player. He can make changes, and he can make things happen. The same man in the picture here. 2 overs left, and these are very interesting overs. 207 for 2, 61 from 66. That's the equation. Here is Santner. Goes in to bowl to Carty, and Carty is coming forward. My word, he's so sweet when he comes forward. Pushes the ball into the offside. And 207 for the loss of 2. You love watching Carty or Hope?
It depends on the format. Let's say that. It depends on the format.
It's hard to pick.
It is.
It's hard to pick. When the two of them are the crease, it's hard to pick. But I will go with Hope. Here is Santner, goes in, bowls to Carty. Carty is whipping the ball on the onside. Down to Mitchell, down towards forward square. Another single. Another agony for New Zealand. Where can we get the other wicket? Where can we peck back the West Indies? 208 for 2.
They've tried so much at this point. He's brought back Nathan Smith. He's brought back Jacob Duffy. He's even introduced Michael Bracewell, who only bowled 3 overs for 17, and then we haven't seen any more of him because you already had 5 bowlers bowl. So he was clearly looking for something, and that hasn't happened as yet.
Here is Santner, goes in, bowls to Hope. Hope is forward and back to the bowler, looking to get the single. And I'm told that England have advanced to the semifinals of the FIFA World Cup. Wow. Argentina are presently tackling Switzerland. Can we get a score, guys? Argentina and Switzerland. Thank you very much. 209 for 2 in over number 40. Carty's 90. And Jemima, who's always so brilliant with the computer, tells me that Argentina has won. Switzerland hasn't scored as yet. Wow.
Are you really surprised, Anthony?
Why our commentary team is so smart? Wow. This is down towards the backward square area, and they get another single. 210 for the loss of 2 wickets. I said not as yet because what I've witnessed throughout the FIFA World Cup is that the defense of most teams have been weak. I must put it that way. And you find the teams leading 2-0 and then they come back, and they have an equalizer and all of that. So, I feel that the defense is a little bit slack. 2-10 for 2. Here is Santner bowls to Hope. He's the driving. Will get a single. Knocks it down the fielder there. And we've had 40 overs bowled. 2-11 for 2. 91 is Carty. He's eyeing his 5th ODI 100. Hope is 56. They need 57 from 60. That's the latest score here from Providence. More from you, Tamaima. Then it's going to be Matthew Kisu.
West Indies going along nicely now, 2-11 for 2 from 40 overs. So we're heading into the last phase of this ODI contest between West Indies and New Zealand tonight. New Zealand, of course, at this stage, having 2-16 for 4. West Indies comparable with 2-11 for 2. So West Indies have those extra wickets in hand. New Zealand just 5 runs ahead. But you know how this game goes. Anything can happen. West Indies not needing too much, just 58 in 61 balls. They have enough balls, 57 and 60 balls, I should say. So they have enough to get over the line and get over it comfortably.
Well, you're absolutely correct. As that ball is worked to be into the next side, down towards square leg for a single to carry Hope up to 58. No, in fact, Carty to 91. He's 91 from 100 balls, heading up for a 5th ODI 100 if he gets it. 212 for the loss of 2, to lead into everyone again. And we're now just about almost a quarter to 10 in the evening in Guyana, Eastern Caribbean. I'm wondering what's the time in New Zealand actually. Someone needs to tell me that. I'm not sure. Here is Lennox. It is the final over. So he's chopped up a half century as well, Lennox, in terms of bowling figures. We've got 3 half centuries already in terms of the batting department. Forward he comes as Carty places into the offside no run. Welcome back to Revenge Mandela.
Yeah, thank you very much, Matthew Kissin. Good evening to each and everyone. Good evening to the West Indian fans. They must be pleased and satisfied with how things are going about here for the hosts.
Here is Lennox, the left-hand orthodox spinner, brings Carty
2
forward
balls on the trot.
and plays it into the offside for no run. So the West Indies need 56 runs off 58 balls. No need to panic, but you saw down at the bottom end of the New Zealand innings, wicket stumbled. Alzarri Joseph picked up 4 wickets. Now, who will do that? Who will be the Alzarri Joseph for New Zealand? Santner. In fact, that's Lennox bowls, and that's played away into the onside for Lennox to skip across the field for no run. 1:44 p.m. in New Zealand. Would you believe it? So, you're listening. It's Sunday. I've got to preach a little later on tomorrow morning in the church service as well. We're placing some emphasis on the family, the value of the family. Here is a ball on the middle stump that's worked away into the leg side for a run to take Carty now up to 92 from 104 deliveries. Hope is 57 from 68. And his innings, Carty, has proven to be extremely valuable for the West Indies at this stage. Wanting to win this first ODI and going to the second one with confidence on Monday afternoon right here at the National Stadium at Providence. Hope is 57, settles. Here is Lennox, balls to him on the off stump. He's driving. They're going to get the run now. The ball firing away from mid-off. The captain just behind the stumps. Little distance, and he gets that run, 58 to Hope from 69 balls. So that run rate currently is 5.22. 214 for the loss of 2. That completes over number 41.
Yes, that's the latest score here at Providence. They're going well. They're large and in charge, as Andrew Mason would say. Very, very much in the driver's seat here. West Indies, they're looking to open their account with a victory here in this 5-bat series. Shai Hope and in company with Casey Carty doing a tremendous job for West Indies, for the home team. They've got the support from this crowd. Not too huge, but they have been very supportive and vocal, especially with this partnership, which has blossomed to something quite substantial now. So very, very impressive performance from the West Indies batters.
Here is the captain with his final over, and Carty's driving through the offside, nicely down towards the fielder at extra cover on the boundary. And that's Mark Chapman. He gets a run for that. Carty's 92 from 104. He's back on strike. Hope is 59. 215 for the loss of 2 in the 42nd over. And Santa none for 40. he's worked hard, but he hasn't picked up a wicket at all. And as captain, he would be disappointed thus far, as that ball is played down towards extra cover for no run. Khary 92, very accomplished, good, solid batter. He's shown his worth and his class. Played in that on the 19 World Cup that won when the West Indies won on the leadership of Shemron Hetmeyer. You'll remember that. Here is Khary, settles and gets the ball on the middle stump, takes a quick single. Nice work by the two batters who've been there for a very long time, and that partnership has built very strong. Indeed, they came together with a score at 92, so you add 8 to that to make 100, then another 100, that's 108, and then 16. That's 124, am I correct?
I'm surprised that
my maths is that good. Well, Andrew was looking for company, actually. 216 for the loss of 2 in over number 42. Hope, 15-9, is on strike. Here is Santa, comes up, he's in bowls to Hope. Hope gets the ball on the leg stump. He's across his stumps and then eases it into the leg side, down towards square leg for a single. The West Indies need now, 51 of 50 balls. So we're giving you the countdown. And many of us would want to get home just now as well. So late in the evening. We've got a lot of cricket coming up at Providence, night cricket. You've got the Global Super League, you've got CPL, and that will be going on very late, maybe after midnight most nights. Here is Santner, comes up now, he's in bowls, and a drive into the offside. Tumbling save to his left from the man down at extra cover. No chance of a run. He's kept on 93, 7 away from another prized ODI 100. Casey Khary.
Yeah, in the context of things, that's going to be brilliant. That's going to be valuable. Came in at number 3.
Here is Santner bowls, and he is getting a good delivery, actually. The hustles onto him. Had to bring the bat down on it nicely, and it eased away into the offside. 42 overs have been completed. 217 for the loss of 2. Khary 93. Hope is 60. That's the latest score from Providence.
Yes, you give an equation, Matthews. 51 runs, 48 balls, 8 wickets standing here for West Indies. But they've got 2 set batsmen. Shai Hope in partnership with Casey Khary, looking to get to that landmark, another century to his name, and he's living up the expectation here. New Zealand, well, they can't find a way. They will have to re-strategize, rethink their planning, how they can get the breakthrough here, because this partnership, as you said, Kisoon, has been wonderful, terrific. And after a little bit of struggle, a little bit of tension, a little bit of intensity, 20 overs ago, these two have revitalized innings and put West Indies to go up 1-0 in this 5-match series.
Yeah, 15 extras on the tins, 217 for 2, Campbell 11, Auguste 38, Khary 93 from 108 balls, and Hope 60 not out. And if they were to pick up 2 quick wickets, you've still got to deal with the likes of Rutherford and Django, and they're both in good form as well. So it's a case where they've got to perform a miracle with ball in hand, New Zealand, and that looks more or less not possible at this stage, but cricket is still a game of glorious uncertainty.
Anything can happen. I'm sure New Zealand, the way they are bowling, yes, they're bringing back some positivity to the bowling department, because some to say, okay, we're going to change up things here now. We can continue to rely on the pacers to do something with the ball, to do the trick. But Shai Hope and Khary, they want to bring home. They want to keep up the momentum. They want to keep the chase on track and see how things can go.
Fisher's bowled well. None for 22 from 6 starts, his 7th over. And a drive by Hope down to mid-off for no run. 51 from 47 balls now needed. So just over a run a ball. That's nothing to worry about. If they had to get 57 or 51 from 10 balls, well, that would have been
difficult.
Very, very difficult indeed. Right, well, let's go through some bowling figures for you for the New Zealand bowling department. Duffy, 7 overs, no bin, 1 for 52. Nathan Smith, 6 overs, no bin, none for 26. Jaden Lennox, 10 overs, no bin, 1 for 55. Matthew Fisher is 7th over now, comes up, he's in bowls, and that's slashed away into the offside down behind point. They've taken 1, and that's all it'll be. The return comes in from the deep. 1 more to the total to carry it up now to 218 for the loss of 2, with Khary who comes back into strike now on 93. So Matthew Fisher is 7th over. Mitchell Santner completed his spell, none for 42. Must have been disappointed not to have taken a couple of wickets, but he was still tidy enough with an economy rate of 4.2. And Michael Bracewell, 3 overs, no bid, none for 17. So Duffy has been expensive, the one who's been more expensive. Here was the ball that's driven down towards the backward point area on the boundary. He gets a run for that. Khary 94 now. So he's moving on nicely. Paces innings beautifully, 109 deliveries. That's the way you need to bat. The West Indies have had a tremendous batting effort in the Test series against Sri Lanka.
Yes, and they're looking to transform it in the one-day version. Casey Khary, when he scored back-to-back century against host team Ireland, we thought, I wrote something about it and said this is a batting sensation.
Here is Fisher comes up easy, and he's bowled with some pace. That's a nice shot driven through the offside, heading out towards the boundary. A chaser for the fielder from point. He comes around, does well, and that's Nathan Smith. And the batters come back for 2. That's good running and good bit of work. Nathan Smith has done very well in the field for New Zealand in this match thus far. Your spirit thought for him. He's a good bowler, good all-rounder, and look at the work he's just put in. Good sliding effort. Had to cover a lot of ground to his right, and with his left hand, picked up the ball and transferred it to the right and rifled the return. It was a lovely return.
Well, we spoke about New Zealand feeling all night. The commitment is there, the determination is there, and they're showcasing it.
The Fisher comes up, bowls. Big shot from Shai Hope. Misses out on that one. Just a bit wide of the off stump taken by the keeper. 63 from 75 is Shai Hope. Casey Khary, 94, 221 for 2. The West Indies have batted very well. They've only lost Campbell for 11 and Auguste for 38. And when his wicket fell, it was 92 for 2 in the 19th over. And that partnership with the second wicket yielded 64 runs. So they're doing pretty nicely here. And they need to get 47 runs off 43 balls. Still just about a run a ball. Here again, he's looking to force that. This time through the offside, missed out on that, taken by the keeper. No chance of a run. 43 overs have been completed here at the National Stadium at Providence. 221 for the loss of 2. The latest score here.
Yeah, 2 experienced campaigner decrease here for West Indies. New Zealand, they were asked to take first strike at the invitation of West Indies. They compiled what would have thought a competitive total, respectable total, 267, all out in 49.5 overs. They had a solid start, 82-run opening stand, laid a good foundation. But how things are panning out now, they might be a bit dissatisfied not to get probably another 20 runs or so. But West Indies, they approach totally different. Yes, they lost 2 early wickets, but this partnership has definitely changed the momentum back in West Indies' favor. They're well on the way to open the series with a win.
Yes, in head-to-head ODIs in the West Indies are on top. They've won 16 and New Zealand 7 in 24 outings. Here is a ball that's played into the mid-wicket area. Bracewell comes back into the attack now. So the West Indies need 47 or 41. So the West Indies have dominated at home against New Zealand, actually winning 16 out of 24 outings. New Zealand just winning 7. Here is Bracewell bowls, and that's on the off stump and whipped away into the leg side, into the mid-wicket area by Casey Khary. He gets his 95th run now from 111 balls. So they need 46 from 40. And Bracewell in his 4th over, none for 17 before this. And you look at the economy rates of the New Zealand bowler, 7.42 for Duffy. And then the next would be Bracewell, 5.66. Jaden Lennox, 5.5. Then you get into 4.33. That's Nathan Smith. Here is a ball that's played into the offside. They're going to get a run for that. Just trotting through very easily. Shai Hope for his 64th run from 77 balls. So the West Indies need 45 now from 39 balls, making it look as easy as you would want it to look. But if you get a flurry of wickets fall now, you're going to cause the hearts of many in the stands to be put under pressure. Here is Bracewell bowls, and that's all flicked nicely. That's what you call the slug sweep. And that's gone into the hands of the field on the boundaries. That Nathan Smith caught. He's got his man for 95. Khary will miss out on a 5th 100 at the ODI level. 95 from 112 balls. The slug sweep, it went straight into the hands of Nathan Smith at mid-wicket. We talked about him earlier. What a good fielder he is. A brilliant all-rounder. Took the catch, slid on the ground. That's beautifully done by this man, Nathan Smith. And Khary goes. We just talked about wickets falling. Caught Smith ball bracelet for 95 from 112 balls, 223 now for the loss of 3.
Yeah, just agonizingly fell short of what would have been a sensational century. Casey Khary, disappointment for him. Knows that he would have achieved that big score and put his team in a better position. But looking to go over the top, the connection was there, but just the elevation was there. And again, nice piece of great manifestation with the feeling from Nathan Smith at the wicket, the tumbling catch, saved Pierre's of hand. And New Zealand may be thinking, yes, we can claw ourselves back into this team, especially getting rid of that batsman, well-informed Casey Khary for 95. Nevertheless, a good knock, one that you will remember for a very long time. But West Indies still in the driver's seat.
Right, well played, 95 from 112 balls, 10 fours and 2 sixes in that knock of 95. Brilliant from Casey Khary, and really a wonderful exhibition of batsmanship from this young man. And I'm sure all at Providence would be proud of that knock.
Yeah, Shorefin Rutherford comes to the crease, the new batsman for West Indies. And the Guyanese, coming in with his team well set to get to that target, to surpass that target of 268 set by New Zealand. No rabbit with the bat. Shorefin Rutherford, he can be aggressive, but one day cricket will have to change up the tempo a little. But he has got a man, the captain himself, with the responsibility, and he's leading the ship here for West Indies.
Yeah, Rutherford is good. The 27-year-old in his 25th match comes forward. Really, he's not a bad player at all. A good power hitter, good cricketer to find in the middle order. 748 runs, his ICE of 113, good average of 41.55, and his strike rate almost 100, 99.86. He's got 107 50s, and here he is, into stride right away, over extra cover. 2 fielders converge, and he's going to come back for 2 to get himself off the mark. So the West Indies need now 43 of 36 balls. So 44 overs completed, 225 with a loss of 3, and a successful over there for Bracewell and for New Zealand.
Yes, a breakthrough on it is something that they had wanted badly. Tried to separate this pair here, the Shai Hope and the Casey Khary. Yes, from the cricketing enthusiasts for West Indies will be disappointed the young man didn't get to that century. Nevertheless, a brilliant innings, really remarkable a knock from Casey Khary. Living up to expectation. He's one of the frontline batters in his team. And his union with Shai Hope was absolutely fantastic as well. But, 43 from 36, 7 wickets in hand. Anything could happen from here on. But let's lots of hopes and hope.
Yeah, and Hope is out there, along with Rutherford, the local boy here. And look at that partnership for the third wicket, 131 runs. Fantastic indeed from Khary and Shai Hope. 223 for 3. Brilliant indeed. Hope is on strike. And he's off the back foot. I beg your pardon, and gets it out towards cover for a run.
And Shai Hope will continue to play like this. Even though a big wicket gone down there, he will continue to play, picking up the singles, adding the boundaries if he does. Get a board ball. Shai Hope is typical of him, full of maturity, full of confidence now. He has got plenty of runs, 65 from 78 balls. That certainly is a mature knock from the captain, Shai Hope. Yes, he has got a new partner there now, within reach of victory. Hopefully he can carry on.
Here's a ball that Rutherford is playing into the mid-wicket area, beating the fielder to his left, and they get a run for that. They come back with 2, in fact. Rutherford moves to 4 now from 3 deliveries, 228 for the loss of 3 in over number 45. So I think it will be Andrew Mason who will be bringing up the end of the game after this over. But really, Khary, 95, 112 balls, 12 fours, and 2 sixes. You've got to talk about that innings along with Shai Hope's innings as well. Thus far, what a brilliant partnership of 131 for the third wicket. And Bracewell picking up that third scalp. Here is Fisher bowls and a loose shot from a loud appeal outside the off stump, a big drive from Rutherford. He's known for this at times. Sometimes you get the impression his concentration span, he breaks concentration sometimes. And they've actually asked for a review of that to determine whether he got a nick onto that. Sheriffin Rutherford has this tendency sometimes to go for some big shots out of the blues. And oftentimes you always have to be careful when you're a player like Rutherford, because he can be going great guns and then all of a sudden a terrible shot gets himself out and the team can be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah,
That's the thing about cricket.
That is his temperament. Yes, I'm coming out here to do business. I want to get on with things.
On debut, he has certainly impressed. Fisher, none for 29 so far, is a drive off the bottom portion of the bat, bounces into the ground, and then rolls into the leg side for a single. Sheriffin Rutherford gets his 4th run, 4 from 4. Hope is 65 from 78. The West Indies need 39 runs off 32 balls now. This is my finals. 3 deliveries coming up, and then I'll hand over to Andrew Mason to bring up the end of the game. The most fitting person to do so from Barbados, a small island, 166 square miles, is it?
Yeah.
And can fit into Guyana 500 times. I tell
Do you believe that physically that can happen?
Well, why not? Why not? Nothing is impossible. Here is a ball that's driven down to extra cover by Shai Hope for no run. When you do the calculations, yes, because if Guyana is 216,000 square kilometers.
Yeah, based on the measurement.
That's right.
Yeah, geographically, Guyana is
but then of
huge.
course, the Essequibo River boasts 365 islands.
Okay, we'll have to inform Andrew Mason. He doesn't know about that. 300. Let me get back that the figure.
365 islands.
365 islands.
One for each day of the year.
So that means Essequibo is the largest county in Guyana.
It is.
Oh, okay.
And you came from there as well. So you would know that, Ravindra.
Yeah.
Don't mind you living in Canada now. I mean, and Canada is a huge nation, of course, a huge country
Well,
geographically, but you're from a very large county, the largest
I
in
think
Guyana.
5 million of Barbados will fit in Canada.
Here is Fisher. Comes up now. He's fishing for a wicket and a drive. Beats the field at backward point. Coming down towards the boundary. Another good diving effort from the field out there. And this time, I'll tell you who that is. That's Michael Bracewell, who picked up the wicket in the previous over. And that completes over number 45. Hope is 67 from 80. Rutherford is 5 from 5. 231 for 3. 45 overs gone. A little bit more from Ravindra, and then to take you through to the end of the game, the man from Barbados himself.
Yes,
Andrew
you're
Mason.
looking at the equation. It's 37 from 30 balls. There's still 7 wickets standing, and we have got 2 frontline batters at the crease there. That's a good thing for West Indies. So they will remain optimistic of getting to that target of 269 from the allotment of 50 overs set by New Zealand. They will want to start the series on a winning note. 5 matches to go, 3 in Guyana. The last 2 in Barbados. Well, definitely they're on their way. 37 from 30 balls, 7 wickets in hand. As I say, good evening and welcome back. The man from Barbados. Which part of Barbados, Andrew Mason?
I'm from deep in rural Barbados, a parish called St. Philip.
St. Phillips.
Yes, in fact, I go back there quite often and I enjoy going to the country. You're a countryman yourself?
Yes, I'm from Essequibo Coast.
You're from Puerto Rico. Here we go. So the equating 37 from 29 balls. Rutherford, the left-handers, got 5. And Bracewell, the off-spin, around the wicket, comes in, bowls to Rutherford. Rutherford is forward and drives out towards cover. Will the catch be taken? The ball went in the air, down towards cover. Field on the boundary, came forward, couldn't catch it. Might have got his fingers to it, but couldn't hold on. We'll have a chance to see the monitor. But he gets a run there. 36 from 28. The West Indies should go on to win this. They wouldn't want, as we were saying, Caribbean parlance, muck it up now, really. They've got their captain there, and he's very, very easy in terms of working the ball around. Ball dropping just in front of the fielder coming in from the cover boundary. Once your captain is there, you should really get home comfortably given what he's done over the years. Shai Hope, he's got 67 from 80. The equating 36 from 28 balls. And Bracewell starts to move in again under the lights at Providence. On his way to bowl to the West Indies captain this delivery. Shorty swings it. That's going over to Guyana. That's going over the top of the wicket. That's going miles. What a poor delivery. And there was Shai Hope boxing. He's got them jumping here at the stadium. That's a huge hit from a very good player indeed. And that's gone away for 6 runs put away over the wicket. Well done to Shai Hope.
Yeah, Mammoth there from Shai Hope, the West Indies captain. He continues to delight the crowd here, Andrew Mason. Anything short on him, he's going to pounce on him. Well played again here from the West Indies captain.
His eyes opened very wide when he saw that juicy ball. Here's Bracewell, comes in, bowls him again. He's getting outside the awesome off the back foot, forces the ball away out towards cover. Gets a single. It was just too short outside the off stump. Bracewell hasn't really bowled that well to me, really. And in the final analysis, a run as it goes down to cover. So what do we have now? 29 from 26 balls. Hope is 74 from 82. And Rutherford has got 6 from 72, 39 for 3. Here we go. As the action continues around the wicket, here's Bracewell. Starts, then stops. That's part of the psychology. And Rutherford waits on him. And to this delivery, Rutherford is coming forward, opens the face to the bat, runs it down towards that third man area. There are 3 fielders inside the circle, saving 1. He can't get a run. 29 from 25, 239 for 3. Hope is on 74. He's the captain. They say Hope urges on and tells us tomorrow will be better. Sure they've been inspired by that thought. Here is Brace. So round the wicket, comes in, bows to Rutherford. Rutherford is looking to lap the ball away. Where's that gone? Out towards the boundary. And in fact, will get into the boundary, or did he stop it? Yeah, well, he's not quite sure. It went down towards the square leg here. Didn't hit the rope. We'll certainly have a look at that. They feel it down in the burn. Looked a bit sheepy there. But we see it was swept away. And in the end, let's have a look there. Hit his hand. And in the end, yes, I think that's going to be it. Yeah, it did in fact hit that big fat rope encircling the ground. So that's a boundary. He didn't know, but we know. We've got the technology. So another boundary. Well. Swept away beautifully by Rutherford for 10. And the West Indies are doing very well. I suppose in horse racing terms, you could say with a furlong and a half to go, they're 3 lengths clear and kicking for home. Here we go. The rate required of no consequence. Really, the West Indies should win this. I put my house, my land, and your car, and the West Indies will certainly go on to win. It's 25 from 24. The captain Hope is there. He waits. As the action continues, Fisher comes up now. He's in and bowls him. He's forward and drives out towards that cover area. There's no run. I like Fisher. First time seeing him bowl. I like him as a bowler. He's sharpish and has really, to me, been the best bowler for the New Zealand side. Let's look at his figures. 8 overs and 1 ball. No maidens, 2. Let me see. 8 overs, no maidens. None for 32, so 25 from 23. He's been good shoulders, and has bowled with some pace as well. Turns down, starts to move in. On his way to bowl to Hope. He's in and bowls Hope into this delivery. Hope is getting a ball which is outside the line of that off stump, hits it into the offside down to cover. Doesn't time it very well, but gets a run. And this reasonable crowd has come to watch the action. Suppose when you look at what's happening in the West Indies cricket nowadays, this is not a bad crowd at all. The people at the Guyana Cricket Board told me that about 2,000 or so would have come. I think we've got more than 2,000 here. And with the West Indies victory, you expect more on Monday night, don't you think so?
Yes, definitely. They want to come and support the guys.
Yeah, bring some people from Parika, where you were born. All right.
I wasn't born in Parika.
You weren't, okay.
Essequibo Coast.
Oh, you're Essequibo man. Here's Fisher. Round the wicket comes in, bowls, and a drive out towards the cover area, down towards the cover boundary. Ball pitched up and sweetly played away by Rutherford down towards cover for 1. So 23 from 21. So you were born in Essequibo?
Yes, I was born at Surrey on the Essequibo coast. But Parika is also part of
Is that close to
Essequibo.
Wakenham Islands where Ronnie Sarwan was born?
Yes, not too far. We
Okay.
can,
What's the pronunciation? Is it Wakenham Islands? Is it?
some people say Wakenham, some people say Wakenham.
Wakenham. Okay. Very okay. All right. 23 to get from 21. The action continues. 245 for 3. Hope has got 75. What a player he is. And Fisher looking to get this big snapper. As he comes up now, goes past the umpire, final leap and bowls. Hope is driving nicely. And will get a single down towards cover. And the batsman will do get a run. Of course, used to go into your fish market behind Banks DIH one time and get some good snapper. Did you go there as well?
No, I've never went there.
You've never
truly
been there?
speaking, you know, but I heard about it. There's
Yeah,
some
okay.
big
Big
snappers.
snappers,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah, interesting to go. Probably
20
Andrew Mason can take
Yeah,
you
I
there.
could. Yeah, 22 from 21 balls. Of course, you also get your Bangor Mary as well, which seems a very popular fish. 22 from 20 balls. Big fish. You got there, Bangor Mary. Is that correct? Here we go. As Fisher comes in and bowls, talking about fishing, we're talking about Bangor Mary. Ball pitched in the legs and worked away down towards that backward square area. And the batsman will get a single. That's Rutherford. He said he's got a restaurant somewhere in the. Is it the East Bank of Demerara? Have you
East
been to
Coast-
his restaurant?
East Coast of Demerara.
Oh, I think we just played pretty okay.
Yes, no doubt.
People
about
talk
that.
about this pitch at Providence, but it's played okay, I think. Don't you agree?
And the last 5 1 days, West Indies lost, so they're trying to end the drought here tonight. And
Okay.
It's a perfect opportunity for them. You know, they're sitting well,
Sitting well.
large and in charge
Here we go.
in Georgetown, Guyana.
Here is Smith as he starts his run, comes into bowl to Rutherford into this delivery. He's getting one which is played away, down towards the third man area, dabbing the ball away for one. It was a full length delivery. So the left-hander gets one to go to 15. Hope has got 78. And let's continue to update you. The West Indies require 16 from 16 balls and should go on to win this comfortably. Lots of wickets in the bag. This has been a very polished performance by the West Indies. You agree with that?
Yeah, no doubt about it. At one time, we thought 2 6 and 9 would have been a competitive total. It
Yeah.
turned out to be quite moderate now.
Yeah, you're right. Unless that the New Zealanders can do something miraculous here. Don't think they will. It's a good batting pitch. Hope is seeing the ball as big as a breadfruit, as they would say. One of those big pineapples that you get in Border Market. Here we go. As Smith is up and bowls. Ball pitched up, and there is the batsman coming forward. And that's the captain driving up towards cover. There's no run. 16 runs, 15 balls. That shouldn't worry the West Indies. Hope just draws the way down towards square leg. He's got 78. He's batted well. Let me take the opportunity to thank all those radio stations from KLS Radio in Jamaica, Sports Nation in New Zealand, listen to us, of course. A couple of stations here in Barbados, the host station being NCN, thanks to our friends at NCN. Used to be Radio Guyana at one stage when it first came out, yes. Mr. Terry Holder, who's gone to the great beyond, used to be the general manager. Hello to all of our friends at NCN. Here we go. Smith comes up now, he's in, and bowls to Hope, and Hope gets one of the legs and works the ball away neatly into the onside. Just turn the wrist and impact down towards that square leg area to get a single. So let's look at the equation now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. 15 from 14 balls. Rutherford is 15. Hope, the captain, he's got 79. And the West Indies are coasting here on the east bank of Demerara and not the east coast.
According to Matthew Kisu.
Okay, according to Matthew Kusun. 253 for loss of 5. Of course, Guyana is a wonderful country. Here we go. As the action continues, Smith is in. And to this delivery, which is outside the outside, played away by Rutherford down towards that backward point area, gets a run, opens the blade, and just strokes the ball away for a single. Of course, Guyana lies in the Atlantic coast of South America, bordered by Venezuela, Brazil, and Suriname. Land of forests, rivers, mountains, high savannas, and rugged terrain. And of course, 26th of May, that's my birthday as well. I celebrate with you. We're going to celebrate the West Indies victory. Suppose there'll be a roadblock like Shaggy. Do you know Shaggy?
No.
I didn't think so. No, he's not from your vintage. Here's a delivery on the line, leg stump worked away to the onside, down towards the square leg area by Hope, but get a single. So Hope is just coasting here really now. He's such a wonderful player. Always working the ball around, batting with a washpan of common sense. So what do we have now? We've got some 12 balls left, 13 runs to get, 255 for 3. That's the latest score at Providence.
Yes, 80 from 89 for Shai Hope. Came in with the team a little bit tottering, 29 for 2. Took up the responsibility nicely, Andrew Mason. And now, as you said, he's coasting along nicely. West Indies approaching what would be the fourth victory of the series, 5-match series. They want it. They want to end that drought of 5 defeats in the last 5 matches for West Indies. I mean, they had a series loss to Sri Lanka recently. 2 matches were abandoned due to rain. They lost the first match by 41 runs. But what a comeback here. This has been a splendid effort, especially in the batting department led by the captain himself, Shai Hope.
Yeah, Fisher would have to come up with something brilliant to stop the West Indies from advancing. He comes in to bowl to the West Indies captains and bowls. A ball which is driven over the top of the extra cover area. It's gone into the green stand. What a performance by Shai Hope. Brilliant, excellent, superb. And he's got them dancing in the streets from Kingston, Jamaica, right through to Barbados and Bridgetown. Look at that, pitched up, and that's a wonderful shot. That has gone over the cover area. That's gone for 6. Well done to Shai Hope, and the West Indies are just about ready to wrap it up here at the Providence Stadium. They require 7 from 11, and the captain leading by example. Here is a delivery from Fishies in, and balls outside the off stump, and it's gone by to be taken by the keeper. It was a wide delivery. Hope, 86 from 91. What a performance from him. 1900 at this level. No question about his ability as a batsman. Bats with a washpan of common sense. He's the leader of the side, the captain, understanding his role, and always itching for success. But they say if you itch for success, then keep on scratching. 261 for 3. Here we go. As Fisher starts his run, comes up now in both to Hope. Hope is gettable, pitch him and drive down towards that mid-off area, still with the energy of someone like Overdeli, of course, our Bronze King, and comes through for the single. So we got 6 to get from 9. Would it be wonderful now if the batsman Rutherford could hit the ball into Enmore, where he's got his big restaurant? We're going to go there maybe tomorrow. I wonder if he opens on a Sunday. 262 for loss of 3. Got a free day tomorrow. Here we go. The West Indies 6 to get from 9 balls. And Fisher round the wicket, comes up now and bowls a ball outside line, the offside and played away. The batsman looking to play that ball away, square in the offside down to backward point. and there is no run. So all the West Indies players there. See Vitel Lawes, they're smiling, the Jamaica. Hello to our friends in Jamaica, Kingston, Jamaica. You've been to Jamaica, have you?
No.
I've never been to Jamaica. You don't know what you're missing, the ackee and the saltfish and the living banana. What a place, Jamaica. Jamaica land we love. Here we go. Fish around the wicket, comes up now, bowls to Rutherford. It's hitting the ball away, and what a way to end the match with a huge six. The ball pitched up, hit over the top of long on. Brilliant, excellent, superb, and under the lights at Providence, the West Indies win. Rutherford stroking the ball over the top of the long on area. That's going for six. The West Indies win by 7 runs. And from Kingston, Jamaica, right to Rob Street in Georgetown, Guyana, they're celebrating the work of art. It was a performance worthy of commendation. The West Indies win, and they win big. Well done to them.
Yeah, elation time here for the West Indies. They won by 7 wickets. Quite an emphatic victory with 7 balls to spare, led by the captain himself, Shai Hope. They came out, they won the toss, decided to bowl, justify that decision, keep the West bowl out the New Zealander for 267, and in response, what a performance, what a batting display, what a batting exhibition led by the captain Shai Hope with 18. Good contribution from Casey Khary. Congratulations to West Indies. They go 1 up.
Yeah, tremendous performance from them. You never got the feeling that they were in any doubt, really. When you look at it, situation where I thought did well to restrict the New Zealand side, because at one stage it looks as if they might have gotten maybe up to 280, even close to 300. Alzarri Joseph came in and picked up a couple of wickets and restricted them. And look at the batting of Casey Khary. And then the captain, all with such an important cog in their wheel. And this really is very good for West Indies. Great. You're going to start winning again, getting the confidence of the people back. They're just about leaving the green stands. I'm sure they're going to maybe go somewhere in Georgetown and celebrate the West Indies victory. But this must be a sweet feeling across the Caribbean.
Yeah, definitely sweet feeling. They're definitely proud with this kind of performance. It's a 5-match series. You want to start on a winning note. And everything went well for them in the batting aspect. Yes, they kept New Zealand to 268, but the batting performance certainly has been brilliant from West Indies. The batters came to the party. They had a reasonably good start. They had lost 2 quick wickets, but they fought back well. Hope again, typically responsible with the bat, and with that support from Casey Khary, living up the expectation, came to the fore. The partnership was absolutely vital, invaluable in the context of things. And the seal the deal here, Shofin Rutherford, the local boy, with a mighty 6, a nonchalant 6, an effortless one, and the crowd had a reason to celebrate and continue until Monday when we come back here, Andrew.
Yeah, indeed. A really good performance by the West Indies. Of course, you know, when they played against Sri Lanka, hard-fought victory, had to battle to the skins in the second test match to protect what they'd had earlier with the victory. And in the end, got home. And that would have carried on here at Providence. And the good thing about Guyana is that we didn't have a drop of rain.
Yes, with all the rain, Machu Kisin was talking about 2 consecutive months of rainfall. We thought we might have interruption here. Things would have been bad, but certainly we are blessed with good condition today in this day and night encounter, thankfully. So hopefully the good weather can prevail on Monday when we come back here for the second of the 5-match series with West Indies. Obviously, we'll be delighted with their performance, taking the series on a winning note. The first match, quite a convincing victory by 7 wickets. Good contribution with the bat, a 4-wicket haul for Alzarri Joseph, the pace bowler, a 3-wicket haul for the debutant as well, the left-arm orthodox spinner Vitel Lawes. So all-round performance generally. New Zealand might be disappointed with the bowling effort. They will have to go back to the drawing board and come back Tuesday and try see if they could revitalize things here for themselves.
All right, so we're preparing to end the broadcast. Of course, we're going to just look back at what happened. You recall that the action started just around 2:30 Eastern Caribbean time. What a performance by the West Indies. Absolutely brilliant weather. New Zealand 267 in 49 overs and 5 balls. Nichols got 27. Young got 49. We saw a good knock from Mitchell, who's such an important cog in the wheel. He made 65. And towards the end, Bracewell got an important 29. But look at the bowling figures of the debutant, the man from Jamaica. he will have all those folks in Jamaica across the Caribbean doing well. Vitel Lawes, 10 overs, no batters, 3 for 54. Supported by Motie, 10 overs, no batters, 2 for 51. And Alzarri Joseph, he came back with a wonderful spell, 8 overs and 5 balls, no batters, 4 for 41. A word on the West Indies bowling.
Yeah, definitely impressive. You had a kid bowling here, 19-year-old bowling to senior guys. He came out, he was a bit rusty, picking up his very first wicket. He ended with 2 wickets here for West Indies. I think he did a pretty good job, supported well. The spinners, the pacers, Alzarri Joseph, he said he was outstanding. He finished off the innings quite impressively because New Zealand would have taken it, tried to fire in all cylinders, at the back end of the innings. They didn't get the opportunity to do that because of the excellent bowling from Alzarri Joseph along with the spinners. So hopefully they can continue with that momentum on Tuesday and try to keep New Zealand to a low total that they can get quickly.
All right, so then it was the magic number for the West Indies to try to win the game. 268 they were required to get. Campbell went for 11. We saw Auguste making 38. Got to be much more careful in terms of his batting. I thought he gave his hand away. We then saw Khary making 95. Shai Hope got 87. And the two of them saw the West Indies home to victory. And Sherfy and Rutherford, the local boy, sealed the deal with a magnificent six high over the top of long on.
Yeah, you can't ask for better from the West Indies batting performance. It really underlines the depth of the batting now because you had early collapse, 2 wickets very quickly, but then you have these big high-profile batters come to the party here. Shai Hope and Khary finish off things, engage in a partnership that really turned the head of this game in West Indies' favor. Wonderful batting, brilliant batting performance from West Indies. Shai Hope and Khary. And as you said, Rutherford, appropriately seal off the deal here for West Indies and take the series 1-0.
So 267 in 49 overs. And I thought really, when you look at it, it was a very, very good performance by the West Indies to restrict them. 267 and 49 overs and 5 balls. That was the New Zealand side. The West Indies, thanks to their captain, his first officers batted around him. 268 for 3 and 48 overs and 5 balls. The West Indies win with 7 wickets in the bag and 7 balls to spare. So the West Indies are on winner's row. And a birdie from Border Market with a nanny wine of crazy shouted. The West Indies were sweet to the belly like Vibes Cartel on the east bank of Demerara. You just heard commentaries on the West Indies Home Series, a production of the Cut and Drive Network in association with Cricket West Indies. Join us again for more on Cut and Drive.